All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Hope everyone is doing well. And I see we're up and running this morning. Got some people already here in the tank, been talking back and forth. So good morning to you all. And I hope to be certain that I am not a financial advisor and I do not make any guarantees whatsoever. I do not have a degree in finance. And I'm here to just teach people here, hopefully, how to day trade successfully. Yesterday, I did a good job of showing people how not to day trade successfully. Well, actually, that's not true because we had a fantastic day up until about 3 o'clock. Yesterday, I was trading on a stock here, in case you weren't with me, IPST, and we had a phenomenal day. It went up amazing, and we made very good profits on that. A lot of people I know made very, very good profit yesterday on that stock. Now, the trouble was that I got someone suggested another stock that I took a look at. I realized, first of all, it was R. Richie B that called that stock out, CDTG. Called it out yesterday morning. And I took a look at it and I went, okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it. It didn't really jump out there. And then it was like 2:30 in the afternoon that another individual came on and said that, and it was a guy named Lucero. He said, CDTG is the one, he said. And so I went over and I said, all right, well, let's take a look at that again. And I did. And the very moment I looked at it, the first thing I took notice of was that it was up like 125%. And the very first thing I said was, out of my mouth, the first thing was, someone said CDTG is getting ready to take off. I said, but looks to me like it's getting ready to crash. As a matter of fact, it's already dropped about 20 or 30 cents. So that was my first comment on it. It was up 125%. And then I went against my nature. I went against my gut feeling. And I watched it for a little bit. I saw it come down to around, and I wrote down the price on it. It came down to $6.33. And then I said, well, I think I'm going to buy 10 shares of it and just see if you're right, if it is going to be taking off or if it's not taking off. So I bought like 10 shares of it. And about 5 minutes later, I checked it and I was up about $5. I said, oh, okay. Yeah, maybe it is going to run. Oh, hold on here a second. Gonna have to adjust this light. And so then I bought a little bit more. I bought 10 more shares of it and it went up and I was up $12. And then I bought 10 more shares and then I was up, $15. And hold on a minute here. Get me a tissue here. Just give me a second here, guys. So I kept pursuing it. And the next thing I know, I was up on it about $250. And I was very happy about that. I wrote the guy and said, hey, thanks for calling that out. Looks like you might have been right. Looks like it might be on a run. And then after that, it suddenly took a turn and started headed south. And I watched it. It was up again. It was up about 130% at a time. I got to fix this lamp here, folks. Just give me a minute here. Got to readjust this light right now. And some of you watched, and I started seeing it decline, and it went down, back down to where I was at 633. And I said, all right, let's buy a little bit more. So at that point, I just had a few shares, and then it really started to fall. It fell from 633 down to 608. So I bought a little more at 608 because that's one of the numbers on my sheet. Then it went down and dropped below 6, and it went in to the fives. And when it got to 588, I thought, all right, it's gone from 688, or it was in the sevens actually. It had got up to around from where I bought it at 630. It went all the way up to 770. And at that point, I was up, like I said, around $259, and I started selling it. And then I made 259. I says, yeah, that was great. Well, then a little bit later, I took a look at it, and I was up $259 on it, and it went way down. It fell below six, and it went down to 588. So I bought a little bit of the stock I'm talking about was CDTG, CDTG, and the next thing you know, it had dropped down to like 566, and I said, all right, I'll get a little bit more there, because now it's gone from seven. Well, it actually hit $8. It went all the way up to $8. And then when it got down to 566, I thought, wow, man, they're really killing this thing. So I'll buy some more at 566. So I did. Then they dropped it down, and it got to my next number, which was probably 549, and I bought some more. And then it went down to, and by the way, at that point in time, I was already up about 7,500 on the stock, IPST. I was up big, and I was up around 8,000 on IPST, and most of my viewers had been trading IPST with me all day, so they were up very nicely yesterday. They were up big time. So, all right, Richard B, I got it. GDC, okay. Anyways, let's write these down because we got people calling them out. So let's make sure we get all the. All right, and then Jayhawk starts off with, good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day. I love it. Thank you, Jayhawk. Dave Sanders, good morning, guys. Have a blessed and profitable day. Yes, we will. Good morning, Dave. And R. Richie B. and Tank, good morning to you as well. Very, very good morning. Jayhawk, yes, good. MNRA took off. MNRA. Okay, let me get a new piece of paper out here. MNRA. Well, 819. And while I'm talking about this stock, let me find it here first on here. And I ended up shorting some of it last night at the end of the evening. And here it is here. CDTG. And I'm going to show you why I decided to buy it yesterday. Okay? And I'm going to show you right now why I decided to buy it yesterday. And you'll see, and you can learn from my mistake. CDTG, this is yesterday. All right, so the reason that I decided to buy it was because, as you can see, this 5-day average, that's the light blue line, it had stopped here, and I put a line there. It had stopped here, and I put a line there. And then it hit here, right there. Pulled back, and then it started to take off. Well, folks, when you get a stock that's in this region where there's never been any trading on it, and let's go back and look at even a longer term chart on it right now, the 180 day. Okay. Now here's what I saw. I looked at this price that it had achieved, and I saw this here, right here. And I knew this was a previous bottom right here, and that it had run off that. So when I saw it break that line, I thought it was safe to come on in, because I saw over here, from right here, there's a huge gap all the way up. From here to there, there's a massive gap. This thing, once it was here and it was breaking this point, all it had to do was break this point there, and it could have gone even higher. It could have jumped from here all the way up to right there, in fact. So I knew there was a massive gap from right here up to there. So when it got right here, I started buying it. So now you can understand why they came at it so heavily from this price, because they'd come at this thing heavily before at this price. Look how they attacked it down. Look at that right there. You can see it hit right there, and look how they attacked it down, because they know if it goes over this line, it's going to jump to there. They know that already. Whoever they are, they know that there's a gap from here up to there. They know that. So when it got here, boy, they stifled that thing big time. And this is CDTG. So I'm just letting you know that now they happen to have pulled it back down to this line. And from here, it could go right back up to there. Okay? Now, I don't make any guarantees that that's going to happen. But listen, they've done it before. And what I like to call this sometimes is mirroring. And you can see this would be the mirror point, basically, if you would. It's not directly in the center, but right here would be the mirror point, all right, about here on this stock. And why am I talking about this? Well, I lost a lot of money on it yesterday. And now I'm going to show you how to make it back on the same stock if I decide to do that. It's up to me. I'll decide what I want to do with it. But so here's the mirror point. This rise is this rise. Okay? This rise is this rise. This sideways is this sideways. This spike now runs it over here is this spike right here. And this pullback is this pullback right here. And ladies and gentlemen, from this pullback, you could see it go all the way to there. I'm not kidding, because right now you can see over here when it was at this point, the 50 and 45 were falling, and so was the 200. Over here, ladies and gentlemen, this is a triple upside crossover. This is the current price, and the 50-day and 45 have crossed the 200. This is why they attacked it so hard, okay? But keep in mind, from right here where they pulled it down to here, that's the same level where it is now. And from right there, it could just come to this point right here and then go off. It could go off, okay? So I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm saying it could, because this is often the case. It's called mirroring, all right? All right, so there you go. I just want you to be aware that this pullback right here should have been expected, actually, because once it got there, they sure took it down to the same point, coincidentally, the exact same point. But they know if it breaks this line right here, it's going to go up to there, all right? It's going to go to there. Minimum price it's going to go to is going to be right here, and I'll draw it out for you. Right here is going to be the minimum price that it goes to right there at that point, all right? Right there is where it's going to go to, the minimum, if it goes off, all right? So keep an eye on this one. It's CDTG. Now, what is another thing about this stock that I mentioned yesterday why you should stay away from it? Well, one of the things was I went over here for the news, and I put in CDTG. And I didn't see any news on it since the 28th of July. And it said, CDT Environmental Technology announces results of extraordinary general meeting. That was on July the 28th. And then there was no news. There was no news, no catalyst, okay? So this is another reason I should have been wary of it. There really was no catalyst. It was sort of a pump and dump is what it was, ladies and gentlemen. But be aware, again, that this is fairly common to see the same line of resistance and a swap down, boom down, and then possibly from here back up to there. Now, I make no guarantees, but one thing is for sure. Yesterday, I took up a shorted position on this stock, okay? And you can see now my short position, I'm shorting at a price of, the price now is at 350. I'm shorting it at, let me see where my short position is on it. Trade, CDTG. I'm shorting 250 shares at a price of $3.50. I'm shorting it at 350, okay? I'm shorting it at an average price of 350. And right now the price is sitting at 278. So I am at least already making some of my money back on this stock, okay? So it was a good idea to short it yesterday when it got to 350. When it got to 350. So I shorted it, and now it's at $2.78 bid, 280, 287 ask. So anyway, this is a stock. Let's go ahead and look at some other ones this morning now that could get us right back up, like we did yesterday on the stock IPST. So let's see what you guys have got called out for us today, and we're going to see which one looks the most attractive that we can make our money back that I went down yesterday. And, folks, listen, I've had a very, very good couple of weeks here trading lately, so I'm not going to let one day's losses take away from the gains that we've made over the last 2 weeks, because we've had a phenomenal, actually this whole month has been phenomenal. And my account value is still way up from where I started a month ago. So even though I took a big hit yesterday, I'm still extremely proud of what we've been able to accomplish over the last month or so, 2 months, doing very, very well here on this channel overall. So we will take a hit once in a while. Listen, I got news for you. I'm going to show you something right now. And I see they've closed. My computer must have, once it restarted, shut down all these. But I want to show you something here. And recover selected. So that you understand completely. I want to make sure you understand this. Okay? Here's the gig, folks. These are the stocks that we've been trading over the last month or so, okay? You can see here all in July and August. And when you make gains of 122% or 128% or 70%, 149%, 26, 42, 526%. When you make gains of 137%, 114%, 181%, 189, 276 yesterday on IPST, when you make these kind of gains, there are going to be days that you catch one that gets you, okay? And so yesterday, we just shrugged that off, okay? We move forward. But when you're making these kinds of gains, and by the way, the reason we're so successful is because all of these viewers that you see here on this list that have called these stocks out, they're using very sophisticated equipment to make the price, to find stocks that are hot. And this is the list. This is a list of all of viewers here on this channel that are using all of these screeners and scanners. And we've got a lot of different sophisticated software that people are using to help target stocks that are on the run. And that is one of the benefits of being on this channel, is that you have the resources of all these other people here who are all looking for runners, okay? So we're going to come over here now, and we're going to be adding another stock, hopefully today, that goes up like we have IPST yesterday. So let's get out of here, and let's shut this down, and we'll shut this down. All right, now, so as you can see, now on this stock that took me for a ride yesterday, I'm up $142. So the recovery has already begun. All right, let's take a look at what people are calling out here. Let's see what we got this morning. So the first one that we see that looks like it has some promise to it, apparently, is MNRA. And that one's called out by Jayhawk, okay? Got it. Okay, let's keep going. Dave Sanders, ZNB, high volume, announced a 10 million private placement. ZNB. Thank you very much, Dave Sanders. Dave's picked out some nice ones too lately, man. We've made some good money on his high volume, 10 million private placement with investors, according to O'Daily. The investors will subscribe using 156.65 Bitcoin. Okay, got it. 10 mil private placement. And what that obviously does is if it is running up, that really does strengthen their balance sheet. Okay, that's one of the things that we've learned about stocks sometimes doing public share offerings and going up instead of dropping, and because investors have all decided that that really does strengthen their balance sheet to do that 10 million private placement, and so that's why it's going up. Thomas Abbott, CAST. Yes, that was called out yesterday. CAST, as far as I know, someone else may have called it out, but yesterday, CAST was called out by, let's see, Emmanuel Sells Houston. It was up 100% yesterday, so we have to be careful about that. CAST. And we got to put down Emmanuel. And we got to put down Thomas Abbott. All right, got it. We'll take a look at it. Richie B, R Richie B, TNON. All right. EHGO. We've made money on that one before in the past. MSS. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Richie. AZI. Got it. TGL. Got it. Good morning, fellas. Thomas Abbott. I called Cast out yesterday. Yes, that is correct. R. Richie B. YJ. YJ. Got it. R. Richie B. GDC. Ten four. J Small. ZNB. Dave Sanders called that out as well. They got a $10 million private placement. And people are paying with Bitcoin. VRAX. Okay, that one's been called out in the past. Okay. YJ looks go. Okay. Looks good. I got it. Robert Lake, hello there. Welcome to the channel. R. Richie B. Niecy Jane, good morning. Good morning to you. Scuba McDubin, all right, good morning. There are 3 reverse splits today, all right? I'll put down reverse splits. Got 3 of them. CISS, GLMD, and NRDY. All right. Scubin, mRNA. Welcome to the club. Jayhawk also called that out. TGL, interesting chart pattern. Okay, got it. TGL. And that was also called out by, so I got it, by R. Richie B. CRB Jonesboro. All right, let's go take a look at these. Let's go find the next IPST that we made so much yesterday on. All right, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first one we're going to look at, and by the way, I did short this stock yesterday, CITG, CDTG. I did short it here, so I'm making money as it falls down here right now. All right, but this is a triple upside crossover, folks. And remember, CDTG, as I said, if it crosses this line, it's going to jump all the way up to, well, right here. Right here is where it's going to jump to. You can see right here, there's a gap. Right here, you can see there's a gap from here down to here on this stock, okay? So just be aware. Be aware of that, all right? You can clearly see with this stock, as I said earlier, CDTG is the stock. Here's the mirror. Here's the sideways action, a long time. Sideways, a long time. Then it starts to make its move, and it comes all the way up here, and then pulls down and takes off because there's a big gap from here to there. So yesterday, when it got here, man, it was a good one to short right there because you should have known from right there they were going to pull it down before it went up the gap. Before it goes from here and gaps up to right there, they were going to knock the weak hands off of this thing. Okay. And this is a triple upside crossover with the current price, the 5-day, the 10-day, and the 50 all crossing over the 200. Now, if I highlight this right now, CDTG, now yesterday, if I highlight this, take a look. You can see the 50-day is crossing the 200 right now. The 45 already has crossed it, and the 50 is crossing it now. And I'm letting you know, I shorted it yesterday here, and it's fallen to here. So this morning I'm up on it like $190 or so. But it's got the potential to make a move all the way up to right here, okay? It has the potential, if it crosses this line, to go to there and there, all right? Just letting you know. Look at the 180-day chart or the 1-year chart, and you can see, man, there's a huge gap from here to there, folks. The minimum is right here, okay? That line right there is where it's going to go to, $5.40, all right? $5.40 is my call on this stock, and I could be completely wrong, okay? I could be wrong, but it could easily do that. And right now I'm shorting it, and my short position on the stock is at a price of CDTG. My short position is at $3.50, and right now it's at $2.83. And I'm up $117. I'm up $170 since I took up the short position. Okay, so this is CDTG. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it, folks. Put it on your alerts. And actually, I'm going to do a trade on it, CDTG. And what I want to do is I want to put a price here. If it hits $2.99, then I'm going to sell some shares of it or buy. All right. I'm going to sell 2 shares at $2.99. And that way I'll know if it's taking off. Okay. Selling 2 shares at $2.99, and then I'll know that the thing is taking off. Because my short position is at $3.50. I don't want to let it get all the way up to $3.50. I want to sell my short position at $2.99, okay? And then I'll know it's about to break over $3 and could go even higher. And actually, I'm going to move this up to 301, 301. And I'll put another one here for 2 shares at 307. And then I'll really know that it's starting to move. All right. There you go. That's how I'm going to do this. And right now I'm up $112 on this position today, CDTG. Okay. Now let's get over here to the charts and let's look at the ones you've been calling out, guys and gals. Let's look at the ones you've been calling out. And by the way, that move yesterday on CDTG that took it up 130%, it was on no news yesterday. So let's go over now and look at MNRA. The first call out of this morning, MNRA. And Jayhawk, I don't see anything. Oh, mRNA, my bad. mRNA. mRNA, boom. Okay. All right. Well, mRNA. Okay. Well, right here, that price was 31.85. Okay. So it started mRNA at a low of 31.85. mRNA, unless wants him here. Good morning, y'all. Oh, hold on. I'm probably going to ban him. Who? Morning, guys. I think from the soil should be banned. From the soil should be banned. Well, it is possible that from the soil could be in a group of traders that gets my attention on something, and then they make it go up, and then they pull the rug out from under me on it. So it's possible. Even my wife suggested that yesterday. You know, he might be with the Reddit guys or Wall Street Bets guys, and they might be watching what you're doing, and they might be setting you up. You know, so that is possible. Is that what you think, Gary? Yes, that was my thought too. Yep, and I agree. Yep. But then again, what happened yesterday with that stock is fairly typical. It was about to get to a point where it was going to break to the upside and go way up, and everyone knew that. So they said, let's yank it down first before it runs. So we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on it today. All right. But I don't think we need to get him. I don't think that we can't presume anything. Just like yesterday, one thing I presumed is when that stock went from $8 down to $5, that it was a safe buy. Man, that thing went all the way down to 270 something. So from $8 to 270. Jeez, oh Pete's. All right, guys. mRNA. I like the look of it. Started out at 31.85. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if there's a pattern to this herking and jerking, okay? So it was at 31.85 and they took it up to 55. Wow. To 55. 32 to 55. Up $18. Up 18. Okay? From there, how much did they pull it down? From 55.14, they pulled it down to 38. Down 17. Down 17. They took it down freaking $17. All right? So up 18, down 17. Jeez. Then how much did they take it up to? From 38.60, they took it up to they took it up to 59.50, up $21. So They took it up 55, down 18. No, I'm sorry. They took it 31.85 to 55, up 18, down 17, up 21, then down from 59.50. 59.50, they took it down to 43. They took it down $16. Well, the first time they took it down 17. Second time 16. And then from 43.17, they took it up to 43.17 up to 58, up $15, okay? Up $15. Wow. Then they took it from 58.84 down to, oh my gosh, down $15. Well, up 15, down 15. And from there, at 43, they took it up to 57, up $13. From there, I'm sorry, that's more than that. From 45.13, they took it up to, from 45.13, they took it up to, hold on, 67. They took it up $22. Up $22. And from there, they took it down from this price of 67.50 down to 59. 67 down to 59. So they took it only down $8. And that's when you knew it was probably going to go much higher, because previously they had taken it down 17, then they took it down 16, then they took it down 15, then they could only take it down $8. And then you should know from there it's really getting ready to take off. And it did. It went from 59.70 up to 85, 60, $26 up, $26. From there, $85, they pulled it down to 53. They pulled it down $32. God dang. Down $32. That's the biggest drop yet. The first you saw an $18 drop, then first you saw a $17 drop, then a $16 drop, then a $15 drop, and then an $8 drop. Then, holy smokes, down $32. Folks, listen, don't trade this stock unless you can handle it, okay? mRNA, down $32. And then from this price at 53.61, they took it up to 66 almost, 65, 53, $17. Up 17. That's a pretty common number. They took it up 18, down 17, up 21, down 16, up 15, down 15. Up 22, down $8. Up 26, down 32, up 17. Okay, folks. Chances are from right here, she's going to drop. And if she's already dropped, $17 and $16 and $15, if she drops 15 from here, that puts your buy-in at around $50 now. Your next buy-in should be somewhere around 50 if you want to get in on this, okay? Probably $15 down again, okay? But one thing you notice, we've got a trend going on here. We've got two trend lines, and I'm going to show them to you right now. Doesn't mean they're going to stay like this, but this is what you got. So you've got the low trend line right there. There's your low trend line, and your high trend line is right here. All right? There's where you're at. And those are your two trend lines right now. And I'm going to pull this down just a little bit more, down to about there. Okay. So you've got two trend lines. You're buying, you're selling. You're buying, you're selling. You're buying, you're selling. You're buying, you're selling. Okay. Another trend line is actually kind of like right through the middle of this. So we'll put one more in here so you can see it. And that trend line is right, basically right here, the median line. The median line. Right there. Right there. All right. So you've actually got three lines here that you're dealing with. All right. Right there. mRNA. That's the stock. mRNA. And listen, the least amount of drop here has been $8 right there. $8. So right here, it's probably going to drop a minimum of $8, and it could drop 15, okay, from this price. So from $65, your next buy could be at $57, okay, around 57. All right. That's my call on this, mRNA. Don't touch this thing until we see it get to 57. Okay, ZNB next. Let's look at ZNB. ZNB. The stock was called out by Dave Sanders. And this is certainly, with this long-term chart, this is a one-day buy and get out. Okay, ZNB. This is a one-day buy in and out because this 200 is falling like a freaking rock. ZNB, okay, that's the 180-day chart on it. Let's look at the one day now. Yeah, I would highly advise you stay clear of this stock. 503, and that was achieved at what time? 4:21 a.m. $503 high. 503 high. 4:20 a.m. at 4:20 a.m. Okay, ZNB. $10 million private placement. Okay, right now it looks fearful. We'll look for a bottom. It already hit a bottom here once. Let's see if this is a double bottom they're trying here, right here. I'll put a line here so we can see it. Right there. They've already tapped it once. Is this a double ta-ta and then bounce or not? We'll watch and see. ZNB, 10 million private placement. They're paying with Bitcoin. Next, CAST. Aha. Wow. 328 at 2:30 in the morning. 328 high. 328 high. 2:30 a.m. What's the news? And by the way, then the low was right here this morning at $1.75. Low 175. And what time was that? That was at 8:10 a.m. All right. So at 2:30 in the morning, it was at 328. Alexa, what is 3.28 minus 1.75?
3.28 minus 1.75 is 1.53.
153 drop. Okay. Now, you might want to pay attention to these herks and jerks, okay? Because from 328, they took this thing down to 288. 328 to 288. So they took it down 40-cent drop. CAST down 40. Then from there, it hit back to 328 again. So it took a 40-cent drop and then it went up 40 cents. Okay? So the swing is 40 cents. 40 cents up, 40 cents down, 40 cents up. And then from this 328, they dropped it to 243. Alexa, what is 3.28 minus 2.43?
3.28 minus 2.43 is 0.85.
Down 85 cents.
I'm sorry, that isn't a valid phone number.
Okay. And then from 244, they took it up to 294, up 50 cents. So down 40, up 40, down 85, up 50, up 50. Then from 294, they dropped it to 240, down 54 cents. Wow. So down 40, up 40, down 85, up 50, down 54. And then what price did they go up to? 241 to 276, up 35. Okay, so now we've seen up 40, down 40, up 50, down 54, up 35. And then from 276, they dropped it from 276 down to, good Lord, 235, 236. So down 40 cents again. Wow. You see that? Now we've got a down 40, a down 50, a down 40. Oh, yeah, down 40. And from there, then they took it from 235. It only went up to up 15 cents. And that's when you know that it's getting ready to go down. Because when it's seen an increase of 40 cents and an increase of 50 cents, an increase of 35, and then you only see an increase of 15, man, that's where you short it right there. Okay, that's where you short it. And that would have been a great place to short it at 250 a share, because from 250, that thing fell all the way down to 175. And that is a 75-cent drop. So does this make sense to you guys? Does this make sense to you guys? When you see it, the stock price drop 40, then you see it drop 85, then you see it drop 54, then you see it drop 40. But here's the point. When you see it go up 40, then you see it go up 50, then you see it go up 35, and then you see it go up only 15. that's when you short it. Okay? So you've got an up 40, an up 50, an up 35, an up 15. You short it there and it drops 75 cents. Boom. Okay? Now from that price, 176, it's gone up to what price? 209. 179 to 209 is 30 cents. So it's up 30 cents now. Well, it's only gone up 40, and then it's gone up 50, and then it's gone up 35, and now it's gone up 30. Okay, that's CAST. We'll keep an eye on it. Looks to me like it's on a period of where it probably is going to fall from here, and we'll just keep an eye on it. CAST. That stock was called out by Emmanuel Sells Houston. It was called out yesterday by Emmanuel Sells Houston and Thomas Abbott. Next, we're going to look at TNON, called out by R. Richie B. TNON. TNON. Oh, this could be a very good day trade stock today, ladies and gentlemen. TNON. Okay, so let's take a look first at the 5-day chart on this. Okay, now let's take a look at the 20-day. Okay, all right, good. So over the last 20 days, ladies and gentlemen, no one owns this stock for higher than this price it is right now. Now, what I want to do is I want to put a line right here at this price where they stopped it from right here from dropping. I want to put a line right there, and I want to figure out why. Why did they decide to make that the stop point of the drop on the 5-day? That's the light blue line. And why did they stop it from rising? I want to know right here and pull it back. And then I want to know what is the significance of where this 5-day average is now. Have they ever stopped it there before or in that region? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be taking lines and putting it there, there, and there. Known lines of resistance, okay? Now, let's take this out to a 180-day chart. Aha! And now, ladies and gentlemen, we can see right here, there was indeed a line of resistance and is a line of resistance right here. The next line of resistance is going to be there, all right? And from there, it's going to gap up to a minimum of there, right there, right there. From there, it's going to gap up to right here. And from there, it's going to gap up to there, okay? So this is my point. Right now, where it's at here, folks, it did have some resistance here and a lot of herky jerk right on this point. But from there, it goes up to here, folks. And from there, it jumps all the way up to there. And from there, it jumps. There may be resistance again here, so I'll put one more in there, okay? Because it looks like right there was quite a bit. And then it goes to there, then it jumps to there. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the way a stock falls is the way it rises, okay? And there's definitely a line of resistance right there. You can see it. And then the next one is here. And the following one is really about right here. So this is the stock TNON, TNON, okay? And right now, this 5-day crosses here. It's going to go to there, then there, there. If it breaks this line, this is critical, $11.12. If the 5-day goes over 11.12, or number one, when it gets there, you should sell some, okay? When it gets to 12.69, or when this 5-day gets to right here, you might want to sell a little at 11.12 a share, okay? You might want to sell it at 11.12 a share if the 5-day gets to there. Now, right here, you can see the 5-day is here at 987, but the price is here. 1269 it hit. So if this is the 5 days here, 987, and the price is achieved 1269. Alexa, what is 12.69 minus 9.87?
12.69 minus 9.87 is 2.82.
282 over the blue line price.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
282. So here's what I'm getting at, folks. If the 5-day average is here and the price is $2.82 higher, then when the 5-day gets to this resistance point, which is right here, 1082, then ask yourself, what is 1082 plus 282? Alexa, what is 10.82 plus 2.82?
10.82 plus 2.82 is 13.64.
1364, folks, is where your sell is going to be. Okay? 1364. If the 5-day average moves from here to this line, then your sell should be at 1364. Okay? Because right now the 5 days here and the price went up $2.82 over where the 5-day is, 282. So if the 5-day can get to this point, add 282 and you get the price 1364. Where's 1364? I'll put a line there. The line's going to be 1364. Hold on. There. If this 5-day gets to here, your sell price is here, 1364. Okay? It says, I'm sorry, right here. 1364. All right? And this is on the stock TNON. All right? That'll be 30 cents, 30% over where it is now. Okay. Now we're going to go back over here to the 1-day chart and look at it 1 day. And as I said, I think there's a drop in store. Well, it's dropping, all right. And this stock, TNON, the biggest drop it's had, or the most average drop, well, I haven't done this one, but I should. Okay, so let's just start out with this one real quick, and we'll write some numbers in. TNON, it went from 988 to 1082, okay? So it went up 96 cents. TNON up 96. Okay? TNON up 96. Then it went from this price of 1082 down to, we're just going to go here, $9, $1.82, down 182. Then it went from $9 up to, we'll just go here, $9 to 1016, up $1.16, up 1.16, up $1.16. From there, at 1016, it dropped to 945, 55 and 16, 71 cents, down 71 cents. From there, at 945, it jumped to 945 to 1145 almost. Yeah. So $2 up. Whew. Then from 1145, it dropped to, God dang, 915. Alexa, What is 11 point, Alexa, what is 11.45 minus 9.15?
11.45 minus 9.15 is 2.3.
Down 230 a share. Goodness gracious. From 918, 916, it rose from 916 to 1008. It's like up 916 to 1008. To 1016 would be $1. So 92 cents up. From there, it dropped from 1016, it dropped to 946, 945, 1016 to 945. 71 cents again. Dropped 71 cents. Then from 945, it went up to 1032. That's 87 cents. Up 87. Then from there, 1032, they dropped it to 972. 1032 to 972. 60 cent down. Wow. From 972, they took it up to 1184. $2.10. Up $2.10. Wow. From there, at 1184, they dropped it back down to 984. Wow, down $2. From there, at 985, 984, they took it up $2. Up $2, down $2, up $2, down $2. Wow. From there, at 1192, they took it down to $1.10. Down $1.10. From there, at 1081, they took it up to 1235. They took it up $1.50. They took it up $1.50. From there, at 1235, they dropped it to 1118, 1120. Took it down $1.15. Goodness gracious. From 1120, they took it up to 1275. $1.50 up. TNON is the stock I'm going to day trade today. Okay. From 1275, they took it down $1.40. Up $1.50, down $1.40. From there at 11:36, they took it up to 11:36 to 12:30. They took it up basically 90 cents. From there at 12:25, they dropped it to 10.25, down $2 again. Wow. And from that price there, 10.25, they took it up to 11.12. From 10.25 to 11.12. Yep. 10.25 to 11.12. Roughly 90 cents. Back up 90. That's the same as the last run up was 90 cents. And from there at 11.12, they've dropped it twice to 10.63. 11.12 to 10.63. Alexa, what is 11.12 minus 10.63?
11.12 minus 10.63 is 0.49.
Well, that's the least move yet, folks. 49 cents. That's the smallest move yet today. 49 cents on TNON. Okay? And okay, I got it, Skull Silver Mix. I'll get to you in just a minute. So TNON, I'm going to put an asterisk beside this. I think that'll be a very good day trader today. TNON, all right? And just to go over the history of TNON right now for you very briefly, TNON, here is the history on it right now. TNON, it's gone up 96 cents, down $1.82, up $1.16, down 71, up $2, down 2.30, up 92, down 71, up 87, down 60, up $2.10, down $2, up $2, down $1.10, up $1.50, down $1.15, up $1.50, down $1.40, up 90 cents, down $2, up 90 cents, down 49. Okay, that's what's happened with TNON today. Now, let's go see what the news is. And man, they're making this thing run up and down like crazy. TNON. And this morning, Tenon Medical shares are trading higher after the company received a notice of allowance for a U.S. patent titled Systems, Apparatus, and Methods for Stabilizing Sacroiliac Joints. Okay, so U.S. patent approval. TNON, U.S. patent approval. All right. Next, let's take a look at one called out by R. Richie B. EHGO. EHGO. Oh, and here again, folks, you've got a lot of herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and wow. Gosh dang, man. Whew. EHGO. Be ready for a wild roller coaster ride on that. And I'm not going to break down all of these like I did. Well, yeah, I will. Let's just do it now. Started at a low of 170, EHGO, low 170. Okay? And from 170, the price spiked to 250, up 80 cents. up 80 cents. EHGO. Then from 250, it dropped to 193, 57 cents down. From there, at 193, it spiked to 240, 47 cents up. From there, at 240, it fell to 202, down 38 cents. From 202, it went up to 232, up 30 cents. From 232, they dropped it to 214, 18 cents. And then you know it was going to go up higher. Down 18 cents. I'm sorry, down 18. And there you should have known it was going to go higher because the first down was down 57 cents. The second down was down 38 cents. The third down was only down 18 cents. Okay? Makes sense, right? And then from 211, it went up to 233, 210, 20, 24 cents up. And from there, 233, it went back down to 211. 24 cents up, 24 cents down. And from there, that was the end of it. From 211, it spiked up to 241, up 30 cents. From 241, they were able to pull it down to 226, 15 cents, down 15. And there you should know it was going to go higher because they had it down 57, down 47, down 38, and now only down 15 cents. And from there, ladies and gentlemen, at 225, it jumped all the way up to 295, up 70 cents. Up 70. And from 295, they pulled it down to 295 to 265, down 30 cents. We've seen that amount several times, down 38, down 30, down 15, down 30 cents. And then from 264, it went up to 330. From 270 to 330 would be 60, so about 65 cents. It went up 65 cents. And that happens to be its second highest gain because here, this was 80-cent gain, and here, 65-cent gain. From 330, they dropped it down to 264 from 330. Alexa, what is 3.30 minus 2.64?
3.3 minus 2.64 is 0.66.
Ah, they took it down 66 cents. What a perfect number. 66 cents, and then it goes back up to 330. So they took it right back up the same amount. Down 66, up 66 again. And then from there at 330, they've now taken it down to a low there of 280, down 50 cents. So on this stock, we've seen up 80, down 57, up 47, down 38, up 30, down 18, up 30, down 15, up 70, down 30, up 65, down 66, up 66, and down 50. Okay, there you go. That's the breakdown on EHGO. And every herc and jerk is to a higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Every one of them. EHGO, okay? Closed at 181. What's the news on this stock? It says, Eshalgo locks up exclusive North American rights for Chinese printing supplies maker. Okay. It locks up an exclusive North American rights for Chinese printing supplies maker. All right. EHGO. Next, we want to look at MSS. EHGO was called out by R. Richie B. MSS. Oh boy. MSS. 288 high. Man, I hope you sold it at 288, R. Richie B, if you owned it, because you know on my buy sell sheet, that is the sell number right here. And it whoa. It clearly says here, sell 88, sell the 87, 88, 86, 87, 88. Sell that. Sell that. And now you can see why, can't you? Look at that thing, 288, and they drop it all the way down to what price? 288 to 166. Of course, Savannah. 288 to 166 on MSS. High 288 down to 166. Down $1.22, minus 122. And then from 166, they take it up to 182, 166 to 182. So they took it up 16 cents. And then from 182, they dropped it to 170, down 12. And then from 170, back up to 216. That's 46 cents up. Wow. All right. It looks good right now. It looks good. Triple upside crossover on the 200, on the 1-day chart. Current price, 10-day and 50, crossing the 200 right now. Now, one thing about this number where the 5-day is here, let's put a line right there. See? Listen, guys, I want you to pay attention here. Right here, look, this was a bottom, defined bottom, defined bottom, defined bottom, defined bottom. And now it's breaking that line. And it likely will go to a minimum of here, which is at this point right there. The next line of resistance looks like it's about right there. And then the next line of resistance is right here at this point. The next line of resistance is slightly over that. And then from that number, which is carried out to here as well, it should go up to right here. Let's see, right here, right there. And then the next line of resistance is going to be right here. There's going to be a lot of herking and jerking on this thing. A line of resistance right there. A line of resistance there. I mean, this is just going to be real tough to get through. But once it gets to there, whoa, it starts to break out. And it gets to there and then there. And it gets over that. Folks, if this light blue line crosses this line here, 251 a share, watch out. It's going to rocket. Okay? And be aware of something here. The last time the price was there at 251 on the 5 day, this was at 288. So it's 37 cents higher than where the 5 day reaches. So if the 5 day is here and reaches a resistance point, this could be 37 cents higher. Just keep that in mind. If this 5 day again reaches 251, you should be selling at 288. All right. This is on MSS. Closed at 157 a share, now sitting at a bid of 210, ask 211. All right. But this is a defined line of resistance from the history of it. It was a line of resistance once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. It's a line of resistance. So it's going to be resistance again here. You should have sold when it hit that line right there. It's going to pull back now. Even on a triple crossover, they're going to pull it down. That's MSS. All right. Chances are they're going to pull it down from here, but you never know. It could easily be pulled down from here, though. MSS. What's the news on MSS? Soars nearly 41% after hours. Here's why. Jumped 40% to reach 221 after the bell on Tuesday following an insider trade. Okay. Insider trade. The total value of the two transactions came to $219,000. In a Tuesday Securities and Exchange filing, HRT Financial, a New York-based institutional investor and designated 10% owner, reported two transactions. According to the filing on Monday, HRT Financial sold 20,394 shares at $1.42 per share. This followed the sale of 134,000 shares at the same price the previous week. The total value of the two transactions comes to $219,200, and these transactions trimmed HRT's financial direct stake to 97,488 shares. Mason Solutions has a market capitalization of $1.34 million, a 52-week high of $198, and a 52-week low of $1.24. Wow. Whoa. The relative strength index stands at 37.66. The stock of the Californian specialty grocery retailer has dropped 96% over the past 12 months. Currently, MSS is trading near the low end of its 52-week price range. The small cap stock's long-term trend and weak market position show that it remains under pressure. All right. Okay, folks, there you go. There's the drop I called. It's pulling down. MSS, now the bid is 207. The ask is 208. All right. That one was called out by R. Richie B. Next, we're going to look at AZI. Market's going to open up here in 19 minutes. AZI. Low of 95 cents at 5:30 this morning. Low of 95 cents. Low 0.95 cents. At what time did I say that was? 5:29 a.m. Low of 95. High of $1.55. High $1.55. And that was at what time? 5:30 in 10 minutes. All right. In 9 minutes, it took it to go from 95 cents to $1.55. Then they dropped it to $1.25, basically, so down 30 cents from there. From the $1.55 down 30. Then from $1.27, they took it up to $1.47, so up 30 cents. So down 30, then up 30. Down 30, up 30, down 30 again from $1.47. They took it back down to $1.20, down 27 cents. So now we've seen from the high down 30, up 30, down 27, then only up from this price 120. They could only take it up to 120, only up 7. So you know it's going to fall there. Only up 7. Yes, because you've got it going up 30 and then up 27 and now only up 7. And then the fall from 127 is to 22 cents down. Down 22. Then from 115, they take it back up to 130, up 24 cents. And then from there, at 139, they take it down 20 cents. From there, at 119, it reaches 122, only up 3 cents. Then down 4 cents. Down 4. And then from there, at 118, they took it up to up 8 cents. All right. And then they, from 126, they pulled it down to 118, down 8 cents. AZI. All right. What's the news on AZI? Receives investment of $30 million from multiple investors. All right. AZI, $30 million from multiple investors. Okay, got it. Next, let's take a look at one called out by, all these were called out by the same individual. Now we're going to look at AZI was Jayhawk's call. Now we're going to look at TGL by R. Richie B. TGL. Huh. Wow. I think I'm going to avoid this one. TGL. Treasure Global stock soars over 31% after hours. Here's what's going on. Shares jumped 31% in after hours to $3.50 Tuesday following a Securities and Exchange Commission filing that disclosed the innovative Malaysian e-commerce platform entered a 2 million software enhancement agreement. Okay, 2 million software enhancement agreement. All right. That's not going to do it for me. I'm not going to be getting in TGL or Richie B. Next, YJ, called out by R. Richie B. YJ. Aha. Holy smokes. Started at 172, hit 630 a share. Whoa. YJ. Close 172. High 630. High of 630 achieved at what time? At 829. Another one at 829 hitting the high. The other one was at 5:29 a.m. So this one was at 8:29 a.m. hitting the high. And I just want to look at something here. 231 down to $2. 30-cent drop. $2 up to 268. 68-cent rise. 268 to 240. 28-cent drop. 240 to 290. 50-cent rise. From 293 down to 214, a 70-cent drop. 214 to 234, a 20-cent rise. 234 down, then down 34 cents. 34 cents. 208. 208, then it goes up to 258, a 50-cent rise, and then back down to 235, a 15-cent drop, a 50-cent rise, 15-cent drop. And keep a track of this, folks. So this is what I'm going to do here. It had a up, this is YJ, up 50. Okay, so it was up 50 to 256, and then it dropped to 232. So 24-cent drop, 50-cent rise, 24-cent drop. From 232, it went up to 302. That's a 70-cent rise, up 70. And then how much did it fall? From 302, it fell to 266, of course. 34, 36-cent drop. From there, 266, it rose to 353. That's an 87-cent rise. From 353, it dropped to 308 again, Savannah. 358 to 308, so it's a 45-cent drop. And then from 308, it went up to 388, up 70 cents. From 388, it dropped to 358. It's actually a 355, a 33-cent drop. From there, how much did it go up? From 355 up to 443, 445, we'll say. That's a 90-cent rise. From there, it dropped to 30 cents. And from there, ladies and gentlemen, a price of 408 again. It went from 408 to 630. 608 would be $2. So 222 up. And from 630, they dropped it to 472. They dropped it $1.50. From there, 472, they took it up to 572, up $1. From 573, they took it down $1. Oh my gosh, down $1. Then they took it up $1. You can tell from 474 they took it up to, I'm sorry, not that much. They took it up to 530. So they took it up 60 cents. Up 60. Up 60. And then from there, they took it down from 542. They took it down to the 50-day average, 480, down 60 cents. And from there, at 480, they took it up to 650. Well, they actually took it up here to 630, 480, 580. They took it up $1.50, up 150. And from there, at 631, they dropped it 90 cents. Wow. And from there, 543, they took it up to 650, up $1.08, up $1.08. So this stock this morning closed yesterday at 172. It had a high of $6.30 at 829 this morning. Then it went up 50, down 24, up 70, down 36, up 87, down 45, up 70, down 33, up 90, down 30, up $2.22, down $1.50, up $1, down $1, up 60, down 60, up $1.50, down 90, and up $1.08. Wow. And then from the 650, they dropped it back down to, dropped it 60 cents. 60 is a common drop. I like it a lot. YJ. I'm probably going to day trade this one. YJ. I'm going to put an asterisk beside it. YJ. All right, next. And what is the news on this stock that's making it do this? YJ. Yunji to report its first half 2026 financial results August 20th. Well, that's tomorrow, folks. Somebody might have got tipped off on what their earnings are going to be tomorrow, it looks like. All right. Okay, man, we're making our way down the list. Next one called out by R. Richie B, GDC. And look at the herk and jerk on this thing, folks. Holy smokes. Low of 172, up 14 cents, down 6 cents to 181, then up to 196, up 15 cents, down 10 cents, up 10 cents, 194 down to down 13 cents, up 10 cents, down 6 cents, up 6 cents, down 6 cents, up 6 cents, down 10 cents to 184, then goes up to 202, up 18 cents, 202 back down to 188, down 14 cents. A lot of herking and jerking on this thing, but a steadily rising 200-day average. And I want to choose this tool here to show you the high resistance line, which is right there, and the low resistance line, which is right here. Okay? This is where they're trading on an upward trend. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. Okay? Sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. All right? GDC. And now I'm going to go over to my monitor, and I want to look at the stock I took a hit on yesterday, CDTG. I'm up 160 on it now. Trade CDTG. And I'm shorting it at $3.50 a share. The price is at $2.87, so I'm going to buy here. I'm buying right now. I'm shorting it here, and I'm up 165 on this position right now. And it's CDTG. And I want to try to buy it at 280, try to buy it at 277. I'm shorting 255 shares. Try and buy it at 269. I'm shorting 255 shares. I just got out, and my short position is at 350 a share. I'm shorting at 350, and I just bought at 272, and I'm up $142 on this position today right now. And I want to get out, buy it at 266. I'm shorting 135 shares. I just bought it at 266. Now I sold it at 350, and I'm buying it back at 266 now. And I'm going to try to buy it at 260 now. 261. Yep, 261. And I'm going to make my money back on this stock that I lost so much on yesterday, folks. Now, by the way, IPST, and I'm going to buy it at market here now. 261 I got. Now I'm shorting 15 shares. Buy at market again. And I'm up 156 on this. And I just went long, folks. I just took up a long position, and my long position is at 269 a share. And I'm going to try to buy it at 272. And I just bought it at 269. And the stock I'm trading here, ladies and gentlemen, is CDTG. CDTG. Now, I want to show you, guys, I'm sorry if I don't get a chance to look at everybody's call outs this morning. We had so many of them. Let's just take a quick look across here, the board. And I want to try to buy here. 50 shares at, and I see the bid is 274. The ask is 294. So I'm going to try to buy 274, 277, try to buy 279. Now, CDTG, I want to show you this real quick. CDTG. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware of what I'm doing here. CDTG, and I'm going to look at the 5-day chart. Please be aware that this has been a low right here before, okay? Right there was the low, and there was a low here, and they re-achieved that low this morning right there, okay? Now, here's what I want you to understand. If this blue 5-day comes back up and crosses this line, it's likely going to run all the way up to right here, okay? This is your first line of resistance right there, okay? That's the line. Okay, and this is CDTG, CDTG, CDTG. Now, I want you to see, looking at this chart right here, CDTG, I want you to be aware of something. Look at the 20-day chart. This stock yesterday went all the way up to here, and then it got attacked down big time. But why did it stop right there? Why did they stop it there? I'll tell you why. Because if it went over this price, it was going to go way, way higher. And I can tell you that by looking at the 180-day chart. And I'm here to show you right now, ladies and gentlemen, if it would have broken this line, it was going to go all the way up to right here, folks. Okay? And they knew that. That's why they attacked it so hard on this triple upside crossover. When it got there, they knew that if it broke this line, that it was going to jump all the way up to there. And they knew it was going to do that. So that's why they came at it so hard and tried to flush people out before the real run up, okay? This stock traded 30 million shares yesterday, everyone, okay? And now I'm up 177 on it today. And I'm going to, and right now I see the bid is 283. The ask is 297. So I'm going to come up to 283, 284. And I'm going to try to buy 50 shares at 285, 286. CDTG, ladies and gentlemen, it's my trading strategy. Yep. Okay, EHGO, I got it. Okay. Now, you guys give me a second here. And I just bought 286 on CDTG. If you guys just give me a moment here, I need to get logged on to my account, my YouTube channel so I can see. Because sometimes you guys are making comments and it gives me this weird thing and I can't actually see the symbol. And I just bought 278 on CDTG. 278. And right now I'm going to click on this. And now I'm streaming and I'm going to get on everybody's comments over here. I want to thank you all for being here. U.S. Army Home Services, CDTG. Let's go. TNON is off to the races, says Perry. TNON. And that thing's been radical this morning. TNON. It's been up way up and way down. So let's go see it now. TNON. We're going to look at the chart. TNON. All right, I see it. Hey, folks, if it jumps over this line of resistance right here, the blue 5-day, it's going to go up to here. And that price is $12.69. $12.69. Okay? TNON. If the 5-day average can get over this line, it's going to jump up to this line. TNON. Bid is 1231. Now the bid is 1221. Now the bid is 1224. Now the bid is 1222. Now the bid is, and this stock is up 128%. The bid is 1235. The 1244 is the bid. Now the bid is 1257. Now the bid is 1257. Now the bid is 1252, 1247, 1246. The bid is now 1246. The bid is 1240. The bid is 1240. TNON. Jump, baby, jump. I am also onto MSS this morning. Okay? Let's go to the 1-day chart. 1306 high, huh? And now we're at 1276. 1267. 1250. Hold on that one. TNON. I learned my lesson about buying a stock up 130% yesterday. That's for sure. That's what was going on with this. All right, let's take a look at YJ. I want to look at YJ. YJ. Taking it down to this line right here. We've seen resistance right here, folks. There's been resistance there before. Look for that line to be the resistance line, folks. Watch the 5-day here. If it comes down to this line, that'll be a good place to buy because the 200's rising to that point. And 449, 451, 446. YJ. YJ. What was the catalyst for this? Report first half. So they haven't even reported their earnings yet, and they took off. They're going to report earnings tomorrow. Reporting earnings tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to hold off on this one. I'm going to look back here at stock CAST that was pretty radical this morning. CAST. And they have dropped it down to right here. It's never stopped there before, so don't get in on this yet. It could still fall all the way down to here, folks. Don't get in on this yet. It's never stopped. Well, right there it stopped once and rose. Right there, it did stop here once before, but I think it's going to go to there. CAST. Please hold on. Nothing yet. Now we're going to look at EHGO. EHGO. And this is a line of resistance. Ladies and gentlemen, look right here. Stopped right there from rising. Stopped right there from rising. Stopped from rising. Stopped from rising. And here, taking the price down to it now. So THGO, it's up 27%. EHGO, this is going to be my first trade here, really. EHGO. And I'm going to pick it up right here on this bottom down here. 228 if I can. I'm trying to buy 228. All these numbers, going to try to buy them. THGO. And our first buy is at 234. THGO. Trying to buy at the bottom of this wall. Look at all the volume already bought from 250 up to 263 today. So I'm trying to buy 20 cents below where all that just bought. THGO. There we go. THGO. Okay, next, EHGO. 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 And this has been very radical. Up 80 cents, down 57, up 47, down 38, up 30, down 18, up 30, down 15, up 70, down 30, up 65, down 66, up 66, down 50. Man, this thing has been very radical this morning in the pre-market. EHGO, just so you know. EHGO. All right, the next one. Let's go over and look at our other one. Monitor. SLE. Chart. SLE. Wish I would have sold this one yesterday. I was too busy with that other stock. SLE. And by the way, take a look at SLE, folks. Look at this bottom achieved right there once. Look at the bottom achieved there twice. Look at the bottom achieved there 3 times, 4-time bottom. And here we are now, 5 times on this line. And this is SLE, trade, SLE. And I'm going to come in on this right now, SLE. And my dollar cost average is $4.93. So I'm going to come in right here and buy it at market. And I'm going to buy it at market again, SLE. buy it again. And my dollar cost average is 491 on this. It was just down to 470. Now it's at 484. And there's been some buying up here at 515 on it this morning. 515. And it is rising now. SLE. And my dollar cost average is now 490. SLE. There we go. Slowly and steadily rising. Nice. SLE. I just picked up quite a few shares of that. Okay. Monitor. Let's look here now at hold on. CDTG. I'm up 132 on it right now. 132. XOS. Let's take a look at XOS chart. XOS. And I want to back this out so I can see this better. SLE. Listen, folks, this SLE, I mean, this thing has been trading from this low to this high, to this low, to this high, to this low, to this high, to this low again. SLE. SLE, all right? And I just went up on it. I'm up 27.40 since I opened the position. And my dollar cost average is 490, and it's at 492 right now. 495. I'm going to sell 495. I'm going to sell 497, 499. I'm going to sell $5. Here we go. We're going to start selling right now. I'm up $104 since I opened this position. Now it's down $392 today, but I'm up on it $164 since I opened this position. And I'm going to sell it all the way up to 508. SLE. I just got through buying it at 478, 479, 480, 81. SLE. What else we got here? Man, a lot of people calling out stocks this morning. Good Lord. Look at Jayhawk. Look at all these stocks being called out. Let's look at VRAX right now. VRAX. Approaching its high of the day, so I would not be buying it here. VRAX. And the stock is up 41%, so no way. Nope, nope, nope. No, thank you. VRAX. I do not want to buy there. Look at him dropping that thing now. I'll try to buy here at 351, 355, 360, 361, VRAX. There we go. Just bought it at 358. VRAX. Just got it at 358, and now I'm up $8 on it. VRAX. Very nice buys there. VRAX. Looking good, folks. VRAX. I'm up $13, $14 on it. I just bought it at the low there. Let's try to buy 365, 366. Let's try to buy there for sure. 369 VRAX. Let's try to buy 371 here. Buy it at market right here. Golly, man, look at it rocket, man, after I just bought it. I'm up $21 on it right now. My dollar cost average is 366. VRAX. Monitor. XOS. Let's go look at charts on XOS right now. 1 day chart on XOS. XOS. Wow, look at that bottom right there. Woo-hoo! XOS trade. Come on in. The water's fine. Buy at market. 335. Let's try and get that. 337. Come on, baby. Let me get some shares here right now. There we go. 336. 336. Just bought XOS at 336. Just got it again there. This stock is now down 24%. So, folks, they just triggered the 20% stop losses, and that's what made it fall 24% because they just triggered 20% stop losses. And the stock is XOS. Somebody wants it here. Somebody wants it here to accumulate it right now. XOS. Looking to put it in a 335.99 there. XOS, I just got it at 335. XOS. I'm down on this today, $268, and I'm going to buy it here and lower my dollar cost average. My dollar cost average price is 372. It was 408. Now it's 369. And the high already up here, folks, on this stock this morning, the stock was already at 409 this morning, 409. So they've really knocked the crap out of this down. 409. Going to buy it now at 329, 328. I'm looking to buy this on the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of buyers already from 344 up to 350, and a lot of buyers up here at 388, 389, 390. A lot of buyers that bought there on the ask. So the price is 50 cents down here now. Let's see if they can get it down to 320 or 322. I just bought it at 326. And this is XOS. XOS. There we go. And my dollar cost average on it is $3.59 a share. And here they come. Let's see if they can get all the way down to 320. I learned a lesson yesterday about that stock what was it? CDTG. Let's look at it now. CDTG. Ah, very nice. I'm up 185 on it now. And I want to sell it. My dollar cost average is 272. And I got to buy it down as low as around 261 a little bit ago. So let's come on up here, try and buy it. The bid right now is 275. So let's try and buy it at 276. And let's try and buy it on my DCA at 277. And try and buy it now at 278. And it just hit 299, which I sold already. So we'll try and sell there again at 299. And let's go look at our monitor now. And SLE, trade SLE. Oh, yeah, knocking it down to 460. Nice. 461, 2, 3, 4, 5, 466. Buy at market here now. SLE. Nice. 467. My dollar cost average is 485 on this stock. SLE. There we go. Good, 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 good. SLE. Folks, look at the chart on this. SLE. Right now, look at SLE. Hold on. SLE. And I just bought XOS at 322, 321. SLE, I just got at 461. SLE. Oh, yeah, very bottom here. Look at this bottom, folks. And they just got this down here to this point right here. And I'm going to come over here and show you the lows that have been achieved already on this stock. And you can clearly see right here where this low is. This has been a substantiated low many times. Now, they have taken it yesterday even lower down to this point, okay? Down to here. But I want you to know this line right here, where they just took it to, where the 5-day is now, that has been a low many times. It has been a low once there, once there, once there, once there. Once there for a long time, they held it there. Once there, and now there again. And I just sold CDTG at $3, 303. All right. Trade. CDTG. CDTG. Oh, yeah, 308. Woo. And the bid is 292. The ask is 314. And now I'm up $247 on this position today. CDTG. CDTG. Try and buy it at 292. Try and buy it at 288. Try and buy it at 295. Try and buy it at 297, 298. Gonna sell it here. Gonna sell it at 30 shares at 311 and 309, 307. Just sold 307. Just sold 309. Gonna sell 313 now. I'm up 247 on this position. I just bought SLE at 458. Trying to get it at its lowest price of the day, 458. And now we're going to try to buy up here. There we go. Now we're going to sell it at 411. This is CDTG. Now we're going to sell it at 315. Sell it at 319. Buy it at 307. Buy it at 308. CDTG, man, it's going to take a long time for me to make my money back that I lost on this yesterday, but I'm going to. Now let's look at IPST just for kicks and IP. I just sold 322, 325. Woohoo! All right. And now I've got 11 shares left. I'm going to sell 10 shares here at 330. My buyback is at 308, 309. I'll come in at 310 on it. CDTG. Let me get down here. I'm sorry I haven't seen all of your guys' comments. Whoa, I saw a valuable. All right, NAMM. Curious about your opinion. NAMM. No, I don't like it. It's trading in way too tight of a range. You're talking a 6-cent range. Why would you even bother with that? It's not a day trade stock at all. Sorry, but that is not a day trade stock. NAMM. It's not for me. NAMM. NAMM. Enter. Now, it does look in a position where it could bounce here and make a move to the upside, so I like that, but it's definitely not a day trade stock. It's not moving enough. It's just not moving enough. It's in a good position now to pick some shares up for a nice continued run up on this triple crossover. But let's take a look at the longer term chart, 180 day. This thing is collapsing, my friend. The 200 day is just falling and falling and falling and falling and falling and falling. And every single time it's tried to make a run, it's fallen off the 200, falling off the 200, falling off the 200, falling near the 200. It's just going to keep doing that, my friend. Nope, not for me. No, no, no. Nope. I appreciate your contribution though, and that does get your name on the drawing list here. Okay, so we're going to be having a drawing on Friday, and your name just got added to it for that generous donation. Thank you, Tim Hack. Tim Hack. Tim Hack 2259. Thank you for your contribution, but I would, it may make a little move off this, but if it gets up here to the price of 144, you better be selling it, my friend. 144 is the sell, okay? 144 is the sell. I appreciate the call out, though, but 144 is the sell. All right, Gary Inwards. DTREF looking very cheap as a long hold. Oversold like CELH. Got it. Tim Hack, no, it's not going to go. That's not going to move. PLS, could you look up NAMM? Got it. I just did. AMC, but has low volume. Okay, got it. Today is another good day. Buckle up. MSS, JP Panic is calling. MSS, let's take a look at it on the chart. MSS, let's look at the long-term chart first. Enter. Now the 1 day. Kissing the ET right now. MSS, kissing the ET. Now let's look at the 5 day. Oh, man, I like it, man. MSS. Look where this 5 day is right here. It needs to get over this line. It got to get over this line. And that price is 233. It's got to get over 233. Then it's got a chance to make a nice move. And I'll buy a little bit of it. MSS, trade. MSS. And I want to try to buy it at the bottom of this wall. So I'm going to try 233, and I'll come in for 50 shares, 233, 234, 235, 236, and it's taking off right now. Of course, as soon as I start to try to buy the it goes off like a banshee. As soon as I jump over to it to start buying it, it goes off like a freaking rocket ship. And folks, it's already got a lot of buyers up here in the 260s and 270s. And the high already today has been 312. 312, Savannah. 313 would have been where you'd sell it. 311, 312, 313. And now she's making her move back up. MSS, I want to thank you for calling it out. Thank you for calling that out. MSS. As soon as I got over to it, look at the thing freaking rocketing now, folks. Gosh, dang it, man. They're just running it from me now. I just bought it at 257, buying it again. Just running the thing from me. Just absolutely running it from me. Absolutely running it from me. All right, well, we'll see what happens with it by the end of the day. MSS, good call out. I like it. I like it. Chart, MSS. Boy, I tell you what, if that 5 day goes over this point right here, we're gone. Yeah, she's already there. So that looks very strong. MSS 312 for a high this morning. MSS VRAX. All right, let's go over to it. VRAX. Oh man, dadgummit, man. I bought it at 360. Jeez, oh Pete's. MSS, I just bought it 248. VRXS, I just bought it 344. 345. VRAX, let's look at the chart on it. VRAX. Oh, man, that thing's falling, dude. That thing's already hit the high. You should have just sold it, not be shouting about it. VRAX. Well, I tell you what, buy it on the 200, buy it on the 200, buy it on the 200, okay? But man, look at them trying to take this 5-day down now. They're just dropping this thing right now, VRAX. Just got it at 346. A lot of buyers here at 350 and 353 already. SLE. And I'm up 269 now on CDTG. SLE's the one killing me. And I just bought it at 455. Now I'm going to buy a 457, 458, 459, 460. And my dollar cost average is 478. This thing's already been up to freaking 508, I think. 517 this morning. It's already been up to 517. So I'm trying to lower my dollar cost average on this stock. My dollar cost average is 478. And I just dropped it to 477. SLE. And I tell you what, there's a lot of collecting going on here at this price. There's a lot of nutsack in this thing here right now at 460, 461, 459. A nice little satchel building. And there's even more buyers up here at 486, 487, 490 range. Bigger buyers. And I just bought MSS at 243. Oh my God. MSS is falling now too. Man, you guys. God dang, MSS. The essays are Labacy, Grand Rising, Jazzy Creations. What does that mean? Oh my God. MSS, I just bought it 241. That thing is collapsing. MSS 235 now. God dang, 221. Oh my God. Who called this out? MSS. Oh my God. R. Richie B. Oh my God. Is it another one, R. Richie B, like your CDTG? Oh my God, man. You are picking some real fallers here lately. What the hell? 217? Are you shitting me? God. Oh, geez. 2 days in a row. R. Richie B picking the one to short. Picking the stock to short. Jeez. Holy smokes. God. R. Richie B, are you calling these stocks out because I'm supposed to short them? Oh, man. Am I misinterpreting your call outs? I'm supposed to be shorting them, right? God. Jeez. Man, that one you called out yesterday sure slaughtered my ass, man. And looks like a repeat of the same thing. I'm almost scared to even get any more of it at all. Should I just wait for this to fall now to $1.99? Is that what you're predicting? It's going to go from where I just bought it at 243. It's going to go all the way down to $1.99. Holy crap. Man, MSS. Well, this thing's been a high of 288 down to 166, down $1.22 at 166. Then it went, yeah, the low today on this stock was $1.66 MSS. Then it went up 16, then down 12, then up 46 cents. MSS. Good Lord. Well, the low in the daytime session is $1.91. But ladies and gentlemen, this thing was at 166 this morning in the pre-market. 166. Good Lord, they may even take it down there again. Who knows? Back down to 217 now. How low is it going to go, R. Richie B? How low is this stock you just called out going to drop today? Because the one you called out yesterday dropped $4 a share. Dropped $4 from when you called it out. Dive right in. We've got Goliath memberships available. Yes. Well, I'm done with this thing. I don't know how much lower they're going to take it. I just bought it at 217. It's just red, 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 red. And I am going to get my dollar cost average down below this big wall of buyers right here. I'm going to get my DCA down below this and all these. And all these, I'm going to get it below there. That's what I'm trying to do, is get my DCA down below there. That's my desire right now. Get my dollar cost average down to 233. And this is on MSS. MSS, right? Yes, MSS. mRNA is making bank, folks. Yep. Oh, man. Well, I just dropped my dollar cost average down below where all these buyers already bought above me. And all these buyers bought up here above me at 260, 263. So that's good. There's a lot of buyers way above this price, folks. A lot of them. Now, did they buy all those shares so they could just sell them? And did they short it there? Did all of them start short selling it here? Were they short selling it here? Yes, they were short selling it here, you can see. And right here, all that's dark. So they were short selling it big time. And just the question is, where will they take it down to where they cover the short position and start running it back up? And right now, she's starting to move. And this is MSS, ladies and gentlemen. I'm buying MSS. I've now got about $2,500 worth of this stock. MSS. And someone's intent on collecting as much as they can at $222 a share. Along with me, they're going to buy with me $222, $221. And now we can pick up some $220 and $219 maybe. And my dollar cost average just keeps dropping. My dollar cost average is now $231 a share. I'm only down $140 on this, so I'm not down huge on it. But they've been sitting here a long time on this. A long time they've been sitting right here. When will it turn and go? There she goes. There she goes, folks. She just took her turn. She just turned. This thing is bottomed out. That was at the bottom was at $2.17 this morning, right now. And now she's turning upwards. There she goes. She's at 238. I'm sorry, 228. Very nice. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to go over my dollar cost average now. I'm only down $46. And the stock I'm trading here is MSS. MSS. A lot of buyers up here at 236 to 243, and many buyers at 255 to 265. Okay, and even buyers at 271, 274, and buyers at 282 to 285. And there's a lot of buyers up there, folks. There's a lot of buyers way higher than where I just got in, and that's on MSS. All right, thank you for calling that out this morning. That one was called out by R. Richie B. R. Richie B. Thank you for calling that one out this morning, R. Richie B. And now I'm going to get over here to my monitor page, and XOS is the only one I'm really down on. SLE is starting to come back up. Chart SLE. Take a look at it, folks. And look at that VRAX that everybody was shouting about. Look at that thing just get slaughtered down. VRAX. Oh, my God. Jeez. Everybody had a siren by that thing. Man, that thing was going to run, they said. VRAX. Jayhawk was shouting it out, and Jayhawk calls it out again now. And it just keeps falling, Jayhawk. Why are you shouting out red sirens on that? Are you trying to tell me now's the time to buy it when I bought it at $3.53? VRAX. God dang, man. My dollar cost average is $3.48 on this thing. Now it's down to $3.16. God. It actually dropped all the way down to $3. What is the news on this stock that has y'all all fired up about it? Why? Why are you so fired up on this? Virex Biolabs and Transcoal Therapeutics interviews to air nationally on the Red Chip Small Stocks Big Money Show on CNBC. Is that what's got y'all fired up because they're going to be on television? Files prospectus for offering 1.68 million shares. Oh, God. That was on the 24th. Oh, gosh, guys. Well, I'm just going to keep buying it here since you got the siren on it and you think this is a good place. My dollar cost average is now $3.43 a share. It's right in the middle of this massive wall of buyers up here. There's a massive wall of buyers that have bought this higher, and I'm in the middle of it. 343 is my DCA. And MSS just fell back down from 228 to 220 again. Oh, my God. VRAX. Why should I buy it here, guys? Well, let's go up here and look at this line. Why should I be buying VRAX here? All right. The reason is because this was a low resistance line here and it started to move, then dropped. Here it was a low there and popped. Here it was a low there and popped. Here it was a low a little higher and popped. And now they're here again. They're here again. And by the way, notice the last time they were here, the price was only here. The fall was to there. Now, this time, and I'm going to show it to you so you understand. The last time, God dog it, man, put a line there. The last time they got the 5-day to drop to here, the price was only to there. Now they got the 5-day to drop to here again, and the price is all the way freaking down here. That's a sign of weakness, folks. When you see the 5-day here, and then the price dropped to there, and now the 5 days here, and the price drops to there, that's a sign of weakness. Now, that being said, it does look like the 5-day is going to rise off here. And there's one other thing I want you to notice. The first time they dropped it to here, look where the 200-day average was. And look where the 50-day was. Now they drop it to here again, and look where the 200 is. It's up above, and the 50's way up here. That's why I just bought it there, and I think you're good to call it out there, Jayhawk. I like it. VRAX. So I'm going to buy it here again. And I'm going to buy it again. And I'm going to buy it again at 317.5 if I can. VRAX. There we go. Got it at 318 there. Now I got it at 317. Now I got it. God dang. Oh my gosh, Jayhawk. 309. God dang, guys. When is this going to stop? 312. 314. Is this the final collapse of it? I'm down $456 on this. Hey, honey bunny.
Hey, what happened with the one stock?
I'm up on it this morning, 297.
So it went back up?
It's going back up, yep.
But you sold everything, right?
God dang. Yeah, I sold it almost all.
So
I got a lot of cash to buy with this morning, that's for sure. Right now, I've still got 15,000 cash to buy with. And my dollar cost average on this VRAX is now at 330 a share, as they just tried to wipe it out down to 308. I just bought it at 309, and now it's at 319. So
did you ask everybody who would all bought it?
I have not asked. No, I didn't. All right, let's go over here and see how much I'm down today now. Yikes. SLE, what a collapse of SLE too. Man, oh man. Charting SLE now. SLE. SLE. Where's the bottom on SLE? Is that going to be it right there? Why could that be the bottom? Let's take a look at this on a 10-day, 20-day chart. SLE. Sorry about that, guys. Can't hear you. Yeah, I see it. SLE. Folks, SLE, I just want you to see, look at the 200-day line. Look at the 50 and 45, and look at them just drop the price right to the 50-day there, right to the 50-day. And this thing's going to bounce off that most likely, folks, because look at the 200 rising and the 50 and 45 rising. And that's why I'm buying it here now, right now at this low. And I'm trying to buy it at 430 price, 431. And I've still got 14,000 to invest here. SLE. Yep. And I'm looking to get it at the bottom with all the other collectors here. 431, 433. And the reason I'm buying here, folks, is because I have a buy sell sheet. And on this buy sell sheet, it says buy back 30, 31, 33. That's why I'm buying here right now. That's why I'm buying here. 30, 31, 33. It's one of my favorite numbers to buy shares. And right now I'm buying it at 430 a share, where they've had a whole 926 shares for sale. 926 times 430. That's right. 926 shares is what they've had at this price. Keep in mind that up here, they were buying 45,000, 46,000, 43,000, 45,000, and down here, 900. All right, 900, folks. That's why I'm buying here. SLE. And she just rose from 430 up to 434. I'm going to continue to buy here. Again, at the low of the day, 430, they've only had now 1,600 shares at 430. Folks, you're talking about $6,000 worth of this stock here. That's all it is at 430, $6,000. Just staying on it. And now she's risen to 434. This is minuscule share quantity driving it down. Look, you're looking at one share sell orders, one share sell, one share, one share, one share, one share. Look over here and see. Look at this. One share sell orders, one share, one share, one share. 430, one share. 10 shares, 430. Look at that. Just to get there. And at 430 now, they've got 4,800 shares there. And listen, I'm not the only one buying here. Look at this buyer that just came in right there at 430. I'm not the only one buying here, that's for sure. Jayhawk. Jayhawk, you picking GDC because it's collapsing? Is this the time to short GDC? Man, that thing's at the high of the day right now. No freaking way. Nope. I'll let you stick with that. High of the day is not a place to buy. Buy the lows. Buy the lows, folks. SLE, folks. Let's look at the 5-day chart. SLE. And folks, I'm buying it right here on this rising 200-day average. Just climbing. This is their perfect place to buy, folks. They're trying to get it below the 200 where I'm buying now. Okay? SLE. God. 418 now on it. And there has been No shares here sold at 425. No shares sold at 426. No shares sold at 421. None. None at all, folks. None at all. No shares sold at these numbers down here. None. And now she's back up to 428. Look down here. Look at them trying to manipulate it down with no shares at all at 423. No shares at all at 421. They just wanted to buy it at 420, folks, and they bought 18,000 shares there at 420. That was their coordinated number to get it to 420. And they bought 18,000 shares there. But at 421, no shares were sold. 422, only 400. 423, no shares sold at 423. Well, actually, just 100 shares there at 422. Folks, that's why I'm buying here. That's why I'm buying here. Because when I see manipulation down like that to 420 and I see so few shares here, man, that tells me market manipulating 101, baby. And I'm going to buy with everybody else that's at 420. And my dollar cost average now is 453, well below that big wall that bought earlier today. And the stock I'm buying is SLE. 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 Oh, and there's the KY flag at 423.17. There's the KY at 423.17. Put a little KY on it. 423.17. Why? At 423, 600 shares bought only. SLE, folks. And now we're at 431.50. Here we go. SLE, folks. 431.50. 433 now. SLE. 429. And my dollar cost average is now 451 a share. 451. And look how briefly they ran it down here into the 413s and 414s. And folks, even at 413, they only had 200 shares. You better look here. This is the stock I'm talking about, SLE. At 413, they had 200 shares. At 414, 300. At 415, 304. At 416, none. 417, none. 418, 4,000. 419, 2,000. 420, 18,000 bought at 420. And here at 421, 400. 422, 500. 423, 682. Man, that is nothing, folks. That is nothing. That is virtually nothing. And down here, all of these very, very thin lines you can barely see. You can barely see them. And the stock is SLE. SLE. Super League Enterprise beat estimates on 8/14. They beat estimates big time. Their EPS was $1, beats a $1.67 estimate. Sales 300 million, missed 303.4 estimate. Missed on sales. Well, look at that. It's at 427 now after I just got to buy all those shares at 413, 414, 416, 417. And my dollar cost average is 451 a share on this stock. SLE. And I'm going to show you the chart again. SLE. And the reason I went in so heavy just then is because I wanted to accumulate below the 200-day moving, rising 200-day average. Man, look at the 45 and 50-day rising there, folks. And today was just a fleece out, a fleece out. And I just bought it right there, folks, right there at that number, right there. 407 a share. What do you know, Savannah? They got it to 408. And now the price is 425 bid, 430 ask. They got it to go down to 408, folks, their favorite number to buy. 408. And look at here. Just day before yesterday, the price was at $7.37. And I just bought it in the 410s, 412s. SLE's the only thing I'm down on this morning, really. And MSS is still not doing that good. Let's look at the one-day chart on MSS now. MSS. All right, there's the bottom. It finally got to the bottom. Not even close to the bottom this morning in pre-market. Look at the bottom in pre-market right there, folks. And then the next low was right there. And then the next low was here, right there. Then the next low was right here. And they got it there once this morning, and they just hit that low again twice. All right, that was it. And now the recovery. And this is the stock MSS. MSS, ladies and gentlemen, I'm showing it to you now. You can do, I provide, you decide. MSS. MSS. They got it down below the 200-day, just like they did SLE. MSS up 29% today. MSS. The news is that the stock soared nearly 41% in after hours. Here's why. MSS. MSS jumped 40% after the bell on Tuesday following an insider buying. Insider buying, folks. Insider trading. MSS. Because of insider trading, it's up 30%. Trade, MSS. And don't look now, but SLE's at 432. Oh, yeah. After just hitting 413, 414, where I bought it and bought a lot, and my dollar cost average is only 451 now. SLE. And now here's MSS. My dollar cost average is 229, and I want it below there, so I'm going to buy it market, especially at 208. I'm going to buy the crap out of it here, and I want to get my dollar cost average down below where everyone bought this. I want my DCA below this massive wall of buying. I want my DC there below that. So I'm going to buy here at 207, 208. And I'm going to get my dollar cost all the way down to 216 on this stock right now. And right now it's at 226. My DCA is at 225 now. And I'm going to keep buying it. My DCA is now at 224. And I'm going to buy this 206, 206, right along with everybody else that's buying the shit out of it, 207. I'm buying some more here now, 209, and it's MSS. And I got my dollar cost average now down to 223, and I'm going to keep buying this MSS. I'm buying it at 208 now, 208 MSS. I just got my dollar cost average down to 222. Now I'm buying it at 209, 208, 207. Look at them throw in the KY flag at 207.92 there. 207.92 KY flag comes in. And my dollar cost average is now 220 a share. And I'm going to get it down to 216. I'm going to keep buying this till my DCA is at 216. And right now it has dropped to 219. And I'm going to keep buying it here at this price until my dollar cost average is 216 a share. And I'm going to keep buying it here at 207, 207. And everybody knows this is on my buy sell sheet. This is a buyback number. And my dollar cost average is now at 218. And I'm going to keep buying it until my dollar cost average is down below that big wall of buyers. And I'm buying it right now. You can see there's my DCA, and I'm about to drop it down below this wall of massive buying, okay? And that's why I'm filling the boat here at 207, 207 and a half. And I just got, 207 and a half just got filled even more. And now my dollar cost average is down to 217. And I want to thank all of you market manipulators for letting me get my dollar cost average down below where everybody bought the crap out of it up here. Everybody bought hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares here, folks. Hundreds of thousands of shares were bought up here. Hundreds of thousands. And now my dollar cost average is down below where the hundreds of thousands of shares were bought. Not where the Mickey Mouse number of shares were bought here, but where the hundreds of thousands were bought. Understand? That's why I'm feeling here even more. Even more. I want my dollar cost average to get down to 213 here. And what do you know? I just bought it at 205, 204, 205, 204, 205, 204. And my dollar cost average is dropping. Now it's at 205 again, now 206. And this is going to be the end of the rigmarole. And my dollar cost average is now at 215 a share. 215 a share. And by the way, look here at this 204. It's the least number of shares acquired right there. 204, 202, 203. I mean, it's the smallest number of shares. Look how many were just bought at 207, 208, and how many were bought up here in the 220s to 230s. Look at all the shares bought up here in the 230s to 248 range. Look at the mountainous number of shares bought up there in the 240s. Good Lord, look at all those shares bought up there. And now they're trying to get one more little molehill down here at 207, 208. That's all they got is a little freaking anthill down here compared to all the buying up above. And I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to 213, ladies and gentlemen, because of these manipulators. And look at the buy now. Look at them throw in a 205.92, trying to buy 205.92, 204 again, 203. And there has been so few shares here, folks. So few shares here. You're talking so few. 181,000 here. And up here, 1 million, 1 million. Up here, 1 million, 1 million. And down here, 200,000 is all they can come up with. Good Lord, $2 now, $1.99. Oh my gosh. And this is the stock that I'm buying here is MSS. MSS. Insider buying, folks, is what's got this thing taking off. Insider buying. Insider buying. And I'm just buying all I can. I just got all I could at $1.99. Just getting it at $1.99 now. And my dollar cost average, thank you, market makers, because you got my DCA down to 213 almost. 213. I just hit 213. Now, I'm not going to buy any more of this because my dollar cost average is 213. Okay? And 197's. And the low today already was 191, where they had a whole 9,000 shares. And they had 12,000 at 192, and 30,000 at 193, and 63 at 194, and 71 at 195, and 171,000 at 196. And I just got through buying it at 199. 199, and my dollar cost average is $2.13, and I really want to get it to 213 even. It's at 213.32 now, 213.23, 213.17, 213.10, and 213.03, and now we're going to go to 212. All right, and our dollar cost average is now $2.12 on MSS, 212 on MSS. And right now, I'm currently down $746, but I got a shitload of shares of this stock, and I just bought it at the bottom, $2 a share. And notice at $2, they got how many? They got 341,000, and they couldn't even print a number there. Up here, they're printing at 800,000, 900,000, a million at 220s. Yep, 197 there. Beautiful. 197. 197.5. Well, I tell you, this has not been the easiest last 2 days of trading, has it? Now we're back over $2 again. And when will Shorty start covering? Now we're back over 2. Now we're at 201 again. Yes, there we go. And even at $2, they've got the most down here, but at $2, only 345,000 shares at $2. And look at all the buyers buying $2 there. Look at all the buyers buying $2 here. Dumpers are still trying to dump 199. Yep, Mr. Mexi Brown, cap lock jail. Hoarding at 199. MSS 198. Hoarding at 198. Who in their right mind would sell at 198? And look, now the buys are 199 pouring in on it. Man, those are all buys, every one of them. Every one of them. And that is the end of the 199s, folks. Congratulations if you just bought. And I want to know, I want to ask right now, did anyone buy MSS below $2? I'm going to ask on my thing on my stream right now. I want to know, did anyone just buy below $2 MSS? All right, hold on a second here. Hold on. Mike Larson, AMC is flying. Good. Oh, God, get rid of this. All these freaking trade bull crappers. Skip. All right, I want to know. I want to get a question here. Did any of you just buy MSS below $2 a share? Did any of you just purchase MSS below $2? And I don't want to just ask there. I want to copy that and I want to put it not there. I'm going to delete it now. And I want to put it in the form of a poll. All right. Paste. Purchase MSS with me below $2. Enter. And let's start the poll now. Did anybody buy MSS with me below $2? Because now it's at 205. Oh, yeah. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, and look at all the buyers gobbling up 205 now and 206. Woo! All right, now, let's take this at green. Let's go green on this. I was down $800. Now I'm down $400. All right? And by the way, take a look. Here's the 5-day crossing over the 10-day right now. MSS. Look at it on the chart. MSS. And baby, that's buying the nutsack right there. That's buying the nutsack right there on MSS right there. Boom. Hi, Catfish. What did you do with the stock CDTG from yesterday? Well, I've been trading it this morning. CDTG. And right now, let's take a look. CDTG. I'm up $287 on it today. And I'm going to sell it now at, I've got only 100 shares left. I'm going to come up here and try to buy it at 317, 314, 315, and I'm up $276 on it. And I've just been playing the game this morning with it, selling at my numbers where I sell. It did go all the way up to 401. Now, I want you to know that this yesterday evening, I shorted it at 350 a share. 350 a share, I shorted it at 350. And this morning, I bought back those shorted positions in the 270s. So that was sweet. And they're playing this stock big time right now. They've been really manipulating it. We're going to take a look at it right now, and the stock that we're looking at is CDTG. We're going to go to the chart. CDTG. CDTG. Enter. And there it is, folks. CDTG. Now, last night, like I said, I shorted this stock at 350 a share. And then I just got to buy it back this morning out of the shorted positions. I bought back at 260 to 270. So I shorted it here, and I got to buy back there. And then I went long here, and I should have just sold this morning here when it was up to doggone 402. I didn't see it. I wasn't following it. I should have been following it and sold it at 402, dadgummit. Now they've dropped it back down to 315 from 402. But man, are they manipulating this stock. And there is a huge gap, ladies and gentlemen, from here to there. And from here to there is a very, very large gap. And they just created another gap, so it'll probably bounce off this and go right back up to right here. Yep, it'll probably bounce off this, buying it below the 200 and go right back up. Because there's a gap here, folks. Look at it. Look at the huge gap right there that they created in like 3 minutes time. In 3 minutes time yesterday. And that gap is still there. And the gap now down. And here's the buy again. CDTG. So I'm going to buy it again here. CDTG. Try and buy 30 shares here. Buy 30 shares here. Buy 30 shares here. CDTG. Nice. Just got it at 318. Now, my dollar cost average on this is 313 a share now. 313. CDTG. My DCA is 313. And today, I'm up $276 on it. Now up 277. And I just bought CDTG at 314. So thank you. They're on my dollar cost average, letting me buy here. And I'm up $287 on it. And they're trying to drop it down to my DCA. They did just then, and now it's back up to 321. Fantastic. And now I can sell 30 shares when it gets to 330. I'll sell there, and 333. And I'll sell at 337. And this is CDTG. My dollar cost average is $3.14, and I'm up 307 on it now. Up 307. And it's going to be a slow recovery off of what I lost on this yesterday. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make it back. I'm going to make it back, folks. I'm going to make it back. Now, let me show you something about this stock, ladies and gentlemen, CDTG. I want you to understand something. Please understand something about this stock, CDTG. I want you to look at a long-term chart, 180 days. Folks, here's what I want you to see. If the price yesterday would have broken this level right here, folks, I'm telling you, if it would have broken this, let me just show you so you can understand. My point is this. If yesterday CDTG would have broken 409, okay? I want you to know if it broke 409 right here, 409, if it would have broken this price, it would have jumped all the way up to there. And that's why today the high was, where did they stop it today at? They stopped it today, hold on. One day. Look where they stopped it today at this price, $3.98, because they know if this thing goes over $4, and it actually went over $4. The price, I think, was 408. Listen, guys, they know if it goes over $4, it's going to go all the way up. So that's why they keep hitting this number so hard and dropping it, because they know if it goes over this, it's on its way. They know that. They know it. That's why they stopped it here again today at this number. And the real number they stopped it at was actually right there. And that price was 403. And listen, guys, if it goes over this 403, it's going to go all the way back up. And they know it. They know it. They absolutely know if it goes over this price, it's going to go all the way up to this price here. Okay? The line it's going to go to is there. That's why they're fighting it so heavily at this price right here. And there is a big gap from there to there. They know they created it yesterday when the market opened. They created this gap in the after hours, actually. They created that gap in the after hours. And they know if it goes over that price, they know if it goes over that, it's going all the way back up. They know it, all right? I'm telling you, folks, the minimum it'll rise to is right there, okay? And they know it. If it breaks over this line, they know the minimum it's going to go to is right there, that price right there. They know it, folks. And that price is at 455. Right there. I just sold CDTG at 325. Listen, guys, if it goes over this price, it's going to skyrocket all the way up. 455. And there it is right there. They just bounced it off the 200 day. Boing, right off the 200. Trade it. I just sold it at 333. I just sold it at 347. Here we go, folks. Here we go. This is CDTG. And there's another line of resistance on it right here. There's another line of resistance to the 5-day right here. Man, this thing's going to go. CDTG. They is the market makers. That's right, the market makers. Hi, Tyler. RDAC 1633, 2179. Scalp. TNON 1181 to 1720. Scalping the shorts chops. Gotcha. Ray Costello, thank you. Oh my gosh, look at this. CDTG. CDTG. Selling it now at 349. 347. 344. Oh yeah. And I'm up 389 on this now. Yes. Now I want to sell it at 354 and 360 and 365 and 366. CDTG. SLE. I'm going to come over to SLE now. Oh, man, look at that CDTG. It looks good. SLE. Oh, look at SLE bounce off that bottom and rise. It needs to go over this number now. If the 5-day goes over this, it jumps all the way to here, folks. Okay, I'm going to tell you, if this 5-day goes over this line, it's going to jump all the way up to right here. And that price is $4.49 a share. SLE. Oh my gosh, folks! And I'm going to see. Did you purchase any MSS at below $3? 48% said yes, below $2. MSS. Let's go look at it now. Where is it now? 205. All right. And by the way, there's already been a lot of shares bought way above this price, 205. It's already maxed out at 600,000 there. It's going to go higher. It's going to go up here to 217 and 224. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, this is MSS. I got $3,400 left to buy with. I'm going to buy it right now, 207. Look at all the buyers buying 207 here. They're not afraid. Dumpers are trying to dump 206 here, 205 and a half. It can't remain here, folks. It can't. All this is, look at this, 20608. The most shares bought at 20608. 747,000 at 20608. And they bought 749,000 at 20608. And now they got a flag here coming in at 2048. 2048. Oh my. Dumpers now trying to dump 2035. Buyers are buying 20397. Buyers are buying 204. Dumpers are dumping 2035. And look at the numbers of shares they're dumping. One share, one share, one share, one share, 9 shares. You see that? So small the volume, so little the volume. They're trying to control this with one share at a time, people. MSS. Oh, look at all the green buying 204, 205, 206, 207. Let's run, baby. There's 207. And man, they're maxed out here at 660,000, 663,000, 635,000. They're maxed out. 700,000, man. They've got their quota, man. They got their quota. They got their printed numbers. Watch this thing rise now. Look at all the buyers buying 207, 208 now. Oh, yeah. All right. And I'm glad you bought with me. 209. Oh, woohoo. 211. All right. 212. And I just went down from 800, 900 down to 115 down as we come to my dollar cost average at 212 now. All right. I just went green. All right. Nice. Look at the buyers buying 211, 210, 211, 212. What do they got to buy all those shorted shares now? They got to buy them back. They got to buy them back now. Look at them trying to dump instead of 203, dumping 210s now. Instead of dumping 203, dumping 210s, dumping 210s now. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yep, here we go now. Here we go. It's almost like some people didn't get the point of Jurassic Park. SLE's going. Thank you. SLE, yes. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. SLE. SLE. Oh, yeah, baby. Woo-hoo. Oh, my gosh. SLE. Just got through buying it $4.20, $4.13, $4.09, $4.10. Good Lord, look at that. I'm only down $124 now. Oh my gosh, fantastic. $4.44. Are you kidding me? All right, let's sell some here. Let's sell some. Let's sell 50 at 448, 447, 446, 445. Selling here. 444. Let's sell some 443. Just sold 443. And now you know why I wanted to get my dollar cost average down below this big wall here in the 457 up to 463 range. Now you know why I wanted to get down here. 448, folks, that's 1 penny below my dollar cost average. 448 they just bought it for. 448. And the dumpers were dumping 448 there. Let's go, baby. Let's go. SLE. Holy smokes. Look at SLE now. SLE. I told you this was the place to buy it. Oh my gosh. Look at the long term chart, 180 day on SLE. Oh my gosh. Look at this stock, folks. SLE. Look at this stock. SLE. And ladies and gentlemen, I just bought it with some of you right here on that line right there, 407. 407. And now it's sitting at 449. Woo! And ladies and gentlemen, look at the 50-day cross the 200 and look at the 10-day with a shoulder building and rising. The 10-day shoulder rising. All right. Just look at the 10-day climbing and now rising right there. See it rising? And look at the 50-day just rising sharply and the 45's above it. It's a red belly blue back, folks. It's a red belly blue back there. Oh my gosh. $4.43 a share now. Nice. And we were just buying it at 408, 413 range, 417. And now I'm up $360 on MSS. Trade MSS, folks. Come on. Look at that. I'm up $259 on it. And now you know why I wanted to get my dollar cost average down below this big mountain of buyers up here that bought at 220 through 224. And I got my dollar cost average down, and mine is at 212. 212. And now I'm up 294 on this position right now. We be cap locking, popping the hood. Oh, goodness gracious, folks. Come on with me. Market makers trying to hold this down. Look at MSS now. MSS, bingo, bango, bongo. Triple crossover of the 200-day average. Triple crossover of the 200-day average. Yeah, baby. Up 239 on this position now. Now up 282. As the market makers try to hold the price on my dollar cost average at 211. Ha 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 ha. All right. Trying to hold it a penny below me now. MSS. MSS. Oh my gosh, folks. Let me tell you, if this thing breaks this line, it goes to right here, folks. If this thing can break this line right here, it's going to jump up to this line here, right there. All right? I'm telling you, there's a gap. There's a gap to there. And if it breaks that line, it's going to gap all the way up to right here. And you can just get rid of all these lines in here. You can get rid of them all. You can get rid of them all. You can get rid of this line. 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 Get rid of them all, folks. That's right. It goes over that line. It's going to go to this line here. And I just sold SLE at 444. Just sold 446. SLE, I just sold 446. And I'm now up on MSS, $200. MSS. And let's take a look at SLE. Oh, yeah, baby. Just sold 446. Nice. And my dollar cost average is 447, folks. Keep buying from me at 446 as long as you want to. They're yours for the taking at 446. That's right. And now you're going to buy from me at 447, I see. And I just went up. $18. I just turned green on this stock. SLE. Now today, I'm down on it 778, but I just went green since I opened the position. My dollar cost average is 446.5. What a coincidence that that's where they're trying to sit now. Look at that. 446.5. 446.5. 446.9. 446.5. 446.5. 446.5. That's my dollar cost average, folks. 446.5. Take some more from me here. Bid is 439. The ask is 446. SLE. This is MSS right now. MSS, ladies and gentlemen. What in the world just happened with MSS? What is that right there? What is that price? 312? This thing just shot up to 312, folks. 312. Wow. 312? MSS. Just shot up to 312 a share. I wonder why my 215 and 216 didn't sell there. Anyway, look at him trying to sit on my dollar cost average, 211, 209, trying to sit 2 cents under me now. MSS trying to sit 2 cents under me for as long as they can, I guess. My gosh. Oh, yeah, here she goes. Right on up. Guess they've got an infinity tree growing MSS shares at 208. Well, they drop it back down here to 203 again, and I'll buy 50 shares there. 204, I'll buy there. 205, I'm in. Drop my dollar cost average even more if I can. There we go. There's a 205 for me. Thank you. 670,000 shares they've now bought at 205. I just sold SLE at 445. This is MSS. Man, look at that 50, 45 rising, the 10-day rising, the 5-day rising MSS. Every single line rising. And the gain on it today is 30% up. And the news that they had this morning was insider buying of MSS. Insider buying is the news. SLE trade, SLE. Ah, yeah, coming up over my dollar cost average as we speak. Time to sell it at my DCA, 446. Interesting. I see all these other sellers. Oh, yeah, 446. And here we go. Now, listen, I'm going to cancel all these sell orders. And I just bought MSS again at 199, so they're trying to go at it again. MSS, they're trying to go at it again right now. Trying to take it down again. MSS to 199. I'll buy there. 199 again. I'll buy there again. Last call for MSS at 199, ladies and gentlemen. Last call. Last call for MSS at $2. And look at all the buyers buying the $2 range. Oh my gosh, look at all the buyers buying $2 up here and 199. Last call, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for $2. MSS. Last call for 199, and she's already back up to 202. Nice. Well, nice little effort there, little dumper pump, dump. There's the drop, and here comes the pop, baby. There's your drop, and here comes the frickin' pop. There's your drop, here comes the pop. Just bought it at 201 twice. Here's the drop, and here comes the pop. Well, I wonder why they can't get it to stay below $2, folks. Well, there was your drop last time. Last time for $2 and 201 and 199. That was quick and that was over very rapidly. And now look here at $2, they got a printed number, 564. I guess that's all they were trying for was to get a printed number at $2. They had to have some pride and get a $2 printed number. Now it's 202. And look at the buyers buying 203 now. Just hoarding up 203. Now, folks, can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Because my phone just said reconnected, and a lot of times when it says reconnected, it doesn't actually reconnect. So please show me some hearts on the screen if you can still hear me. All right, please. Can you guys still hear me? Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Dave Sanders. Yes. All right, good. Because my phone sometimes says reconnecting and it doesn't reconnect. They like to pull that little trick on me. Last call for $2 on what is this? MSS. Last call for $2. MSS. And I was just selling it at 214 and 213. So a nice little drop again. They're trying to drop it before they pop it. And there's very few shares here, very, very few compared to up here. Folks, they were buying millions up here in the 220s, millions in the 230s. Look up here. Look at all the millions they bought at $2.85, 284, 283. Look at all the millions of shares, ladies and gentlemen, of this stock, MSS. Look at all the millions of shares they bought at 281, 82, 83, 84. Look at all the millions they bought at 270, 72, 73. Look at all the millions they bought from 254 to 265. Look at all the millions of shares. Look at all the millions they bought at 243 down to 235. And look at the millions they bought at 223 down to 220, 219. But they didn't even get a million here at 206. And they're fractions down here, just fractions here at 198 now. Fractions. You're talking fractions of the shares that they bought already. You're actually talking minuscule amounts of shares to get to 198 here, folks. That's why I'm buying here. The last time they dropped it here, I bought a bunch here before because there are just so few shares here available. So few compared to how many they've already bought, way, way higher. I mean, you're talking freaking 80 cents higher than where they are now. And look how few shares are here at this price. Just look how few shares there are available here. And I'm going to get my dollar cost down to 208 because of their generosity and giving me these shares at 197 and 197.5. And there's just so few shares here. And now I just got 199. So we're done with the 97s. The 98s are done. We'll try to buy 97 here and 98 here. And I just sold CDTG at 368. Oh, yeah. CDTG, ladies and gentlemen. CDTG. Take a look. CDTG. All right, I'm up 435 on this position now. CDTG. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's give him some 362 here. Nice. 362, take it. 360, you can have it. 355, you can have it. Just sold it at 361. Just sold it at 361. Now we're going to sell it at 366. And I'm up 419 on this position. Yep, Steve Moss, hello. Well, there's not going to be any buying anymore at 276, 277, 278, is there? No, there is not. We'll raise it up here to 309, my dollar cost average. 310. We'll raise this one up to 308. My dollar cost average is $3.09 on this stock, and that is on CDTG. And I'm going to sell it now. I just sold it at 371. Woo! Let's go to 377 and get out. Let's sell 375. Sell 372. Now let's look at SLE again. Trying to drop it to 435. Folks, they had this thing down to 409 1 hour ago. 409 1 hour ago. 409 1 hour ago. I'll try to buy it at 431 here. I just sold CDTG at 372. And by the way, this is building a massive, nice shoulder on this MSS here. A very nice shoulder. Take a look at the 50-day rising, the blue 45 up above it rising. Look at the 10-day rising. Look at the 5-day rising, folks. Rising, rising. Look at the bottom wick on that. Pull right back up. I just sold CDTG at 377. 377 CDTG. I'm up 457 on this position today. I'm going to sell it now at 382. And I'm going to try to buy it back, 50 shares at 372 and 373. And I'm going to try to buy, oh my gosh, I just sold it at 394. Going to sell it at 398 now, 396. 393. Oh my gosh. Come on, baby. Let's go. GDC is hauling big time. Man, MG Truth, somebody said that to me yesterday about a stock, CDTG. Said it was going to the sky. Sky's the limit, they said. And then I lost freaking $13,000 on it. So I don't buy stocks at the high, my friend. I'm sorry. Point them out to me when it's at the bottom, all right? All right? I learned my last lesson yesterday on and I wonder where IPST is now. Let's look at that. IPST. I got 5 shares of it, down 29. We're sitting at 984. IPST, what is it doing? It's down 37% right now. IPST. Let's look at the chart on it. IPST. Let's look at the 1-day chart. Oh, by the way, MSS, look at that right there. Look at them hit the bottom on this once there, twice there, 3 times there, 4 times there, 5 times bottom. 5 times the bottom, folks. And then I want to show you over here, if you'll take a look with me. Look at this line of resistance that's right there. You see that line of resistance right there? Folks, if it breaks over this line of resistance, it's going to jump up to here. So if it breaks over this line right now, it's going to jump up to there, right there. And it already did once. Once it broke this line, it went all the way to there. See that? All right. This is on MSS. MSS. And the reason they're trying to stop it there, I just sold CDTG at 393. CDTG. Nice. Up 462 on it now.
I have another one coming. This one just kind of got a little over.
Oh, gorgeousness. Oh, thank you.
I'm going to make you another one.
Woo. Man, oh, man. Mmm. Sorry, folks. I got to eat something here. While I eat something here, I'm going to play you some of the songs off of my YouTube playlist. I'm an original music artist who has music playing all over the world. And The song I'm going to play for you right now is a song that I think I just sold CDTG at 405. All right. Come on back in here now. 392 buy. 388 buy. Come on now. Try to buy it at 396. There we go. There they come. There they come. I just got it at 396. Try to buy 397 now. Try to buy 399. And MSS is done, ladies and gentlemen. MSS is done. There it goes, folks. MSS. Take a look at it. It's gonna go. It's gonna go all the way up, and the price it's gonna go to up to next and try to stop it is right there. If it goes over that, then it's gonna jump up to a price of right here. Hold on. Right there. And if it breaks over this price of 206, folks, this thing is going to go all the way up then to right here. And I don't even see it stopping there, folks. I don't see that stopping there anymore. That's not going to stop there anymore. Nope, it's not going to stop there. I'm going to get this line out of here. This line is going to be no line of resistance. Delete that. I'm telling you, if this MSS breaks upwards here and goes over this, then it jumps to here, gets over this, and it goes all the way up to there. And that price is 214. 214. Oh,
That one's not done as much, so it might be a little better.
thank you, honey bun. MSS. MSS, folks. It's starting to break out now. Look at that nut there. Then look at that V there. Then look at it rise. There it goes right there. MSS. MSS. And I'm trying to buy now CDTG. I'm trying to buy it at 405 and 406. And I just bought it at 406. And now I'm going to sell it at 411, 413. I'm going to sell it at 417 and 419. And I just bought CDTG at 405. All right, I don't want you guys to have to listen to me eat, so I'm going to play you one of my songs on my YouTube playlist. I have 124 songs on there, and this song is called If I Don't Have You. I know it's going to be Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. One of my original songs. Come over and listen to all of them, folks. I got 125 original songs. Here you go. Goodbye, so long, farewell. I knew right from the start that you would break my heart, tear my world apart. So I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right. You whet my appetite, and you just love to play. You play with hearts and points. You think are just points. They fall in love with you, and here's what you do: simply write a note, and it's what you wrote. Tear them fragile worlds apart. You leave your note on their bed, and then they read what it said. It really messed up their heads.
way. Look the other way. I would not give away that I was hot for you, like all those other dudes. Right out of the blue, I got pursued by you. You held your body close, or I might overdose. You whispered in my ear, I would disappear. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through, but knew I wanted you. You took me to your place, yeah, I was blown away. There are no words to say the way you made me feel. Your body soft and smooth, you showed me all your moves. I really dug your groove, it all just seemed unreal. I never guessed that I would be your type of guy. Still, I don't know why you made me try, but I'm glad you did. I'm glad I visited. I'm glad I stayed the night, cause you were out of sight. But in my head, I knew that you would leave just like you knew to do. So in the morning, I jumped up and made some coffee and poured a cup. I found a pad and pen and wrote. I wrote to you a little note. I left that note there by your bed, and you can guess just what it said. Goodbye, so long, farewell, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell, see you later, alligator. Goodbye, so long, farewell. It's great to know you. Goodbye, so long, farewell, but I got to go away. 'Cause I know that if I stay, that you'll break my heart in two. And I know that's what you do. So I must say goodbye to you. So long, farewell, and I'll see you later. Goodnight. So long, farewell. It was nice to know you. Goodbye. So long, farewell. Goodbye. So long,
Oh, yeah. Hmm. Well, I hope you guys like that song I just played for you. Goodbye, so long, farewell. One of the many, many songs on my original list. And folks, take a look at MSS right here. MSS. One more of my songs.
got my Volkswagen Beetle turning ugly. Yeah, she gonna wanna fire up. Have to wait and see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will. But just in case she don't, I park her on the hill. She was 63, used to be baby blue, but lots of places you can see the rust coming through. Mufflers hanging low, a mile fall in the road. But me and my Beetle, that lightens up our load. My Beetle's got a name. I call the ladybug. Tan carpet on the floorboards from my old lady's run. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak. Yeah, this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my ladybug. I'm gonna take her for a ride. Well, there's more I gotta tell you about my Beetle freak ways. When I'm riding in my Beetle, I can hear my Beetles play. Practice very long and crank a yellow submarine. Got my Beetles in my Beetle. If you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, it ain't no lie. Beatles in my sack, baby, by my side. Rockin' and rollin', that's what we're up to do. Me and my baby.
Oh, yeah. MSS. Oh, yeah. I'm up 1,200 on it. Up 1,500 on MSS now. Oh, yeah. Oh, sold 227. Up 1,600 on MSS now.
My baby's got a name. I call her Ladybug.
Shag carpet on.
Ladies run, mufflers hanging low, my balls in the road. But me and my ladies love, well, that just lights up our love. Yeah, I'm a little freak, this ain't no lie. Jumping in my ladybug to take her for a ride. Rocking and rolling, that's what we love to do. Beatles in my Beetle, on a Beetle crew.
This guitar player I got here, he's one of the best in the world, folks.
Take her for a ride.
Jamie Loritz is his name.
Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, and this ain't no lie.
Oh, yeah.
Jumping in my lady's bug.
And I'm going to take her for a ride.
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling.
That's what we love to do. I got my Beatles in my Beetle, and we are on the Beetle crew. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, folks. Come on over and listen to all my music here on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. Check it out. MSS. Right now, the stock is back up to 223. I'm selling. And I want to tell you, I'm up $2,000 on this stock today. Woo! All right. All right, up 2,000 on this. And my dollar cost average is 206 a share. 206 a share. Sell it with me, folks. Come on, let's get out here. Sell it with me. They're going to try to pull it back down now. Sold it at 226. I just got through selling some at 222, 237. I sold it. Oh, yeah. Nice. And they're trying to break it back down now. And now I'm up 1,400, so they're really trying to pull this down. So I'm going to get rid of a lot of this. I've got a lot of shares of it. And I love being up now, 1,300 on this stock. And I am going to unload it here, folks. I'm up very nicely on it today. And I'm selling here now 500 shares at a time because I see they're going to try to take it back down now. And then it's going to be time to reload. It's going to be time to reload on it. Here it comes. They're taking it back down now. They're going to take it right on down. And congratulations if you bought this with me below $2. I said earlier on my poll, did any of you buy MSS with me below $2? 38% of my viewers said yes, they did. So congratulations to each and every one of you. And we are now selling it here as we make some serious moolah. All right. MSS. I called it right, folks. I called it right. MSS. And when they drove that down, it was the time to buy it there. And they're now trying to work it down. I just sold it at 223. And again, my dollar cost average is 202 a share. 202 a share. And congratulations if you're selling this with me right now, ladies and gentlemen, at 223. If you bought it below $2 a share, congratulations. Oh, man, these market makers are trying to knock it down hard now, though. Look at them trying to yank it down, trying to pull it down. Look at them dumping 221. And I'm not afraid. I'll buy here at 217, 218, 219, 220. You bet I will. JULE rule. I'm sorry. And the stock I'm selling here at now is MSS. And I just bought some CDTG back at 389. And I'm buying shares now of MSS again now at 215 a share, 213 if I can get it, 214. And she jumps right back up to 222. Nice. So I just caught the pullback to 214 and 215 and right back up to 222. Man, these market makers, man, they've been working these stocks so hard here lately. So hard. They've really been working them hard. And now I'm going to cancel all my sell orders here on this. I don't want to sell anymore. I'm going to take them away, and we're going to watch it run right back up here again to 240 probably. In the meantime, I'm going to keep buying here. I just bought it at 219, 30 shares. Trying for 218, 17, 16, 15, 14, and down to 213 if I can get it. And taking a look here, EHGO, what a drop. EHGO, goodness gracious, 107, are you kidding me? EHGO, I'm in here. And I'm going to buy it here. 111, I'm buying it. 111, 110. Good Lord, who called this piece of shit stock out this morning? R. Richie B calls out another one we should have all shorted. R. Richie B's becoming the short predictor. R. Richie B is become an excellent at picking out shorts. You should short positions. You should short. R. Richie B called another one out this morning, and I am down $500 on this position. R. Richie B. God. He calls it out, and folks, it's gonna fall. Okay, that's what you can say here now. R. Richie B calls it out, and you better short it. God dang, man! Wow. Unbelievable. He called this stock out when the price was $2 and something. EHGO. He called it out when this price was $2 and something, folks. I know that he called it out. The price was $279. $279. My dollar cost average is $1.62 on it. And now it's down to $1.10. Good God, R. Richie B, man. Oh, geez, dude. Yikes. God dang. Unbelievable. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Wow. How low is it going to go, R. Richie? Why don't you let us know that? How low is it going to go? Is this it? Is this it? What was the reason this thing even went up in the first place? Why did it go up? Stock has given up its prior gain. Ashalo's shares were trading higher after the company's subsidiary, AL Shell Go, announced. What did it announce? That it entered to an exclusive strategic cooperation agreement with Zhongshang Zhuangzhang. Okay. Good God, what a massacre. What a freaking massacre. What a slaughtering I took on this stock. God. Hey, R. Richie, call outs based on higher than average volume and volatility. God dang. Jeez, oh, Pete. Didn't I learn my lesson on picking one that you called out yesterday, CDTG? No, I guess I'm not. I haven't learned my lesson. I guess that wasn't a big enough, nearly $20,000 loss wasn't big enough for me to learn my lesson about picks by R. Richie B. Oh, God. Holy smokes. What is the volume on this thing today? RHEB called out EHGO. What's the volume? EHGO. What is the volume? Oh my God. EHGO. 51 freaking million shares, folks. And it's just like yesterday's call out. 51 million shares traded. God dang. Wow. I tell you, folks, we have to look out for what he's calling out, man, because there's just be careful, folks. Just be careful. God, unbelievable. Jeez, oh Pete's. Well, now I've dropped my dollar cost average down to 148 a share. And I just bought a lot of shares at $1.13, and now it's at 115, now 116. So at least it's starting to rise. At least it's starting to go up. But I'm down $462 on this position. I got about 2,000 invested in it. And all I'm going to do is just keep buying it here, folks. Why? Because I want my dollar cost average to come down, way down. I need it to come way down. Now it's at 141. Now it's at 140. Now it's at 139. And now my dollar cost average is 138. Folks, this stock today was at $2.79 for a high. 279. God. Oh my God. $2.79. Alexa, what is 2.79 minus 1.07?
2.79 minus 1.07 is 1.72.
$1.72 would be the midway point. And my dollar cost average is $1.35. Could it go back to $1.72? Yeah, it could. It could. But right now, my intention is to drop my dollar cost average all the way down here to 122 a share. That's where I want it. And right now it's at 134. And look at all the dumpers over here dumping 117. Look at them all dumping 117. And my dollar cost average is right now $1.33. And now it's 132.60, 132.40. Now it's 132.10. Now it's 131, 131.6. And I'm just going to keep buying here because somebody's sitting here accumulating a lot of shares of it. And they're content to keep it at 116, 117. Do you notice that? There's no desire to drop it anymore. They're just very content here to hold it here. And that means they're accumulating it here just like I am. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think they're accumulating the crap out of this. And my dollar cost average is now 129, 129. And that's the last share I can get at 117, folks. And this is going to be last call for 118. 118. And now my dollar cost average is 129 on it. And how coincidental that they want to sit here now and fill orders at 117 repeatedly over and over and over and over and over. Just sitting here at 117, not dropping it a penny more. And that tells me somebody's accumulating this. And my dollar cost average is now down to 128. I've almost got it where I want it. My dollar cost average is now down to 128. And now my DCA is down to 127. I've almost got it where I want it. And now my dollar cost average is down to 126. And as you can hear, I'm just ringing the bell, buying over and over here at 117, which someone seems very content at accumulating this at that price. EHGO, somebody's loading up on this thing at 117 for a reason. Look at all the buyers coming in there at 117, folks. Take a look at that. Richie short stock. Richie B shorting. Richie B short. Richie B short. And I just lowered my dollar cost average down to this number, 125, where all these people bought already. See that? That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do right there. Just get it down below this wall. Down below the wall of buyers that bought all the hundreds of thousands of shares at 123, 124, and 125. And look at the KY flag come in at 117.97, folks. 117.97. And look at them still dumping the 117 out. Look at that. Look at that, folks. And my dollar cost average is now 124. And I'm going to keep buying this EHGO. Richie, we can't trust your call outs anymore. Benny Hill's show theme starts playing. Oh my gosh, I'm out of money to buy this at 117. God dog it, man. I can't buy any more at 117. I'm done. I'm done. I spent every penny I could just buying this stock. And I'm going to go to my monitor page right now. And SLE, ladies and gentlemen, SLE. Let's go look at it. SLE now. God dang. SLE 430 now. SLE at 430. And my dollar cost average is now $4.31 on it. SLE and my DCA is 431. SLE. I'm actually up $52 since I opened the position. Even though it's down 1,300 today, I'm up $52 since I opened the position. God dang. Let's put in a 50 sell share order at 437 so I know when it's taken off. And we'll put in one at 444 or 443 as well. SLE. And I just sold at 437. Take a look right here, folks. This is the stock I just bought, EHGO. And ladies and gentlemen, if that's not buying the nutsack, I don't know what is. If that's not buying the low of the day, I don't know what is. Our Richie B is put on a timeout. Actually, that fits his name because when he calls it, it's time to get out. It's time out, folks. Now, don't get me wrong now. I want to show you guys something. We got to be in all honesty and all fairness here. Look at the top gainers list. And right over here, you're going to see on 813, R. Richie B called out one that went up 48%. I made a 48% gain on it. And then look at this. On the 17th, R. Richie B called out one. I made a 64% gain. And then also on the 18th, R. Richie B called one out. I made a 276% gain on. So let's not go too heavy on him. All right. But EHGO, good God, what a freaking massacre. Jeez, oh, Pete, what did they do? Oh, at 11:05 this morning, E shall go comments a 1.75 million offering. A 1.75 million offering, Class A ordinary shares, $1 per share. Oh, shit, no wonder. God. They hit 330 a share this morning, and they do a freaking public share offering at $1 a share. Oh shit! And it's actually a very small offering. One point. What was it? 1.75 million offering. Oh God! At $1 a share. Yes, R. Richie B is a stalwart of the tank community. Yes. What is stalwart? I don't know what that means. Stalwart. Alexa, define the word stalwart.
As an adjective, stalwart is usually defined as strongly and stoutly built, sturdy and robust. As a noun, stalwart is usually defined as a physically stalwart person. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for stalwart.
Alexa, stop. That's enough. 107, and then it makes a bound upwards to 118, and then it drops again to 109. God. Oh, God. EHGO, folks. Hey, by the way, SLE, I'm now up 261 on. SLE, I'm up on it. And I just sold it at 442. My dollar cost average is $4.30. Just sold it at 442 again. And I'm up $275 since I opened this position. 276 now. It could go back up to 462 where there were several tens of thousands bought. And even higher up here, there's a lot of shares that were bought here. 247,000 at 515 a share. 515 for God's sake. 515. And I'm up today on it, $325 since I opened the position. Now up 343. Now up 351, folks. Take a look at this. This is the stock SLE. Now I'm up 351 on it. SLE. All right. And let me show you the chart on it. SLE. Yeah, baby. SLE. Herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk right off the screen. Watch it run, folks. Watch it run back up to here and then blast up to there. And then the next line of resistance is there. I should put one in there. Next line of resistance. So we've got a line of resistance there, a line of resistance there. Then it comes over this line. Then it breaks over this line of resistance. Now it breaks over this line and it goes to this line right here. It gets to that line and that's 446 and they try to pull it down to this price here, 441. Then it goes up here to 449. Right there, 449, that line of resistance. Then it jumps up to right here, folks. And that price is going to be 461, and that's where I want to sell it. Right there, 461 is where I want to sell it. And in the meantime, I can keep, and I just sold CDTG at 411. All right. Woo-hoo! CDTG. And I just got through buying that back at an incredible price. CDTG. I got it at a very good price. Oh my gosh, it's at 433. I just sold 436, 436. And I'm up $787 on it. Let's go. We got a lot more to make on this today. Let's sell it now at 437. Let's sell it now at 443, 442. Let's sell it at 446 and 447, 448, 449. I just sold it at 439. Woo-hoo! Up 790 on this today now. Stalwart means very loyal, reliable, and hardworking, or strongly and solidly built. As a noun, it describes a devoted supporter of a cause or organization. Yes! And that is what he is. Hey, you know, our Richie B is much like me, ladies and gentlemen. All he does is he provides. You decide. He provides, you decide. And folks, can you believe they've halted this freaking stock, CDTG? Can you believe they've halted this stock at $4.38? They've halted it, folks. Can you believe that? They just halted this stock because it broke over this line of resistance right there. They halted it, folks. The bid is 433 and the ask is 445. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A stock yesterday that was at $8 a share just got halted. Can you believe that? Look at this, folks. A stock that yesterday was at $8 a share. It actually hit $8.48. And just as it begins to break away, they freaking halted it. They didn't halt it yesterday here. By the way, this is the next line of resistance right here, folks. All right? After it breaks this line, it's going to go all the way up to this line here, 470. Okay? So right now, we're going to go over here, trade, CDTG, and we're going to put a sales order in. We're going to get rid of all these, and we're going to go up here to 460, 464, 465, 466, 467, 68, 69, and 470. 471 and 472, okay? They've halted this thing, folks. They halted it. Richie B will set you free. No, man, you guys, I already showed you what he did. He's done very well for us over the last week or so. He's picked some real good runners. So just because we have one fall on us doesn't mean, or two fall on us, doesn't mean it's the end of the world. And this CDTG now, I'm going to make my money back on. I'm up 790 on it today. So I'm glad that he called it out, CDTG. Now, where is MSS right now? MSS. All right, I'm up $1,000 on MSS now. Woo-hoo! Very nice. Selling it at 222, 224, 226, 228. Selling it at 230. Selling it at 232, 234, 236, 238. And I just sold it at 222 and 224. And I'm up 1,281 on this position. Richie been drowning in the tank lately. No. He's done very well. He has done well. He has. And I'm not complaining. I don't complain. We joke around and we have a lot of fun, but we are not complaining about calls that he's made out because, as I just showed everybody, you can see here, our Richie B recently, man, he's been on a roll. Our Richie B has been on a freaking roll, everybody, okay? Take a look at what he called out. He called out on the 13th. He called out XHG. Our Richie B went up 48% and we made money. All right. Then down here, our Richie B, right here on the 17th, our Richie B called out this stock, IPST, and I made a 64% gain on it that day. And the next day, our Richie B called it out again, IPST, and I made a 276% gain on that stock. $7,000 I made on that yesterday. I just sold 468. Oh yeah. Woo! CDTG, I just sold 476. CDTG. And I'm up $1,000 on it now. Oh yeah. And I'm going to sell, I've got 221 shares left. I'm going to sell 30 at 482, 486, 488. I'm going to sell it at 493. I'm going to sell it at 498. I'm going to sell it at 499. I'm going to sell it at 504, 501, 502. Oh, yeah, baby. Now the buyback comes in. Let's come in down here and buy 50 shares. Let's buy it at 444, 447. God dang. What in the world? VRAX? God dang. What is going on with VRAX? Holy crap. Jayhawk, you got nothing to be bragging about. You called out VRAX with radars by it. Shit. Oh my God. VRAX. God dang it, man. God almighty. That's as bad as that one yesterday. God dang. Oh my God. VRAX. Oh my God. I'm down $900 on that, Jayhawk. I just sold CDTG. Well, I'm out of this piece of shit. My dollar cost average is $3.30 a share, and they've drug this thing down to $2.92, $2.93. Shit. God dang it, man. God. Oh my God. VRAX. And yeah, I've got my dollar cost average down below this massive wall of buyers at 397 down to 375. And then a big wall of buyers at 350 all the way down to 329. And that's where my DCA is. But look at them run this thing down here with minuscule shares to 281. My God. 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 Look at that annihilation of that stock down to the bottom just then. VRAX. What was the news on this stock today that made it go up so much in the first place? 466 a share. I should have known. Files per sec. They did an offering, folks, on the 24th. And today, 8/7, they had news of a TV show, and there was no news for why it went to 466 a share. There's no reason why it went to 466. No catalyst. God, look at that thing get just massacred. Oh, God. Ugh. It's still up 7%, but they've taken away all the profit out of it. They took it all out. God dang it, man. Well, what am I up on right now? I'm down on XOS. Let me go over here and see what I'm up big on. All right, let's see. I'm up big now, 735 on MSS. I'm going to trade that MSS. I'm up 781 on it. God. My dollar cost average is 202 on it. I just sold 211. And I'm up 669 on this position today. As soon as I move over to it and start selling it at 211, they drop the 207 a price. God. Well, I'm up $649 on it. Just sold it at 209. Just sold it at 210. I'm up 639 on this position today. What else am I up big on? I'm up on CDTG, $1,000 trade. CDTG. I'm up 1,000 on it. And they've got it halted at 533 a share, folks. I'm up 1,000 on this. Well, let's see if they pull it down any. Up 62% today. It's like when I first started driving a cement mixer and the hazing I went through. CDTG halted 533. Yep. Isn't that wild? Some people time traveling and living out of this natural life in ancient Rome. Wow. And right now, I see we have 45 individuals here watching this with me and trading with me. Would you mind do me a favor? Can we do this? The time right now is 12:20. In 10 seconds, let's hit the like button together. You ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hit the like button right there. Hit that like button with me. Thank you very much, and thank you for the love. I see that too. CDTG up 1,000. And VRAX and EHGO, both of those called out by R. Richie B this morning. Oh my God, R. Richie, God. Oh, geez. Jayhawk called that out. I'm sorry. VRAX was called out by Jayhawk, but EHGO is called out by R. Richie B, and what a disaster that's turned into. EHGO. God dang, R. Richie. It locks up an exclusive North American rights for Chinese printing supplies. Goes to $3.30 a share this morning. I started buying it here on these double tatas, a triple tata, and just look at that massacre and complete obliteration of this stock. And by the way, check it out. They used a lot of shares to knock it down, and it fell this far. And literally from 10:50, what time was it? From 11 o'clock to, in 1 minute, folks, in 1 minute, this stock fell from 228. In 1 minute, it fell from 228 to 121, $1.07 down in 1 minute. In 1 minute, this thing sold and fell $1.07 in 1 minute. Mr. Mexi Brown says, man, my cheeks hurt from laughing my ass off. Oh my gosh. Look at that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on this totally, and I don't even see the news. I have no idea why it just reached that low. And then after that, it reached this low right here. So this is what's going on with this stock. In 1 minute, 1 minute, folks, 1 freaking minute. 1 minute, it fell from here to there in 1 minute. Then in 5 minutes, it fell to there. And now it's sitting here. And this stock is EHGO. It says it's given up its prior gain. Ishago shares were trading higher after the company's subsidiary, eShalGo USA, announced it entered into an exclusive strategic cooperation agreement with Zhongsheng's Sinwell's office supplies company. And that was the news that spiked it to 330 a share this morning in the pre-market, 330. And it was called out by R. Richie B. Huge volume on it, big run up in price. The stock was up. I don't know how much it was up, but now it's down 37%. EHGO. And it's starting to rise right now. EHGO. Take a look at it right now. There it goes. Did they get all the shares they wanted and now they're going long on it? EHGO. I just sold MSS at 211. Well, I have no other choice here. I'm going to start buying here EHGO right now. EHGO. And I'm going to come in for 50 shares here, EHGO, buy at market. And I just bought it at 116. I'm going to buy it again now. And I'm down 595 on it. I'm going to buy it again right now. Now, let me tell you something. After this thing goes over 117, there's a big gap up to 123, okay? 117 to 123, there is a very large gap. All right? Just be aware of that. You can see it. You can see it right here. From 117 to 123, massive gap here. As a matter of fact, at 119, there were only 1,800 shares bought at 119. So my word to the wise is, if this stock, EHGO, can get back to 117, once it breaks 118, it's going to jump back to 122, okay? And then it's going to go over that and go up to 132, and then 132, then 134. And after that, the sky's the limit. There was a lot of buying going on here at 262. 262. Some entity bought 484,000 shares at 262. So just be aware, EHGO, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. There has been a mountain of shares accumulated here now all morning long. All morning long, accumulate, 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 accumulate. And I just bought it again at 116. And look at all the buyers that are green on this at 115 a share. I can't even get another 115. Oh, yeah, here they come in at 116 now. And I will continue to acquire at 116 a share, folks. Now, for those of you, yep, now let's try and get 113 and 114. And for those of you that bought MSS with me this morning, congratulations for buying it below $2 a share. My dollar cost average is 202. Congratulations. The price now is at 217. And I'm going to put it at 218 and sell there. 219, 220. And they've been sitting here for a very long time at 217 and 216. As a matter of fact, at 217 now, they bought 1,000,001. And at 218, 1,000,001. And at 219, a million. At 220, 1,000,005. 221, 1,000,004. 1,000,004 at 222. 1,000,004 at 223. 1,000,001 at 224. Folks, this thing's going to shoot right past all that by the afternoon. It's going to go right back up here, folks. It's going to go right back up. It's going to rise. And look, the most shares they could buy today, 217 and a half. 217 and a half, folks, the most shares they could buy today at 217 and a half. 1,470,000. 217 and a half, folks. And there she goes. She just broke over 217 to 218. And I'm going to tell you, all this is oversold. Every bit of it's oversold. It's going to go all the way up to 226 now. Watch it jump to 228. It's going to 226 now. It's going to go up to 226. That's where it's going. All this is totally oversold. 1,000,005, 1,000,004, 1,000,004, 1,000,004. And down here, they just got 1,000,001 at 218. This thing's going to run up past all this, folks. It's going to go over all of it, ladies and gentlemen. You can be sure. Niecy Jane, hello there. Mixer Driver, thank you very much. Gary Edwards, thank you. I'm telling you, MSS, folks, there's the chart. Look at MSS here. MSS. And listen, when it breaks over this line, when this line comes up and breaks this line, it's going to go all the way up to right here. All right, 238. AI fake. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And this is MSS stock. Now look down below. It said, did any of you just purchase MSS with me below $2 a share? 31% of my viewers said yes. All right. Congratulations, because this thing, once it breaks this line, it's going to jump all the way up to right here, right here. And that's where the 50-day was stopped. The red 50-day was stopped right there. This is going to be the next stopping point. And you can see they stopped it right there, almost at that line I called out. Almost at that 50-day is where they stopped it before, right there. And now it's going to rise again up to there because this is all fleeced out, all herky-jerked out. It's going to run all the way back up and break here, and it goes all the way up to there, all the way to there. MSS, folks. MSS, watch and learn. I provide, you decide. SLE. Let's take a look at SLE now. There's your first bottom right there. Your first bottom there. There's your second bottom right there. Your first bottom there. Your second bottom there. Your third bottom is there. And now your fourth, where they're accumulating, is here. They're accumulating it here, folks. You can see that clearly. And I just bought something at $1.14. Oh, yeah, baby. The first low this morning here, the second low here, the third low here, the fourth low, and this is accumulate, 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 accumulate. All right, and then boing, all right? Accumulating on this line now for how long? 10 minutes or so? 15 minutes accumulating there? There was another low that was right there. Right there. There was another low there. Astronaut Steve Austin, a man barely alive. Ah, the bionic man. Wasn't that what it was called? I remember seeing him in that sled doing the G-force. G-force. He got just bought EHGO at 112. But SLE, ladies and gentlemen, the prior low was here, the next low was there, the next low was there, and now they're trying the same low again right now. The lunchtime low at 12:30, they're trying the same low now, SLE. And I will come in on this now, SLE, and I will buy it, try to buy it at 413, 414, 415, 416. SLE. SLE. Just bought it at 415. And my dollar cost average on it is $4.29. 429 is my average. And I just bought it again at 415. Trying to buy it at 414 now. SLE. So there it is. The first low this morning here on SLE. The second low here on SLE. The third low here on SLE. The fourth low, identical number on SLE right now. Right now. And now they're trying to equal the low of the day. Trying to equal the low of the day right there. That's the same low as was in the pre-market. I'm buying it at $4. God. And now it's at 402. Now 404. Well, that was it. The lunchtime drop to $4. Somebody got a chance to buy it at $4 along with me. And now it's rising. Very nice. Same low as it was in the pre-market. I'm going to show you this now, SLE, so you can see it. I believe it was in the pre-market there. Let's look at the 5-day. SLE. Look at the 5-day chart on this stock, folks. And notice this low right here yesterday. See that? See that low yesterday? Look at this low today. They're trying to achieve yesterday's low. At lunchtime low, they're trying to achieve yesterday's low. But here's what I want you to be aware of. When they got this low yesterday, look where the 200-day average was. Now they're trying to get this low now, and look where the 200 is, folks. They're trying to manipulate this down to a lower low than yesterday's low, but the 200 has gone from here up to freaking here, everybody. Right here, yesterday's low was here, and the 200-day was down here. Now they're trying to get a low here now, and the 200 is way the hell up here, folks. And by the way, when they reached this yesterday's low, look where the 50-day was, here. Now they bring it down to the same low, and look where the freaking 50-day is, way up here, people. I could be wrong, but I think this is a great place to buy. CDTG, I'm up 1,100 on today. And MSS, I'm up 721 on. And I'm going to sell MSS right here now, up 721 on it. And now I'm going to buy SLE. SLE, trade SLE. Buying here now, 404. Just got it at 405. Just got it again at 405. Just got it again at 405. And notice over here at 405, folks, how many shares there are. 300 shares at 405. No shares at 406. No shares at 407. No shares at 408. Do you see that? Look right here, folks. I'm showing you 0 shares at 406, 0 at 407, 0 shares at 408. And that's why I'm buying it here now at 405, where they've had how many shares? 400 shares at 405. And now their favorite number, 402, where they've gotten 35,000 shares, 402 today. I don't know why. I don't know why they wanted to buy so many shares at 402 today, but they're buying them. I'm buying them now at 403. And my dollar cost average is 426. And notice again, they've had 0 shares at 406, 407, 408. No shares for sale at 406, 7, or 8. And I just bought it at 404. Just got it at 404 again. Again, 404. My dollar cost average is 426 a share. And there have been a lot more shares bought above me at 431, 433, 438, 440. The stock is SLE. Kissing. Kiss it goodbye, baby. 386 was the low at lunchtime. 386. Now we're filling 405s. Now we're filling 408s. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Doesn't surprise me because there were no shares from 405, 406, 407, 408. No shares sold there before. And now I bought a 407. 407 again. Now I'm going to try to buy 404 again. No more of those. 405, 406. Try and buy that. Now 407. Try and buy that. There it is. 407 again. Now we're at 408. Now we're at 415. Here we go, folks. SLE 415. Ask 419 now. Just sold MSS at 225. All right, MSS. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. SLE. SLE. Take a look at the chart with me. SLE on the 1 day. Take a look at it right now with me, ladies and gentlemen. SLE. There it is. SLE. They just tried to reach the same low as yesterday. And look at it springboard off that low right there, the 5 day. Nice. SLE. The bid is 408. The ask is 417. Nice. I'm going to raise the bid to 410. Now I'm going to raise it to 411. Now I'm going to come in at 412. Just got it at 412. It's selling at 413. It's selling at 417. It's selling at 417, folks. 417, 417, 417. 414 there. SLE. There it is on the chart, folks. The 5 days breaking over the 10 right now. SLE. 5 day and a flat top green. Flat top green. No wick on it. No wick. No wick at all on this. 5 day breaking over the 10 day. No wick on it. No upper wick. Just a wick on the bottom when they tried to drive it down. Flat top green. Oh, yes. Coming in at 409. Just bought it at 409. Oh, people are buying over here. 414 now. 414, 412, 413, 413 and a half. Oh, yeah, baby. Here we go. SLE. Now going to try to buy 410. All right. Oh, my. Look at that chart. SLE. I just sold MSS at 228. SLE 409. I'm coming in. There we go. Got it again at 409. Coming in again at 409. Somebody's dumping 409s out. And I'm going to keep buying them until there are no more. You can see 409. How many shares? 959 shares at 409. How many at 408? 700. How about 407? 200 at 407. 200 at 407, folks. Last call for 409. Last call for 409s. And at 409, how many shares? 959 shares at 409. And no more 409s are available. We're gone to 410 now. And they've already gotten how many there? 26,000 at 410. 26,000 there. And at 409, 959 shares. That's interesting. Let's try and buy 411 right now and see if we can get that. SLE, baby. There's the chart. SLE. Price this morning in the pre-market was $5.51. 551 this morning in the pre-market. 551. This morning pre-market price, 551. Goodness gracious. This morning pre-market, 550 a share, 550. And I just was buying it just then. That's why they call me Catfish, people, because I like to buy on the freaking bottom right there. And I just bought it there at 382 a share. Hey, by the way, the reason I bought that at 382, look here on my buy sell sheet. What does it say right here? Buy back 82, 83, 84. Those are buybacks. Those are buys there. That's why I bought it there at 382. Man, it breaks over this line and it's going to jump all the way up to here, folks. It's going to go all the way up to this 50-day average up here. And then if it breaks this line, it's going to go up to the 200. Fisher of cats. That's right, Gary. Well, I'm telling you right now, this daggum thing never. Oh, I just sold MSS at 232. Woo! Trade MSS. I just sold it at 232, folks. And listen, now it's going to go over this 234 all the way up to 242. It's going to go up to 242 now. And I'm up $895 on this position today. MSS. And I know down here I asked on my poll, how many of you just purchased MSS below $2? 31% of my viewers said they did. All right. Keep selling them here, folks. Just sell them all here, folks. Sell them, sell them, sell them, sell them. Just sold 236. Just sold 237. And I want you to look here on my buy-sell sheet, ladies and gentlemen. Buy-sell sheet. It says over here, sell the 37, 38, and 39. Right there. Right there. Sell the 37, 38, and 39. And that's why I just sold the 37. And look at him drop it back down to 30 after that. So I'll try to buy it back here now at 229. And 230. MSS. There we go, 229. I just got it. Let's try and get 226. See, they don't have a printed number here at 226, so they're going to come back to this number, 226 right now. 226 is what they want. 226 is the number they want. They want to print a number here at 226, so they're going to come back down to that number. Here they come now, and I'm going to get 50 shares there. Oh, I promise you, they want to print that number. They want to get 1 million there too, just like they got 1 million at all these down here. But instead, all I can buy here is a 228. I'll try 227. MSS. But if they don't get 226 to fill, then this is going to go all the way up. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. 226. MSS. Oh, yeah. Look at SLE now. Their first low right here with a wick of that much. Their second low here. Same wick. Their first low here with a wick that much, and then it rose. Now we got their low here with a wick that much, and there it goes right here now. Right here's the new low. Yep. And now they're trying for this low, but watch it wick. Watch it wick off that. Wick up. Wick up. The wick should rise. Wick up, baby. Come on. We don't want to see this low again. We don't want that low. There it is. They're trying it one last time. They're trying it one more time. 389. Well, the low earlier was here. And that was at 382. The low, what time was this? 237. And by the way, look at all the selling that they did against it to get to that low. Look at all that selling to get that low right there that they got. And that price was at 382 a share. 382. Do you see all that selling? Look at all that selling to get down to 382 just then at lunchtime. And the time then was at 237, 237. Do you see that heavy, heavy, heavy selling? Now look over here. It's half the effort to try to reach the same level, and that ain't going to get it, folks. That just won't work. There's no way. And that's the reason it stopped here now, because it's half the effort. It's half the effort. Now, granted, they got 5 minutes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes of running it down, but it's half the effort, folks. It's half this volume, selling half the volume. SLE. And now you can see over here with MSS, they're about to start, they're going to run it on up. So I'm going to get rid of this, rid of this, rid of this, rid of this, rid of this. Oh, yeah, and look at it now. It's going to run all the way up to 242. Oh, look, and now they're selling my orders. And there it goes, folks, just like I called it. And I tried to remove those sell orders, and they saw me taking them out, and they filled every one of those just then. They saw me trying to remove those sell orders because I knew it was going to run up to here. And from here, it's going to gap all the way up to 255. So now I'm going to sell 248, 249. I'm going to sell 252, 253, 254. MSS, congratulations. I took a poll 2 hours ago on this stock and said, did any of you just buy MSS with me below $2? 30% of my viewers said, yes, they did. All right. And now this thing's going to blow all the way up here to 243, then shoot past that and come up here to 248, 249, 250. I'm up $971 on this position now. Larry Pitts, what's up, guys? This working been getting in the way of my trading. Going to be changing jobs soon so I can hang. Might have to be a second or third shift job. Wish me luck. All right, Larry, gotcha, bud. ZTSK, Rudigity's still rising. ZTSK. Man, I don't buy into a stock and this time of day at a high. I learned a valuable lesson about that yesterday with GT, whatever the frickin' thing was, CDTG, CDTG. By the way, on CDTG today, I am CDTG. I'm up $1,103 on this stock today. CDTG. So I told you I was going to make my money back on it slowly but surely. And I'm going to try to buy it now here at $5.50 a share. We'll try to buy 20 shares, $5.55, $5.57, $5.59. I'm up 1,100 on this. Wish you the best, Larry. Yes, indeed. And take a look at this stock, CDTG. And I want you to take notice, folks. CDTG. All right. SLE dropping again. Thank you for letting me know. I saw it. CDTG up 78% today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the 20-day chart on this stock. CDTG, folks. It breaks over this line and it's never stopped here before. It's going to go all the way up to there. The 5 days is going to go all the way up to there, folks. I'm telling you that this thing has never stopped at this price with the 5 day here. It's never stopped there before. And it's most likely not going to stop there now because it's never stopped there before. In fact, it's going to go up to this price right here. The 5 day is going to rise all the way to there. And then after that, folks, it could get dangerous for the shorts, real dangerous. Look at the volume buying in on CDTG here now. Boy, did they shake everyone out of this yesterday. SLE. Let's look at SLE now. God dang, man. Still, look at the friggin' 200-day just rising. Look at the 50 and 45 just rising there. The 200 rising. That's why they keep trying to scare people out of it, because those things are going ballistic on them. Trying to drop it to 388 again. I'm in there. 388, 389, 390. I'm in. 391, 392. Folks, they haven't had jack crap down here for sale. They've only had 1,000 shares at 391. 1,000. Look how many how many they wanted to buy though at 390. 77,000. But at 391, 1,000 shares is all they've had. At 392, all they've had is 3,100 shares. At 393, 520 shares at 393, folks. Understand? Understand there's no shares here for sale. They've never had any substantial shares here for sale at 389, 390, 391. All they're trying to do, in fact, is accumulate shares at 421 and 422. They got 92,000 and 89,000. You can see right there where my dollar cost average is. They bought 92 and 89,000. This is all rinky dink through here. And this is rinky dink now. And they got 77,000 there just then. Why did they want to buy so many at that price just then? I wonder why they're buying so many here at 392 now. $392, folks. And say goodbye to that. That is done. It's at 398 now. Yes, indeed. The 392s are history, folks. If you want to buy it now, you're getting it at 395 or you're not getting it. And again, here at 398, they've only had 2,400 shares at 398, folks. Last call. 1 o'clock was the last call for getting shares at $3.90. These are small time manipulators here, folks, using very small volume. Look over here, them trying to sell one share at 394 and a half. One share, folks, one share. And then the buy comes in for 5 and it's at 397. 394 and 5 shares pushes it to 397. Do you see that? Weak. The shorts are weak here. Just bought it at 395 again. My dollar cost average is 419 now. And the buyers are coming in to buy it at 397. Look down here. 397, 398. They're buying 397s and 398s, folks. SLE. Let's look at the 1-day chart on it. SLE. Yeah, baby. There's the lunchtime low, and then the next low was here. Goodbye, baby. Look at that. The lunchtime low was here at the price of 382, and then they just nut sacked it here for 5 minutes on this price here. 389, 7 cents higher. 7 cents higher. They consolidated it 7 cents higher than the lunchtime low. You see that? Man, this thing isn't going to stay down. They're going to run this thing right up over that freaking thing, and then it's going to go all the way up to this 50-day up here. The bid is 391. The ask is 398. The bid is 391. The ask is 398. All I can get are 393s now. Look at all the shares they bought at 390, folks. 77,000. 77,000 they bought at 390 for some reason. Huh. I wonder why they wanted to buy so many shares at 390 today. 77,000 they wanted at 390. My dollar cost average is now 418 a share. Uh-oh, she just jumped to 394 now. There's no more 390s. Last call, I call out right there for 390s. Last call for 390s right there. That's it, folks. And look how many shares they had. 11 at 390. 39 at 390 and 1 at 390. They are done, baby. 390 is over. 390. 1 share was the last they had at 390. And they're buying 486 at 392. Look down here. Sold Three 394.5, they dumped 40 shares. And then look at all the onesies, 5Z, onesie at 390. And up here, you're done. One share, 390. One share, 390. It's over. This stock is SLE'd, everybody. And if I were you, I'd pick up some shares here of it. SLE. I'd pick up a couple shares here. And I just filled at 394. And look at this. They're still trying to sell 89 shares at 390. There's your last call. And now we're filling one share at 394. Woohoo! Look at that. They sold right here at 390. They sold 100, 200. And then the buy comes in for one at 394. Now they're trying to dump 392, one share, one share. I guess they're all out of the 390s now. Now they're trying to dump one share at 392. One share, 10 share, 10 share dumps, 392. What happened down here? Market makers, baby, working their magic. The bid is 390. The ask is 394. You know, they want to buy a lot of shares here at 390, don't they? Look at that. Look at all the shares they wanted to buy at 390. Now, above that, look at here, 77,000 at 390, but at 391, only 3,000. 77,000 they bought at 390, but above that, only 3,200 at 391. Does that indicate that someone wanted to run it down and manipulate it down so they could buy 77,000 shares at 390? Yes, it does look like that, doesn't it? It sure does look like that. And now I cannot buy 390, 391, 392, or 393. In fact, the lowest I could get it now is 395 and 393. And I keep looking over here and I keep seeing the desperate shorters selling one share at 390. One share at 390. One share at 390. I wonder who's getting paid to keep selling one share at 390. Now it's one share at 391. They're going to try to hold it at 391 with one share now. Now it's one share at 392. Huh. One share at 392. One share at 392. One share, one share, one share. I guess they're about to give up, folks. One share at 392. Oh, are they trying to prove themselves now? The idiot that just sold 2,000 at 390? Look at that idiot that just sold 2,000 at 390. Oh my God, look at that. They sold 2,000 at 390. Now they're selling all these cell phone cells coming in, 390. Where they've now bought 83,000 shares at 390. Interesting, huh? Again, I point this out to you because I like to be Mr. Obvious. I want you to notice that at 389, first of all, at 388, one of their favorite numbers to accumulate, they've only had 400 shares at 388. 400 people. At 389, they've only had 12,805. But at 390, they've had 83,686. Why? Why are they trying to accumulate here at 390? And folks, they've been holding it here for about an hour now. Why don't they want to get it down any lower to 388? Their favorite number to buy, 388, where they've only bought today 400 shares, 388. Folks, I'm telling you, SLE, SLE, all right? SLE. Look at them hold it here at this line. 389 and 390. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. It is extremely hard to keep a price down underneath a 50-day average up here and a 200 even higher. It is very difficult to hold this here. Okay? Very, very, very difficult. Very, very hard to hold a price down and barcode it with a 50-day average up above and the 200 even way up here. This 200-day average is at $4.30, folks. The 50-day is here. What's that price? Let's see where the 50-day is now. The 50-day is right here. The 50-day is at 403, folks. 403. Do you know how hard it is to keep a price down below a 50 here? Look at it. It's not going to happen. See? There it goes. There it goes. It is impossible to hold this down with the 50 up here and the 200 up here. And you can all see it and watch it with your own two eyes here in a minute. You're going to see what I mean. They're not going to be able to hold it here. The 50 is way up here and the 200 is way up here. This thing is going to be drawn right up to it. There it goes. There it goes. It's going to start right now, folks. And this is SLE. SLE. It's going to go up here to the 50. Then it's going to cross that, and it's going to go all the way up here, folks. Just watch it. Watch it go. Watch this go. You can trade on a cell phone. There it goes, folks. I was right. It's taking off right now. SLE. SLE. The ask now is $4. SLE. I told you it is almost impossible to barcode a stock down here with a 50-day average here and the 200 up here. It's impossible to hold it. SLE, folks. And now you're going to see the 5-day break over this line. And when it does, this thing's off to the races. It's going to break this line right now. The 5-day is going to go over this line. And notice, the last time the 5-day was here, the price was only there. See that? The last time the 5-day was here, the price was only there. Now the 5 days here, and the price is up here, folks. Oh, my God. Look at it cross over. Look at it crossed over. It's over this line. SLE. CDTG has a shot at $10, maybe. GYUFU delivery arrived. I'm not sure what you mean by that. SLE. Oh my. The 5-day breaks up over the 10-day, and both of them are going to come up here to the 45 and 50. Then they're going to cross that, carry that all the way up here, folks. SLE. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get out of XOS right now. I'm down on it big time, but I'm going to start selling it. I've got 1,100 shares. I'm going to get out of this, and I'm going to move it over to that one. They've got an intent to hold this down here. They're not going to let it get out of here. They're going to hold it here all day as long as they can, SLE. So I just sold 500, and I'm going to sell 200 more right here. And I'm now out of XOS pretty much. They may run it on up now since I sold it, but we'll see. But I'm out of XOS pretty much. I've only got 460 shares left. But somebody's got a real desire to be hoarding it here at 295 a share. 295 XOS. They've got a deep desire to hoard this stock at 295. And they wanted it even more up here at this price, and that was 324. 324. They wanted 1,800,000 shares there. And now they drove it down to 293. This might be the bottom on it, though, folks. 288 is a common buy number. 288 is to buy in. And then they go up to 320 with it afterwards. 288. And they only had 8,600 shares at 288 they could buy. But now I'm going to move this over to something that's running SLE. I'm going to move it over to SLE. VRAX has turned out to be an absolute disaster, Jayhawk. VRAX, a complete disaster, Jayhawk. VRAX. An absolute disaster. VRAX. What a freaking disaster that stock turned out to be. And they herked it and jerked it and 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 herked it and jerked, herked, jerked, herked, jerked, herked. And then they sit here. And then they sit here for freaking 2 hours. Man, Jayhawk, what happened? Why? Interviews to air nationally. What happened? Jeez, oh, Pete's, man. What a slaughtering. Yep. What an absolute massacre. And now, is this official? Is this the final flush out effort right now? Is this the final little push down here on this one? The reason I say that is because you can see the first low was here. The second low was here. The third low here. And now, is it finally going to bounce and go like it should? Because just look at all this major herking and jerking through here. Up to 466, down to 290, up to 380, down to $3, 310, up to 414, down to 318, up to 430, down to 310, up to 348, down to 299. I mean, just what a masterful manipulation job after this thing was just trending up, up, up. Let me show you what was going on here, folks. Just give me a second here. This morning, the high trend line was here. The high trend line, come on, man, make a freaking line here. The hell? Here we go. The high trend line was here. The low trend line was here this morning. Look at that. The high sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. Then damn, look at him just annihilate that thing out. The next line was here. The next trending line was there. God. Yeah, we're going to move to another runner. Well, let me tell you something right now. That thing is getting ready to move right now. VRAX. It finally got flushed out completely right there. That was a higher low than the previous two lows right there. VRAX. And like I said, if you go back on this stock, if you go back and look at it right now, take a look. This was the first low right there. This was the second low right there. This was the third low right there. And that's the end of it. Every one of them's a higher low. All right? So just showing it to you, you can decide. You know, I provide, you decide, folks. I provide, you decide what to do with the information that I share with you. But I'm observant of these lows. And right now, I can see this low has risen to there. All right, there. Right there. So the first low it was there. The second low was there. The third low was there. The fourth low was there. And now this low is here. And that's quite a bit higher than this low here. All right. Every one of them I'm tracking very closely. You can see that. That's how I roll. So now, since lunchtime, we've had a low here, then we had a low here, then we had a low there, and now the low was just there, right there. And now the next low was right there, right there. VRAX. Okay? VRAX. The bid is 293, the ask is 295. The bid just rose to 294. The ask is 295. The bid is 294, the ask is 295. The bid 294, the ask 295. The bid 292, the ask 295. The bid 290, the ask the bid 292, the ask 295. And again, ladies and gentlemen, here we are trying to barcode a stock underneath a 50-day average with a 200 up here. It's just like the other one, folks. It's very hard to barcode a stock underneath a 50-day average with a 200 way up here. It gets very hard, folks. Let's go look at SLE. SLE. Ah, SLE. The first low there, the second low there, the third low there, the 50 up above, the 200 even higher. And good God, look at this drop from here down to there. And look at that. There's a gap now up to here. And all they're doing is herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking. And it's going to jerk right off the screen. SLE. The 1-day chart, SLE. SLE. Man, it's so hard to keep it here. Folks, look how much it just rose after they tried to hold it here and barcode it for a freaking hour. And then it rises. And now they try to barcode it here for 5, 10 minutes. But the 50's up here and the 200's up here. Folks, it's so hard to keep this price down when you got a 50 over here and a 200 up here, folks. I'm telling you. And you can already see that the 5-day was stopped here and dropped to there. Then the 5-day hit here and dropped to here, right on the 10. It's going to rise, folks. This is going to go up. The 50's up above. It's too heavy weighted, and so is the 200 way up here. This is going to rise, folks. It's going to rise. Just be patient and watch. Watch the 5-day rise right now. Because the 50's up here and it's flattening out. The 50's flattening out. So the 200 way up here. The 5's going to come up, folks. This is SLE. SLE, folks. And look at all the shares that they were able to acquire on SLE down there and gather up. Look at all the shares they gathered up there at 390. Why? Why did they want to buy so many shares at 390? Why did they buy even more up here at 420 and 421? And even more up here at 433 and 431. Why did they want to buy all those shares right here, 247,000 at 515? Why did they buy 61,000 at 491? And then they get to the low of the day and they only got 96,000 at 390. Why? Why did they want to buy so many there? Well, now I'm going to try to buy 30 at 392 and 393 and 394 and 395. And I'm going to try to buy them at 396 now. Yes, I do. I want to try to buy them here. I mean, hell, they bought so many shares at 390. Why stop there? Why stop there? I'm just going to buy it at 398 right now. I don't care. The bid is $397. The ask is $4. I can't even get a 398 here. I guess I'm going to have to buy 399. There we go, 399. And my dollar cost average is at 416, folks. 416. I'm going to buy 399 again. There we go. I already know that they haven't had jack crap down here to sell at 399, just 10,000 shares. That's $39,000 is all they've had. They ain't had jack crap here at 397. But they sure had a whole bunch of shares they wanted to sell to somebody at 390 today. Man, they wanted somebody to get shares at 390. You know, you look at this chart here, and I'll turn this light off because I want you to see. There was a lot of selling on the bid at that price, 390. There was a boatload of shares sold on the bid at 390 to someone that wanted them there. And I believe someone contracted to buy them there. I think someone had a contract with another entity to just keep selling shares until they could buy their shares they wanted at 390. And they came in at that number, and there was a lot of shares sold there. They sold 96,274, and right below that they only sold 12,000, and above it they only sold 23. But right there at 390, 96,000, folks. Crazy, now all I can get is 398. Did they sell all the shares at 390? 96,000? The stock is SLE, ladies and gentlemen, SLE. And there's just a handful of shares here being sold at 397. Take a look over here. 397. And look at the buyers buying 398.5 and 398. Look at that. 10 shares at 397 now is all they got. Ten shares at 397. Man, we got a lot of afternoon ahead of us, and man, there's a lot of buying that went on this stock at 390 a share. And this sucker's about to go over 398 and 399, and it's going to go over 4 in a moment. And I just bought it at 399. I cannot get a 398 to fill. A lot of happy buyers buying 398 here now, 398.5. Take a look over here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of happy buyers buying 398s there, 397s, now 398s. And now they're buying 398.5s. Oh my, it's about to go over 4. 399.84 there by 399.84. 399.84 twice. And ladies and gentlemen, there's 640 shares bought there at 399.84. Man, they ran out of those. They ran out of all those shares they had. They ran out of all the shares they had at 398s and 397s. They're out of them, folks. Buyers coming in at 399.84 now. And they had a whole how many shares to dump at 397 just then? 27 shares at 397, folks. And now they're trying to sell 397 ones. 300 shares at 397.1 and 1,000 some idiot sold at 397. They sold 1,000 at 397 like an idiot. And now the buyers are buying 399s. Well, the lowest I can buy now, they ran out of all those shares I bought at 390 earlier. And the lowest I can get now is 398. Yep, the lowest I can get is 398 now. And you know how long they sat? Let's just do this. Let's look at SLE on the chart. Look at this, folks. SLE. Look at this porpoising, porpoising, porpoising. And it's going to go up over this 50-day. It's going to rise up to this 50 and go beyond it, folks. The market makers have just been consolidating, capitulating, consolidate, capitulate, converge it all together, get it to converge, get them all to come together, the 50, the 45, the 10 and 5, converge them here. And then it's going to bounce because, ladies and gentlemen, all three C words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, all favor longs. All right? I know this for a fact. I've been trading for 26 years. Consolidation, capitulation, and then convergence favors longs. All C words favor longs. And this thing is about to rise right on up off this convergence. And I mean convergent. Look at them converge it together. Look how needle nosing it is. And watch this thing shoot now, folks. Because as I said, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence are C words and they favor longs. And watch this thing rise right now. Watch it rise. And there will be no more 398s. There's no more 398s to be had. I'm going to put one more order in there, and I'm going to rise this up to 399 now. And I just filled at 399. And I'm going to come up here and I'm going to put it in again, 399. And look at that, folks. We're now getting 399 fives. 399 fives. 398.5. I'm sorry, 399, 399, 398.5. Look at them dumping 398.5. And I'm saying here we are, folks. Last call for 399. Last call for 399. This is the number where you should be buying. And I'm going to keep buying here because I want my dollar cost average to be at 413 a share. And because right now it's at 414. And I can't get any more 399s now. Oh, that took a while. And that took a while too, 399. I mean, a very long time to fill that order. SLE, folks, SLE. And there's my last buy at $3.99. And there's $4. $4, folks. And look at the dumpers trying to dump a 39999. Ha ha. Oh man, this thing's getting ready to break out, folks. SLE. Oh yeah. It's going to rise. It's going to rise up over the 50, folks. Here we go. Watch it go, folks. Look at it go. Look at it rise. Look at it rise. SLE, ladies and gentlemen. SLE. SLE. Woo! There she goes. There she goes, just like I said she would. The ask is 402. Oh my gosh, look at this, folks. The ask is 402. Look at the buyers coming in at $4. They're done with that 390 bullshit. And they're done with the 398, 399s. They're buying fours, they're buying 401s, 4012, 4018. Oh yeah. Shorty, it's time for you to hit the door, baby. It's time for you to get out. You better cover now. I'm buying at market right here. Buying at market here. And there's a 401 buy. There's another 401 buy. Let's see if I can get another 399. Nope, we're at 4 now. We're at 4. Get the $4 if you can. SLE. SLE. All right, I'm going to start liquidating some shares. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of shares I've just been holding 5 shares of. IPST, I'm going to get out of that. I'm going to get out of IPST. I've only got 5 shares. IPST. I got 5 shares. I'm going to sell them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm out here. 5 shares. Sell at market. IPST. Had a great day with that yesterday. Made a very nice profit on that IPST yesterday. Now we're going to go over here. QSRH trade. QSRH. I don't know who taught me into that. QSRH. Enter. QSRH. QSRH. Can't find it. Why? It's OSRH. OSRH. And I'm out of that. I've got 620 shares, $300 worth. QSRH. I'm going to sell all of it. $620 worth. Enter. Sell. QSRH. Or OSRH. And I'm down $14 on that today. Down $15. OSRH. I'm out. We're going to go over here now. I got a lot of shares. I'm just holding dinkies. SKYQ I'm going to hold because I like to keep track of that. MYSZ. I've got 5 shares. Trade MYSZ. MYSZ. My size. I'm going to get out of that. Hey, I'm up on it today. MYSZ. I've got 5 shares and I'm out. Sell at market. Up a smidge on that. My dollar cost average is 322 and I just sold it 246. I only had 5 shares, folks. I'm not holding a lot of any of these. But I want to clean house here. I want to clean house. JWEL. I've got 5 shares. I'm going to trade it. JWEL. And I'm going to sell 5 shares. Sell at market. Boom. I'm out. JWEL. Now I'm going to go back over here to monitor again. And XOS, I'm down 173 on that. I've got 460 left. Trade XOS, I'm out. And it's just running down. And I'm going to sell 500 shares, sell at market. And I'm going to short this position now. And now I'm shorting 40 shares of XOS. Well, it's the low of the day. So chances are tomorrow it's going to open up even lower. So if it's at the low of the day and you get out of it there, and it was at 409 this morning, and now the price is 290, 409 down to 290. Let's short some more of it. It's at the low of the day, people. And even though the low was 288, that doesn't mean it's going to stop there. Normally, I would tell you to buy 288. But we'll see what happens now. I'm going to short 10 more. Sell it. And now I'm shorting 190 shares. I meant to do 10 there. Sell it. And I'm now shorting it at 289 a share. I'm shorting it at 289. Because if this thing breaks below 288, it's going to go down to 272 or 266. And again, this thing closes near the low of the day. Man, it's going to drop tomorrow. So I'm shorting 200 shares on this now. Of course, now I look over and all these idiots want to now buy it at 289, 289. And I'm shorting it at 289. I'm shorting 200 shares at 289. XOS. XOS shares were trading higher after the company announced that it had been awarded a prototype other transaction agreement by the United States Air Force to develop and deliver a deployable mobile charging solution for electrified support equipment and vehicles. That is why they went up on the 18th. Yesterday, they went up on that news. And today, they friggin' collapsed. Today, they friggin' collapsed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, that being said, normally I would suggest a 288 is a good buy-in, especially since today's high was $4.09. 409. Folks, they started selling it down at 408. And you should know, when you look at my buy-sell sheet, right over here, it says sell 6, 7, and 8. That is a sell. And that would have been a place to sell that, obviously, this morning. $4.08 to $2.88. Alexa, what is 4.09 minus 2.88?
4.09 minus 2.88 is 1.21.
$1.21 drop on this thing today. $1.21 drop. XOS. God. And now it's just sitting here at 489. Well, folks, I'm just gonna get out of this entirely. I want out of this thing. I got 0 shares of it now. I'm not gonna hold it at all because chances are 288 is a good buy, and it's gonna go back up now from 288. Usually, you can buy 288 and sell 320. So this is XOS, and I'll try to buy it. I'm gonna try and buy it at 288 and 289 now. Come on, baby. Let me get 200 shares at 289. They're dumping 3,800 shares at 289.5, folks. 3,800 shares at 289.5. They're dumping 3,800 shares at 289.5. They dumped 3,000 at 289.5 just a minute ago. And now they dumped 3,800 at 289.5. Well, I'm just going to buy it at 290. Screw it. Now we'll know if I get a 289 buy on it because I got 200 there too. XOS. Now I'm going to clean house some more. BIAF. God. Trade BIAF. I'm down $18 on this since I opened the position. And now I'm completely out of BIAF. Monitor. EHGO. Chart. EHGO. And that is a freaking long time to be holding that at the same price with the 200-day way up here. Man, that's a long time to hold that same freaking price. And you know what that looks like? That looks like freaking accumulation to me. Big time accumulation. Big time accumulation, EHGO. And they are trying to hoard it so bad that even though it just went right back up to this line, look at them try to depress it down again to stop it from breaking over this line and going up to that 200. Look at all the selling there right now. Look at that sea of red selling there to try to re-get this line right there. Well, the low was here, folks. The low was there. And now the low is right there. God. One hour ago, the low was here and the buyers all came in. Now the low is here and the buyers, look at all the sellers there. EHGO, just look at all of them selling this freaking stock. I wonder how many shares of this there are, EHGO. How many shares have traded on this today? EHGO. 51 million was the last I checked. Now 53 million shares traded. EHGO. How many shares have they got outstanding? 2 million, 2 million. The float is 1,044,000. Shares outstanding, 2.86 million. God dang. EHGO. I got to write this down. EHGO. 2.8 million shares outstanding. And it's traded how many million? It's traded how many million? Today? 1.4 million float. And today it's traded 53 million shares. $53 million. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you may not be able to understand how is it that a stock EHGO, can have only 2.8 million shares outstanding and trade 53 million. Let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it's done. All right? Now, the price was all the way up here at $3.13 a share. Look right here. The price was at $3.13 right there. 313. Let's go and zoom in on it. 310. Well, it was really 313. Okay, it was really at 313. 312.87. So the price was at 313. Now let me show you how a stock can trade 53 million shares when they've only got 2 million. This one begins shorting it at 313 and sells 50,000 to his friend. He short sells it from 313. He short sells it at 312. The same 50,000 to his friend. He sells 50,000 short to this one. He shorts 50,000 to this one. He shorts 50,000 to this one. And by the time it's gone around the table, back to the same guy originally, this is now traded 1 million shares. 50, 150, 250, 350, 450, 550. So you got 500,000 shares every time it goes around the table. So it goes around the table once, short selling, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. That's 4 million shares. 9 times, 10 times. That's 5 million. 11 times, 12 times around the table. 13 million shares. 14 million. Twice again, 15 million. Twice again, all short selling to their friends in a big circle. And the next thing you know, the price has gone from $3.13 to $1.17. $2 down. And it's traded 35 million shares, even though there's only 2.4 million shares outstanding. It should be illegal. It should be illegal. Now, let me show you something. This price just fell from 226 to 126. That's a whole dollar. It fell from the time 1054 to 1104. In 10 minutes time, 10 minutes, this thing fell a dollar to right there. Now it's here again. And believe it or not, in 10 minutes, it could go right back up. Because if it fell in 10 minutes, there was no accumulation of shares through this region at all. There's no shares accumulated here at all. And if it fell this fast in 10 minutes, it can go back up from here in 10 minutes to the same number, folks, believe it or not. EHGO. So here it is now. EHGO. Take a look at that. EHGO. Look at it. And in 10 minutes, folks, it could go berserk. And look at all the freaking buying now. I'm just telling you what I see, EHGO. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to go green on it. My dollar cost average is at 123. And I'm going to buy it right here now. I'm going to buy it at market right now. And I told everybody already when it got to this price, it was going to jump up to here because there was no shares here before. No shares. And then when it gets over this, it's going to jump all the way up to here. It's going to jump all the way up to right here. And that price is $2.50 a share. $2.50 a share, folks. Or to the minimum here, 222. 222 to 230. All right? You wait and see if I'm right or not. You watch and see if I'm right or not. And these chumps trying to dump right here at 211, forget about it. They're mine. I'm buying them. 211, I'm buying them. 210, 211, 213, 213 now. 113, I'm sorry. $113, I just bought that. $114 now, I just bought that. And every bit of this is totally oversold, completely oversold. Every bit of it's oversold. All of it, it's oversold. Now all they're trying to do is get one chance to buy a few more shares at $1.13 before this thing goes absolutely apeshit ballistic. Look at them trying to buy a 112.68 there, chumps. It won't be here long, folks. It won't be here long. This is all oversold. 822,000, 888, 824, 721, 884. It won't be here long, folks. These market makers can try all they want, but this isn't going to be here long. Look at that. At 112.02 is the most shares bought today. 949,000 at 112.02. 949,000 at 112.02. What a strange number. What a strange number to accumulate so many shares. 112.02. And I do not believe it's going to stay here very long. This is last call for 112.02, ladies and gentlemen. Frickin' 112.02. 111. And kiss my ass. EHGO. 111 now. 112 again. 113 now. She's gone, folks. This thing's going to rocket. EHGO. Look at him trying to sell against this run up. Trying to sell against it. Was getting ready to take off, folks. Last few chumps here trying to sell it. Last call for 112, ladies and gentlemen. Last call. I'm buying 30 shares at a time. Just bought it at 112 and a half. 112 and a half. See, the chump saw that this thing was, I was right, and it was getting ready to skyrocket, so they dropped it. They dropped it 8 cents just then because they know I'm right. This thing's getting ready to go. And I'm just, you can hear me just filling the coffers here at 111 now. I'm just waiting on it to take off, back up. 900,000 they bought now at 111.90, 112. See, at all these other numbers, they could only get 800, 800, 700, 800, but somehow now they've got 900, and here they've almost got a million. They got a million at 111 and a half. A million at 111 and a half, folks. That's the most they've gotten. A million at 111 and a half. And now they're about to go over a million at 112. And you think it's going to stay there? No, it's at 113. All I can buy now is 113s. And KY flag coming in at 112.90. 112.9035. What a number to try to buy. And my dollar cost average is now $1.21. Now I'm filling at 113. I guess they're all out of the 111 fives. Yeah, I guess they ran completely out of the 111 fives. And now they've run out of the 112 fives as well. They're all out of them, folks. And all I can get now is 113. And let's see if I can get a single order to fill at 112 right now. Not freaking one. Not one. And I just bought, why am I buying XOS at 285? And now they're out of 113s. And now all I can get is 114s. And they've only got here 722,000 there. And the dumpers come in and try to dump some 111s here, trying to dump some 111s. I don't know why. I have no freaking idea why they would even waste their effort. $112s now. We're back to 113s. How long will it be till they run out of 113s? Well, they run out of 112s at 923,000. God dang it, man. And now the time is 2:11, and it's my dollar cost average on this XOS is at 286 now, 286, and that doesn't surprise me. I guess it's the last washout attempt. The stock is down 35% today now. Down 35% is where I'm buying this. 35% is where I'm buying it. Down 35%. Well, they triggered the 30% stop losses and they drove it down to 35% after that. So that's where I'm going to buy it. And by the way, I will not be holding a single share of this after the close. All I'm trying to do now is buy it at the low of the day, 285, and hope for a very nice power hour. All right. And so I'm just going to keep loading the boat here at 285 a share. And now it's risen to 286. And I cannot get any more 285s to fill. And the stock I'm on is XOS. Here is the chart for XOS. There it is, XOS. And I just bought it at the low 284, 283, 285 XOS. Last final dump out attempt right there. And there's the bottom right there at 283. Now, why would I buy 283? Well, I'll show you why. Because here on my buy sell sheet, the number says buy back 82, 83, 84. That's why. That's why I just bought there just then at 283. That's why I just bought there. And the stock was down 36% when I bought it there. Okay, now I want to get back over here because I want to shave some of these other ones. HIVE, I got 5 shares. I'm out. HIVE, I want to get the 5 shares out of that. HIVE. I'm going to get rid of all these. I'm up $14 on it today. I'm up $14 on it today. I'm going to sell it right now. 5 shares. HIVE, sell market. Made $13.95 on that. Just sold it. Now I'm going to go over here to my monitor page again. And I want to get out of STKH. I got 5 shares of that. STKH. And I'm down $1.85 on my 5 shares of that. So we're going to sell that now. 5 shares, sell at market. STKH. And I'm out of that at 358. Now I want to sell 5 shares of BOXL. BOXL. 5, sell at market. I just sold BOXL at 636 and I lost $6 on it. Now we're back over here and we're looking at SNYR. I'm going to sell 5 shares of that. SNYR. Synergy. And I'm up a penny. I'm going to sell 5 shares of that now. SNYR. Next, we're looking at ONDS. ONDS. Trade. ONDS. I've got 5 shares. ONDS. Enter. ONDS. ONDS. Enter. And I'm up $44 on this. Well, I'm actually down $1.12. It just adjusted. I'm down $1.12. Sell market, 5 shares. Just sold ONDS. Now I'm going to get over here and I'm going to go to monitor and I'm going to sell PLUG, 5 shares, trade. If you're wondering why I have all these 5 share numbers, so I can track them when they're going up. This one's up 22 cents today, so I know PLUG went up a little today. But I'm going to sell the 5 shares now, get out. And on that stock, I ended up making 20% profit today, $11 total since I got in. PLUG. Now I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to sell LFS. LFS, I've got 530 shares. Let's look at the chart on it, LFS. And by the way, look at XOS. XOS is running. XOS finally got fleeced out completely at 283. XOS. Okay, but we're going to go back over here to LFS. We're going to go to the chart, LFS, and look at it. LFS. Man, look at that. Herc and jerk and 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 geez, oh, Pete. LFS, I'm out. Trade. LFS. And you can see right here on LFS, it's saying $1,181 profit. LFS. And I've got 530 shares, so I'm going to sell it now. 530, and now I have 30 shares remaining. I'm going to sell 30 here. LFS. And man, look at that range they held that in today. 222 to 225. Look at that. They held it there all day long. They held it there all day long, LFS, from 222 to 227. All day. All right. Go back over here. Keep whittling. MSS. I'm up $922.30 on MSS. Let's go look at MSS. And it just keeps rising, folks. Looking good. Looking good. MSS. Those who deny Allah's signs are arrogant towards them, are companions of the fire. Oh, yeah. Those who deny Allah's signs are described as deaf and dumb in darkness. Allah leaves those who persistently reject the truth to wander in their transgression. Oh, good Lord. Let me tell you right now that one of the things that I want to try to refrain from doing here is doing a lot of religion because I had some detrimental effects on my account for having that go on. So Idawato, goodbye with your comments, and you're being hidden on this channel from now on and will never be heard of again. So how do you like that? I have power over you. I have the authority. The Lord, thy God, is the one and only. And let me tell you a little bit about the person that you so think was so powerful, Muhammad. And what happened when he died? Just going to share a little bit of a history with you guys. Maybe you know this, maybe you don't. But I'm going to tell you now. At one time, Muhammad was asked by a group of individuals that how should we accept that you are the Lord of Lords? And how do we know that you're not bearing false witness? And what he said to them was, he said, if I am not the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, then let me choke on my own tongue. That's what he said. And you can find this if you search that this is the absolute truth, that he told those people on that day, if I am not who I say I am and who I profess to be, let me choke on my own tongue. Later on in his life, he was approached by a woman who said to him, you and your crusaders and warriors killed my father, killed my brothers, and you has caused much pain in my family. And therefore, I have baked this bread that I have poisoned. And if you are who you say you are, then if you eat this bread, it should have no effect on you. Is that right? And he said, yes, that is right, because he was proud. So, against the advice of his group of people that surrounded him and protected him, who said, no, don't eat that. It's got such and such poison. It'll kill you. And he said, ha, 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 ha. No, it won't, because I am who I say I am. And so he took that bread and he ate that poisonous bread from that woman. And that's how he died. His tongue becomes so swollen that he couldn't breathe anymore and he asphyxiated. And that is how the leader of their faith perished, on his own pride and choked on his own tongue. And that is the truth. They don't want to talk about that, the people who profess that religion, because their Lord of Lords did not ascend after his death, and a big, huge stone that only 20 soldiers could push into place wasn't rolled out of the way, and he was gone to heaven. That didn't happen. But I'm just sharing that with you so you're aware of it. That's how he died. And they don't want to talk about that. They'll go word for word with the Quran, but they don't want to talk about how embarrassingly he died. But I will. I just told you, so you know now. And that is the truth. Yeah, they don't want to talk about he tells you that you can beat on your wife either. Yep. All right. I want to tell you one other quick little thing here. I used to do a lot of DJing when I was down in Orlando, Florida, and in Nashville, Tennessee. And in Nashville, Tennessee, I started getting approached by these Kurdish people, and they are Islamic, and they wanted me to do these Kurdish weddings. And so I started DJing these massive weddings in Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of people would attend these weddings. 500, 600 in this one huge auditorium. I did it over and over and over again. And finally, one day they came into my shop and asked me, could you do one of our services we're going to have at the university? And I said, oh, I guess so, So I take all my gear and I set up all my PA and everything for this service. And at the service, ladies and gentlemen, all the men came walking in with their wives, and they all take off their shoes, and all the men are carrying these little rolled up straw mats or cloth mats that they put out on the ground to do all their praying on, okay? But the women were forced to go to the rear of the auditorium where they had this cordoned off with that orange construction stuff, you see, when they're doing highway work, they put up this orange plastic fencing. And so they shoved all their wives and all the women into this little pig pen, I called it, because they're not allowed to worship. The women are not worthy. Not like here in the United States where men and women and families go into the church and sit in the pews together and worship the Lord together. No. The women are excluded because they are unworthy. And they are treated like animals. They are traded like animals, and they are treated like animals. There you go. Just a little more for you to understand. And that was a real eye-opener for me when I saw that. I was like, wow. And that was the last time I did anything for them. Not to mention they were walking around with all these signs, support jihad and give money and all this, and I was like, whoa. I said, man, I hope the feds don't walk in here and bust me and everybody else. So I never did anything else but I love the Kurdish people. Don't get me wrong. The Kurdish people are very fun. And I actually speak a little bit of Kurdish, and I can count to 10 in Kurdish. Yek do se shar pen shish hash haft no da. But I had to disassociate myself from them. All right, here we go. Now we're going to look at this. And what I see is the stock I told you guys to buy this morning when it dropped below $2 a share, or I suggested you buy it. And if you can see down here, it says down at the bottom, did any of you just purchase MSS with me below $2 a share? And 28% of my viewers said yes, they did, out of almost 100 votes. So I know right now there's 28 people on this channel that are pretty freaking happy because now you're going to sell MSS with me right now. So let's sell it, MSS, and let's see how much we're up. MSS. And right now, I'm up $962 profit on this. And I'm going to cancel all my sell orders. And I'm going to start selling here now. I'm going to sell 20 shares at a time at 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243. And the reason I know that it's going to go there is because all this is completely oversold. All oversold. Everything here is oversold, folks. MSS. And it's all oversold. So I just sold 237 and I just sold 238. And after it gets over 243, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to jump up to 254. So I'm going to put some sell orders in at 253, 254, 255, 256. Then it's going to jump up from here to this price, 260. So I'm going to sell it at 260, 61, 62. Then it's going to jump from there up to here, and I'm going to sell 264 and 265. From there, it's going to jump up to this number, and I'm going to sell 271 and 272. And the stock I'm trading on is MSS, okay? MSS. Right. And I just sold 240 and 241. So here they go, just like I called it out. Just like I called it out. Just like I said. And now it's going to jump from here all the way up to right here. Right here. Because there was never any shares here. There was never any shares here. This is where all the shares were. This is where all the shares were sold. There were never any sold here. So now it's going to gap up from here to right here, okay? And I'm not even going to put sell orders in through this region because guess what? It's not going to stay here. It's going to go right up like this. Watch it. And now I'm up $993 on this position. Jayhawk says, back to stocks. Yep. Well, there you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, will there be resistance here at this number? Yes, they will try to resist it going over this number. They sure will. So I'm going to bank on them pulling it down from this number. So I'm going to sell as much as I can right here now at these numbers, 241, 2, and 3, okay? So, because they're going to pull it down. They don't want it to go over this damn number. I can guarantee you they don't. They don't want it to go over this number. They don't want it to go over this number. They're going to stop it here all they can. All right? And now I have 190 shares left of this, and I'm up $978 on this. Yes, JP Panic, yeah. I just sold it at 942 again. And now I'm going to get over here to my monitor page again, and I'm going to sell OABI. OABI. I have 5 shares of it, and I'm up 40 cents. I'm going to sell it. My dollar cost average is $3.82 a share. And I'm going to sell this now at $4. OABI, I'm going to get out of it now. I've only got 5 shares to sell, but I am up on it and I'm going to sell it. All right, we're out of OABI. Now let's go back over to the monitor. Next, we're going to sell SIEB, which I happen to be up on. SIEB, I've got 130 shares. I'm going to trade SIEB. And I am up on this $260. You can see $260. I've got 130 shares, and I'm going to sell it now. I'm up $260 on it today, and I've got 130 shares. 130. Selling at market. And I just sold it all. I'm out of that now. I sold it at 202. Monitor. Let's get back over here now. What else have we got to sell? 5 shares of RMCF. That's on the rise right now, RMCF. AGRZ. Let's get out of that. Trade, AGRZ. There it is. And I'm up a smidge on that, but I've only got 5 shares, so I'm going to sell that too. I'm just liquidating all this off my plate. I've got way too many that I've been holding. And I just sold 5 shares of AZRG. Now, go back to monitor page. And let's see what else. We're up on ONFO. Up $30 on ONFO. And I've got 280 shares of it. Let's look at ONFO on the chart right now. ONFO. Boy, did I sell that MSS at the right time? Look at that, man. I just sold a bunch of MSS right there, and look at them attack it down below the 200 after I sold it. Holy smokes, I sold that at the right time. ONFO. God dog it, man. ONFO. Enter. And ladies and gentlemen, this is about to make a move off this line to the upside, it looks like. And you can see right here, this is a line of resistance right here. ONFO. I'm going to show you right here. Why did they want to stop it right there from rising above that? Well, because if it goes over that, it goes to here. Right there. Where they tried to stop it there this morning, stopped it here this morning. This is why they didn't want it to go over that price. And they drove it back down to the 200 so I could buy it there. So now I'm going to trade ONFO and buy it here. ONFO. And I'm going to buy it right here. 30 shares, buying it. And I'm going to buy it again now at $227 a share. And I'm going to buy it again at $227 a share and $227 again. Now, my dollar cost average, folks, is $2.17. $2.17. And notice today's low was $2.18. I bought this yesterday, and my dollar cost average was $2.17. And now they dropped the low today to 1 penny over my dollar cost average. And now I'm going to start buying here ONFO. And why is because of this chart. Look at the 5-day now crossing the 10-day right there. ONFO. ONFO. See that? The 5 days crossed over the 10, and look at the 50-day change angle from flat to rising, and the 10-day from flat to rising, and the 5-day has just gone over. ONFO. So I'm going to buy it here again, and I'm going to try to buy it at 226, where 284,000 shares have been purchased. 226, folks. For some reason, everybody wanted to sell. And by the way, look at the darkness on that candlestick. Everybody was selling to the bid there. They gave away those shares from there to there. All the darkness from here to there, they gave away. They gave that away today. At this price, 284,000 shares, they just simply threw out at that price because they wanted to hold it there. They wanted to hold it at 226. That's why they dumped out so many shares at that price, because they wanted to hold it right there. CDTG, all right. CDTG, enter. Goodness gracious, look at that today on CDTG, up $1,123. Well, I've only got 11 shares left. And I'm going to sell it right now. Because I can see they're attacking it down. They're attacking it down right now. They're attacking it down. They're taking it down. They're taking it down. CDTG. And I just sold my last shares at $7.37 a share. I'm out. And I made $1,122 on this today. Now we come over here. MSS, I'm up 940 on. Got 130 shares left. MSS. Trade MSS. And I am up $941 on MSS. And thank God I just got through selling it when it was at 242, 241. I told you they were going to try to attack it down because they didn't want it to go over that number. So that's why I sold so many shares there. And now I've only got 130 shares left. And gosh dang, look at them run it all the way down to 213. Be honest with you, I'm ready to buy some here now at this time, 213. So I'll come in here at 211, 212, 213. Try and buy 208, 209, 210. How do you like that? I called it, you guys, to sell it up here. I told you that it was going to run up there. And I was right. It did run up there, and then they ran it back down. And I knew they would, because they don't want this price to go over that 247, 242. Man, they had to bring it back down to 213 after that. Market manipulators, ladies and gentlemen, market makers, market manipulation, market manipulation. And I just bought it at 212, 212 again. Trying to buy it at market now, 212 one more time. Just got it at 212 again. $212 once more. And look at this hocus pocus over here. They're trying to tell you they're selling it at 210. I can't get a single 211 order to fill. And man, they're sure giving out a lot of shares at 212 now. Look at that. And 211, it's beautiful. Thank you, market makers. You guys just saw me sell all those shares up here 50 at a time. And I sold them at 240, 241, 42, 43, 44. I had about 800 shares. Now I've only got, well, I've been buying here now again. So I've got back up to 600 now. Monkeys can't get anything but 213 now. Yep, 213. And my dollar cost average is 215 a share. And my gosh, it just went to my dollar cost average, 215. And now it could launch right back up, folks, to 244 in no time. Because every bit of this is completely oversold. Completely oversold. And if you don't believe it, you just watch it happen. And the reason they're even down here now is because they never could print this number at 215. See, they never could print this at 215. They don't have a number they're proud of there. Interestingly enough, that's where my dollar cost average, actually it's 216. 216. That's the only reason they're even down here now is because they want to try to print a number. And they just tried to print at 211, 212, and they couldn't do it. Oh my gosh, I just bought it at 216 market. It's going up, folks. And all they're trying to do is get a printable number at 216 here, and then this thing's going to rise all the way back up over 240. Okay, that's my call, folks, before the close. And they're trying right now to fill and print a number at 216. And this is on the stock MSS. And look at it on the chart right now. MSS, folks. MSS. Look at that. I just sold it there, and look at him drop it to there where I just bought it again. And now she's going to run right back up. Folks, there's a gap. Listen, there's a gap from here down to here. There's a gap. You can see it from here up to there. There's a gap from here up to there. There's a gap from here up to there. There's a gap, folks. They just created it again right here in less than 3 minutes or 5 minutes time. There's a big gap from here up to there, folks. And you can witness it rise now and you'll see what I mean. Now let's get back over here and see what else. And I'm up 955 on MSS. I've got 820 shares. SLE is the only thing I'm really down on. I want to look at the chart on that now. SLE. Oh boy. Take a look at SLE, ladies and gentlemen. SLE. Take a look now. Look right here. Now, I already told you guys that there was a gap right here. I told you there was a gap. I told you there was a gap. And listen, if it breaks over that, it's going to go to this price. And that is 420. 420 a share. Okay? Now, I already told you there was a gap that was created right here. And I told you if it broke over this price, it was going to gap up. I told you it would. SLE. SLE, folks. And the buyers can recognize when a stock is about to take off, and they will start coming in here. All right, SLE. I just bought MSS at 212. trade. SLE. Coming again at 212. And 212 is good, folks. Now we're going to go 213. Yep, got another 212 just then. Beautiful. Keep it up for me. Keep it up. 212. That's nice. And by the way, I'm not the only one buying here at 212. You can see there's a lot of buyers here, folks, at 212. There's a lot of buyers at 212. Very comfortable buying 212 here. Now, there's a lot of sellers trying to dump at 212, but there are a lot of people scarfing that up, 212. And I'm one of them. And in fact, I just bought it at 210. See if we can get some 208 and 209 here. Remember, I just sold this at $2.42 a share, almost all my shares. And down here, they haven't printed any numbers. They haven't got a single number to print down here. They haven't printed jack crap down here, nothing. Last chance to buy 208, folks. Last call for 208 right now, right before 3 o'clock. And all I'm getting now are 209s. I can't believe I can't get a 208. And now she's back to 210. And look over here, folks. They just tried 208s. See that? 207s even. 206s. And now she's back to 210. And 211. Look at them buying 211s there. 212s they're buying now. Doesn't surprise me. Man, we're going to have a power hour on this damn thing, and it's going to go right back up and fly over all this back up to 243, 244. That's my call on it. Now we're going to come back over here. Hey, look at VRAX, folks. Hey, Jayhawk, look at your VRAX now. VRAX. Oh, boy. VRAX breaking this resistance line. And, folks, from here, it goes to here. Okay? From VRAX, there's a gap all the way up. VRAX, there's a big gap. Big gap on VRAX up to here, folks. Right there. Right there. VRAX. It's going to rise to there, folks. Just like it came down from here to here in 15 minutes. What was the time right here? The time was 11:23. And what was the time here? 11 and 13 minutes, folks. It fell that far in 13 minutes. And look, there's a gap here too. There's a gap here and there's a gap here created in 13 minutes. And now here we go, folks. VRAX, take a look at it. Look at it closely. VRAX, everyone. VRAX. There it goes, folks. VRAX. And this is a short-eating porpoise, everyone. VRAX. Oh, my God. It's a triple upside crossover, folks. And look how hard they stopped it and tried to stop that from happening. VRAX. Look at that thing launching, ladies and gentlemen. VRAX. And man, did they fleece everyone out of this today. And look at that, folks. You know what that is? Everybody knows what that is. Does anybody want to guess what this is right here? Does anybody want to guess what that is? Oh. Ha Well, you got him on a drive and you know they can survive, and they take it on down to the nut sack. The nut sack, baby. Yeah, the nut sack, baby. Well, they ran this VRAX down today. Just like they run stocks down every day. But that's when I am gonna frickin' play. They've got me down to the ground, but they ran it around to the nutsack. Yeah, that's where we're found. Everybody knows. And when she starts to blow, everybody knows that the nutsack is a little known place where we all fight together. Oh, we by the nutsack, baby. We by the nutsack, baby. Oh, yeah. That's what it is, folks. And that's what it did. They nutsacked that sucker. They nutsacked it, folks. Oh, yeah. Holy smokes. Oh, and look at their desperation. Try to fleece people out right before 3. Oh, look at them try to fleece people out right before 3. 3:15. They just tried to get it to 3:13, folks. VRAX. Holy smokes, they just tried for a 3:13. I'm coming in at 3:14, 3:15, 3:16. Coming in at 3:17. Coming in at 3:18. Let's put the pressure on. Oh my gosh. What did it just hit where they tried to crash it from? 323. Trying to take it down to 317 from 323 where it just was. And by the way, at 323, they bought 378,000 shares, more than any other number here. More than any other number. 378,000 at 323, folks. 378,000 at 323. Why did they want to dump so many shares at 323 today? Look at the darkness on that candlestick from there to there. All the shares that they dumped right there at 323. Why did they dump so many there? Why did they want to dump so many shares at 323 of this stock? Just look at that, folks. You can clearly see it. Look at all the shares on this candlestick dumped out on the bid. From right here over to right there. Every bit of that was dumped out to the bid. And I just bought MSS at 205 after I just sold it at 240 a share. Nice. MSS. God dog it. God dang, man. Come on, Tyler. Get it right. MSS. Goodness gracious. And now I get to buy at 201, 203, 202. Last call, folks, right before 3 o'clock. This is the last flush out attempt. 202 I just bought. 202 again. 203 again. I just bought it again. 204 now. Here she goes. She's going to run. And I just sold all those shares at 244 a share. 244, folks, and these market manipulators are trying to get it back down below $2 now. After I just sold all those shares at 244 a share. Look at these scumbags trying to take this down to 195 again now. And I just filled at 197 again. And look at this, MSS, folks. We bought it here this morning at the exact same price, and we sold it this afternoon at 244. And here they are, the same freaking price, trying to get it again to the same price. Boy, I tell you what, these manipulators, man, they play games. They play big-time games. They play big-time games with everybody, don't they? Oh, yeah, now we're filling at $2. No more 197s available. No more 198s. No, $2 is all you can buy now, and 201s. No more at 198. And look at that, they just tried a 198.08, folks. 198.08 they just tried. And it's right here now, right at 3 o'clock, folks. They're trying like hell to get this thing down below $2 right before 3 o'clock. And God bless them for buying from me at 240 and letting me buy back at 199 now. God bless them for doing that. And my dollar cost average has now dropped down to 208. And here we go, folks. This is going to be the end of this rundown. This is going to be the end of the manipulation on this stock, trying to hold it down at 199 and get just a few more shares at 198 and 199 here. And I just sold all those shares at 240, folks. And now I'm going to buy the crap out of it here at 198, 199. And I'm going to keep filling the coffer, folks. Keep filling it. 198, 199. And I'm just filling. And now they're at 19999. 19999. They're trying to fill 19999, people. That's how desperate they are. 19999. And now she's back over $2. Look at over there, 19999s. Look at all those buys at 19999. And now we're back over 201, 202. Here we go. Woo, 203. Oh, yeah, baby. No more $2 available. I'm afraid no more $2 are available. No more $2 are available. I'm sorry, they sold out. The Walmart Blue Light Special just ended. Yes, indeed, it just ended, ladies and gentlemen. And now the buyers are coming in at 204. Nice. And my dollar cost average is 206 now. Oh, my gosh, now we're at 205. Look at them buying 203s and 204s. Holy smokes. What a manipulation effort that was just then. Trying to scare people out for the last time right there, huh? How do you like that? Tried to scare everyone out for the last time right there, right before 3 o'clock. What a rundown. And now they're sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average. And I'm up $890 on this position today, folks. I'm up $890 on this position today. And now we're at 205, 1 penny under my dollar cost average. And watch this thing run back up now, right back up. Watch it go back up to 240. Okay? And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. As a matter of fact, now it's time for me to start selling to them 30 shares at a time at over my DCA, 208. And now I'm going to sell it at 211 and 213 and 215 and 217 and 219 and 220. That's where I'm going to sell it right now, folks. Just watch with your own two eyes. And I'm up 970 on it now. Take it from me, baby. 208, it's yours. Take it. I'm up $1,000 on this today. Yes. Yes. And you just went over your DCA, 208, baby. And here we go. And I'm up $1,002 on this position today. Nice. What an effort on their part to try to buy it under $2 right before they were going to let it fly to 240 or 50 or higher here. Take it from me, man. 208, it's yours for the taking, shorty. I know how much you love to accumulate at that number. In fact, I can see here a million at 206 and a million at 207. You've already overloaded it there. 1,066,000, folks, at 207 and 1,033,000 at 206. 1,066,000 at 207. They're oversold. It's oversold. It's oversold. Take it from me at 208. Get it while you can, shorty. Get it while you can at 208. And now, actually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take away all these sell orders. I'm going to cancel them all. And watch it rise, folks. Watch it rise. Just keep on climbing, baby. Keep on climbing. And there she goes. That's it for 207s. And they just had a 4,500 fake share sell at 214 that they just took off the plate. And now they've got a fake share sell of 215, 1,500 shares fake at 215. That's right. They got 1,500 fake shares for sale at 215 now. That's what they think it's going to go to right now. They got a fake, what they call a spoof sell at 215, 1,500 shares. Goodness gracious. Look, all the accumulation at 206, 207. See, up here, all they could get was 1,000,001, 1,000,001, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,003, 1,000,006, 1,000,005, 1,000,008, 1,000,005, 1,000,004, 1,000,001, 1,000,004, 1,000,008, 1,000,005. They've already got 1,000,000 down here at 205, folks. They've already reached it. They've already got 1,000,000 and 1,000,000 here. They've already reached it. We already can see up here, that's full capacity. 1,000,001, 1,000,000. They're done. They're going to be running out. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look up here, folks. Look at these numbers. 1,000,001, 1,000,001, 1,000,002, 1,000,003, 1,000,008, 1,000,008, 1,000,005, 1,000,004, 1,000,001, 1,000,006, 1,000,008, 1,000,004, 1,000,005, 1,000,002, 1,000,004, 1,000,004, 1,000,005, 1,000,008, 1,000,007, 2,000,000, 2,000,000, 1,000,006, 1,000,004, 1,000,006. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when they get to 1,000,001 here, they're done. They're done at 1,000,001, folks. You'll see here in a minute. You're going to witness it with your own two eyes. And VRAX, now 310 a share, VRAX. Look at that, VRAX. Look how they just tried to collapse it down right there, right at 3 o'clock. And look at it now, springboarding over the 200-day average. And you want to know why? Because the 200's rising and the 50 is up above as well. That's going to draw this right up, folks. The 200-day is rising, and the 50 is up here, and that's going to pull this right up over this. You watch and see. VRAX, ladies and gentlemen, VRAX. With a bid now at 209 and the ask 212. Now I want to get over here to SLE. Charting SLE. See, and right before 3 o'clock, they're going to try to fleece it back down. Because if it goes over this, folks, it's going to jump to right there, SLE. That's why they're trying to fleece it down right there, trying to fleece it down, because they know if it goes over this line, it's going to jump to there. That's why they just now tried to push it back down to this line. SLE. Oh, yeah. See, I just got through buying it at $3.99 and $4. There's no more. Now we're going to go to 401, go up to 402. Let's just go up here to 403. Try to buy it here at 404. SLE. And my dollar cost average is $4.14, 10 cents higher than where we are. ONFO. I'm going to sell that now. Trading ONFO. I'm up on it. Nice. I'm up 35 on it, and I've got 430 shares. I'm going to sell it here, sell it here, sell it there, sell it there, sell it there, sell it right here now. And this is the stock ONFO. I just sold 227. ONFO. And you can see what it's doing on the chart right now. It's breaking up over this freaking 10-day average. It's breaking over it right now. ONFO. And look at that 200-day rising. Look at the 50-day rising. Look at the 45-day rising. All of them are rising, folks. All of them. Just sold 227. Just sold 227 again. Let's take a look at this chart. Just sold 227 again. Let's look at this on the 1 day. ONFO. Sorry, hold on a second. ONFO. There it is, folks. ONFO. Just herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk. Look at that 200 just slowly rising. Look at the 50 rising, folks. Look at that 50 rising and the 200 rising. Man, you buy it right there, frickin' A on that 50. ONFO, I just sold 228. Just sold ONFO at 229. Now I want to look at the chart of EHGO. EHGO chart. EHGO. God dang, look at them, how long they've held this down. EHGO, look at that masterful job of manipulation and consolidating a stock. Look how fast they dropped it in 3 minutes time to down to here and then just nut-sacked it there, double nutted it there, ran it down and held it here, held it there, held it, held it, held it, held it, held it. And now it's starting to rise. Now it's starting to finally rise. There it goes, folks. There she goes, right up. And if she breaks over this line, she's going to run all the way up to the 200 most likely. Because, man, did they drop that thing fast today. They dropped that thing so fast, man. They made that freaking thing fall from here, right here, folks. ONFO, I just sold at 230. They made this thing fall from 228 to 107. And they made that happen in 2 minutes' time. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, they dropped it to there. In just 2 minutes, they dropped it to this line where they've sat now all day long. And they took just 2 minutes to get down to that line. Then it started to run, and they said, no, let's take it to that line again. Then it starts to run again. Man, and in 2 minutes, folks, you don't know what can happen with this thing. I'm telling you, you don't know. It's down 39% right now, folks, 39% down. And I want you to be aware that that 39% drop occurred in 2 minutes. Okay? Right here. The time was at 11 o'clock. Exactly 11 o'clock, folks. And it ran down to this price at what time? 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, it went from 10 minutes from 228 down to this price right here in just 10 freaking minutes, folks. And that's what you need to be aware of. In just 10 minutes time, they dropped this price from 228 down to 120. $1.08 down in 10 minutes, folks. $1.08 drop in 10 minutes. And then they held it down here, and they've held it and 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 held it. Don't be surprised in 10 minutes to see this thing all of a sudden just come out of nowhere and explode to the upside. All right? Because if a stock can fall that far in 10 minutes, it can jump up that fast in 10 minutes. I'm telling you, folks, what I know to be true. And that's why I'm showing it to you right now. That's why I'm showing it to you right now. So you understand that this stock fell $1.08 in 10 minutes. $1.08 in 10 minutes. All right? That's why I'm showing it to you. There is a huge gap from, and actually the gap is right here at this point. It was where it's going to run up to. One of them is there, and the next one is going to be there. And one of them is here, right here. Dadgummit, man, put the freaking line there. There is nothing that stopped. There's nobody that owns this stock from here to there. No one owns it from there to there. Folks, in 10 minutes time, there wasn't time to accumulate any shares in this region at all. In 10 minutes time, when it fell that fast, there's no accumulation of any shares in this region. Understand? Beware. It could go any moment now. When they decide to let it go, when they decide to take profits, they will. 10 minutes. $1.08 in 10 minutes time. And why it stopped at that line, God dang, man, they knew, she's on Pete's, man, if it gets over this line, it's going to run right back up to there again. They know it. They know it. Whoever's in control, they know. So when it got here, oh God, they had to run it down again. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that's the masters of manipulation. When it got there, they knew that it was getting ready to run. And they said, dang, let's stop it there. Let's stop it right there before it goes to there and then jumps up to there. So they had to stop it right there, and they dang sure did. Whoever's controlling this. Don't be surprised, folks. That's all I'm telling you. Do not be surprised. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised to see this thing take off and go to the freaking moon. The next line of resistance on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, is right here. Okay? The next line of resistance is right there, and that price is at 113. 113. You can see it there, 113. Here, 113. And look at it go, folks. This is EHGO. You better watch it. Watch it. EHGO. Watch it, folks. And you can see the big manipulation of 3 big red candlesticks trying to sell it down. And now here they come in. EHGO. Oh, watch it, people. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Watch out. Man, I think I hear something off in the distance, folks, and I could be wrong. But I'm telling you now, I think I hear something. I'm going to put my ear down to the track. And I'm almost certain I can hear something right now off in the distance, folks. And something tells me that this thing is about to go somewhere. And you might want to consider getting on the train. Listen, you can hear it. Listen, folks. Oh, boy. Oh, my. It sounds like it's building steam. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And the stock I'm talking about here is EHGO. EHGO. Just watch it, folks. Watch it. And I'm going to tell you something right now. If this thing goes over 113 a share, you better be ready for it to go. And if you're shorting this, you better dump your short position. Because I'm telling you, if this thing goes over 113 a share, it's going to freaking take off. All right? Man, look at that thing. Look at the green buying coming in here all of a sudden. The mysterious buying. Look at all the selling effort right there, trying to sell it down, Mortimer, down. But no, it's rising instead. And there's a big effort to try to hold it down. Look at all the selling. But look at it rising instead. Up over the 10-day. Oh, boy. Hold your horses here, folks, and watch what happens. Ha ha! I hear it, but don't see it yet. Oh, boy. Well, you better look close. Folks. You better just look close, because I think I see that dang thing. Oh, man, I think I can see that dang thing, folks. Oh, my gosh. And I do hear it. I can hear it, and here it comes again. Folks, I'm telling you, here it comes. And it's going to rise. It's rising, folks. Here it comes. And now you're going to start seeing it. And do not look at the screen if you suffer from epilepsy. Do not look at the screen. Oh! Oh! You hear that? Let's go. Woo! Oh my gosh, look at the buyers coming in. Look at the buyers coming in now. Oh my gosh. Woo! Oh! Look out. Look out, everybody. Oh, this train's leaving the station, folks. Dang, look at the buyers come in right there. Why are they buying it now? Why are they buying it now and pushing it up over this? Whoa! Let's go! Go up $1.10 now. Come on. Let's go, baby. Oh, my goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it go. And what it's got to eclipse is this number right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you the number it's got to eclipse is right here. 111. Oh my, watch this blue 5-day hit 111 and then it's going to blow. Oh my gosh, look at the buyers coming in, folks. Look at the buyers coming in here on this stock. Oh, baby. Yeah. Look at the buyers. Oh, yeah. EHGO, folks. EHGO. EHGO. Now, again, I want you guys to look at this. Look very good at this. EHGO. And look how fast it fell in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, folks. EHGO. It fell from here. This price, the price was 228. And in 10 minutes time, it fell down to 107 in 10 freaking minutes. Folks, that still gap is there. And if it goes over this, it could go right back up. I'm not kidding you guys. I tell you what I know to be true. When it falls this fast in 10 minutes, it could easily do the same thing the other way. All right? The way it fell is the way it rises. I'm telling you, folks. I'm telling you for a fact that if this thing breaks over 211, 212, you better watch out because it's going to be on fire then, and it's going to run like a banshee. So now I'm going to take a look at it again. And boy, they don't want it to go over that line. They don't want it over that line. But look at the buyers coming in here. Oh, my God. Look at the buyers coming in on this. Look at those big green candlesticks. And then they try to sell a little dinky amount like this. No selling like here or here or here, but just a little dinky sell there trying to hold it down with. And here comes the buyers again. Here comes the buyers. And it's going to go, folks. This could go. EHGO. EHGO. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, my gosh. Look at the buyers push it up. Come on, break this line. EHGO. EHGO. Come on, baby. And let's take a look at, right now, trade MSS. I just want to look at MSS here. Hold on a second. MSS. And ladies and gentlemen, I am now up $1,260 profit loss today. 1,260. Annan, how do you like that? Woo! And look at MSS go right back up after I bought it down there. Look at it going, folks. And my dollar cost average is 206 a share. 206. And now I'm going to sell it at 214, 215. And folks, it's going to blow. It's going to blow up over all this. It's going to go over all this oversold shit. It's going to go over all of it, folks. It's going to rise right back up here to 243 because look here. Look here, folks. The limit they could get on this stock is 1,080,000. 1,002,000, 1,001,000, 1,002,000, 1,000,000, 1,002,000, 1,002,000, 1,002,000, 1,000,000 at 216. They're done there. 1,002,000, 1,002,000, 1,003,000, 1,006,000, 1,005,000, 1,008,000, 1,008,000. All this is oversold. Every bit of it's oversold, folks. Sell it with me here. Sell it at 216, sell it at 217, sell it at 222, sell it at 227, sell it at 230, sell some at 233, sell some at 237. You'll be surprised how fast it's going to go back up over this since this is also oversold. And look at it on the chart. Look at it rising. Look at the 5-day rising, the 10-day rising. Man, the 200-day average, folks, is way up here. The 200-day average is at 219 a share. 200-day. Oh, there she goes. And my dollar cost average is 206. 206. 206. Yeah, I just sold 211. Yeah, baby. And man, they've already got 1 million here, folks. 1 million, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002. Man, they're done, folks. And now they just tried to drop it back down to $2. I'll buy there 30 at 2, 201, 202. You bet I will. Hell yeah, I'll buy that if they try that crap again. Here at 330 right now. There's a 202 buy for me again. And I just dropped my dollar cost average down to 205. Gosh dang. And this thing is so oversold down here. Oversold, 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 oversold. All oversold. All oversold. All oversold. Look at them trying to dump now 204s. They just got through dumping a bunch of 202s down there. Now they're dumping 204s. Well, she just went over. And now I'm going to try to buy 205 and I can't get it. Let's try to buy 206. Let's keep the pressure on them. There we go. I just got a 205 again. Oh my God, look at that. They're going to try for the third time today 190 again. They're trying 190 again for the third time today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last time they're going to try this, I believe. 190. This is the third and last time to get 190s. And right now, I'm going to get over here and I'm going to see what else I want to sell. ONFO. I'm up 32 on that. I'm going to sell the rest. Trade ONFO. ONFO. Going to sell that now. And my dollar cost average is 222. So I'm going to sell this now at 227. ONFO. Cancel all sell orders. Sell 50. Sell at market now. Selling 228. Yep, going to sell 229. Yep, just sold there. And I just sold it at 228 again. Let's try 229. There we go, 228 again. I only have 90 shares left now. And I'm up on this stock, 33.90 on this stock today. Not a huge gain, but hey, a gain is a gain. CDTG halted again. Oh my gosh. CDTG halted at 314. And look, I made $990 on this stock today. CDTG. Nice. And I've only got 60 shares left of this. And I don't want to buy any more of it. So I'm going to sell. Well, they halted it, folks. Halted it at 314. And the bid is what? 313 and the ask is 314. So probably going to rise from here. Look at this, folks. At 314, they bought 257,000. At 313, 5,800. Holy crap. At 313, their favorite number to accumulate, they only got 5,800. 313, 5,800. 314, 257,000. And 315, 273,000. At 329, 203,000. Golly, at 466, folks, 855,000 shares dumped. Well, I've only got 60 shares left of this, so not much left of that. So I'm not worried even if it goes any further down. I'm up 990 on this one today. Up 990 on this one today. Not bad. CDTG. Now I want to look here. SLE. I want to look at SLE right here. Look at EHGO. Look at EHGO. There it goes, folks. EHGO. And she rising, folks. 26 minutes left. That's plenty of time. It just takes 10 minutes to go up $1.08. We already know that. EHGO. Guys and gals, I want you to notice that today this price fell $1.08 in 10 minutes time. $1.08 in 10 minutes time. Folks, in 10 minutes, it could go right back up to that. Or at least to this price range, which is $1.75. $1.75. Folks, I'm telling you, this stock that's right here that just hit a low of $1.07, and it got there from this price in 10 minutes, $2.28 to $1.07. In 10 minutes, it fell that fast. Nobody owns this thing from here up to there. They didn't have time to buy any of it. They didn't have time. This is where they own it right here, through here. All the buyers and owners of this who accumulated own it from 173 to 183. 173 to 183 is where all the accumulation was done. None was done from here down to here, and none will be here to there. All right? None. There won't be any for sale. EHGO. Trade. EHGO. God dog it. EHGO. EHGO. Come on, Tyler. Get it right. EHGO. Oh, my. Look at that. Look at all this accumulation of EHGO here today. Who wanted to buy all these shares from 109 to 114? Who wanted to buy all those shares? Well, I can tell you what, I want to buy some here. I want to buy here at 113 if I can get it. And look here at 110, they got 1,083,000. At 111, they got 1,001,000. At 112, they got 1,076,000. And at 113, they only got 963,000, their favorite number. And now they're trying 113.02, where they got 1,000,002 at 113.02. My God, 113.02. 1,000,002 at 113.02. EHGO. Now I want to look at VRAX. VRAX. Oh my, 309 now. Well, no more 281s, huh? At 281, they had how many shares? 3,700. They had about $8,000 they bought there at 281. And the time now is 3:38. I'm going to sell here 308. I'm going to sell 309. I'm going to sell 310. I just sold 309. Now I'm going to sell 310. Now I'm going to sell 311. Now I'm going to sell 313. She's taking off. She's taking off. She's starting to take off. Now I'm going to sell 315. Look at it, folks. Look at it. Look down there at the bottom. 309, 310, 311, 312, 313. Holy smokes. What is happening here? Whoa, look at the buyers coming in. What? Oh, a triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average at the end of the day here. Say what? Oh my gosh, I just sold 315. My dollar cost average is 316 a share, folks. Let's sell some 317, sell some 319, sell some 321, sell some 323, sell some 325, 327, 329, and 330. And this is on VRAX. Look at that thing explode up over the 200-day average. Look at that thing go. VRAX, everyone. I see the love. VRAX. And there she goes. VRAX. VRAX. Oh my gosh, what is happening here to VRAX? Holy smokes, look at that thing. Look at him try to vag everyone out right there and drop that down to what price? 301. 301, folks. Wow. They tried to vag everyone out at 301 a share. 301. Scare them all out so they could run it up now to 314. The stock is up 13% today. VRAX, it's up 13%. It's up 13%, folks. And a friggin' crossover of the 200. Look at that. The friggin' 50-day leaving the 200. The 10-day rising. The only thing falling is this short-term price right here now, the 5-day. There it goes. It's back up now. The bid 311, the ask 314. The bid is 312, the ask is 314. The bid is 312, the ask is 313, folks. The bid is 313, the ask is 315. The ask is 315. The bid is 313, the ask is 315. The bid is 313, the ask is 315. God, run, baby, run. Stop the manipulation. Stop the fakeness. The bid is 309, the ask is 312. The bid is 310, the ask is 313. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to try to buy it here. 310, 311. Try to buy 312. Just got a 312. I'm going to go again at 312. Got another 312. Going again at 312. Got 312 again, and now it's rising, folks. 312 is the last price sold. Trying to get 310 now. There we go, 310. I bought it again. 310, and we got 15 minutes left, folks. 310 again, I got. 310 again. One more time at 310. I wonder why I can't get a 309. I wonder why I can't buy a 309. I got a 309 sitting here. I wonder why they won't fill 309. Man, there's only 500 shares for sale at 310, folks. 500. And now they raised that to 311. I can't get a single order to fill at 309. And you would think for sure they'd want to close this stock today at 308 for sure. But instead, all I can get are 310s. Not a single 309 available. But they are sitting here and they've been dumping 309 all day long. They dumped how many shares here at 309? 172,000 they dumped at 309. 172,000 shares they dumped out at 309. And now they can't get any there. They dumped out 172,000 and now they can't find a single share there at 309 to sell anymore. 172,000. And then at 310 they bought now 148,000. Oh, they finally got it. 309. They got any 308s in store for me? I doubt it. Their favorite number's not even the biggest number you'd think they would accumulate, 308. VRAX. Just sitting moments ago at 315, and now they try to march it down to 309. 15 minutes left. And now there's no more 309s. We're at 310. One last call, 310, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 310. And now we're at 311. Now we're at 317. Here we go, folks. Yes, I just sold 319. And I just went green. I just went green on it. I'm up $49. VRAX. I just went green on it. Come on, baby. Let's run. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up, baby. 318 just sold. And let's raise the buys to 312, 313, 314. Come up to 315. Oh my gosh, she's busting loose. Look at the buyers come in on VRAX right there. Look at them coming in, folks. Buyers galore coming in now. VRAX. And MSS, I'm going to sell the rest of. Trade right now. MSS, I want out of. MSS. And right now, I'm up $159 since I got back in on that. So I'm going to sell this. VSS now. I'm up 159. I'm going to sell it at 183, 182. Going to sell it at 181. And I need to get out. I got a lot of shares of this, folks. I got a lot of them, all right? And MSS was a good one today, but let's get on out of this now. Up 124.70 profit on this today. MSS up 124.70. And I'm getting out of this, folks. I'm going to get completely out of this. I don't want to be in it. I don't want to hold it long. Just sold it at 182. I just bought VRAX at 315. Just sold MSS at 182. Just bought VRAX at 314. And now I'm almost out of MSS. Let's try and sell 50 at 183, 50 at 184, 50 at 185, 50 at 186. Just sold 183. Up $159 on it today now. Time now is 3:50. We got 10 minutes till the market closes. Just bought VRAX at 313. That doesn't surprise me that they would try to close that out at 313 today. They're repeatedly buying from me now at 183, 182, 183 on MSS. And I now have only 500 shares left. MSS. And I'm just going to get out of it completely. Now I'm going to cancel all sell orders. And of course, then as I sell them, cancel them all, they fill two of them at 183. As soon as I cancel them, they sell them. They saw me taking them away and they said, let's go ahead and get those 183s. Now we're going to sell 185. There we go. Perfect. See, I was holding it back. Sell 184. I've got 470 shares left of this. We now have 8 minutes left to get out of all these positions if we want to get out. 8 minutes. A lot of people buying 184 and 185 here. But the dumpers are here to keep dumping, folks. They're just here to keep on dumping right into the close. And I have 470 shares left. Now I have 220 shares left. And I ended up 150 on this one. And now it's at 186, folks. And now I'm going to sell these 20. And I'm going to be out of this. And I just sold them at 182. I made 149.30 on this stock today, MSS. And now we're going to look at EHGO, XOS. I'm going to sell now. XOS, I'm getting out. I'm up 85.70 since I opened this position. My dollar cost average is $2.86. I've got 960 shares. I'm going to sell 500 now. And I'm down on it today, but look at it rising into the close. Look at it rising here into the close. XOS. XOS. And my dollar cost average is down here at 285, folks. XOS. And I'm selling here now at 296 a share. I got 60 shares left. I'm going to sell all 60 of them. And my dollar cost average is $2.94. And I just sold the last 60 shares at 290, 295. My dollar cost average is at 284. And I'm out now of XOS. I don't hold any more of it. Going over to the monitor page. EHGO, I'm now going to sell all of it. Trade. Oh, man, look at XOS here. No, I'm selling it here. I'm selling it, the fam. I'm out. Chart, EHGO. I got 4 minutes left. EHGO. EHGO. And man, look at that steadily rising 50-day average, though, underneath it. EHGO. Man, they did a number on this stock today. This was called out by R. Richie B. R. Richie B. calls out another massacred stock today. R. Richie B. He was on a roll with big winners. Now he's on a roll with huge losers. Well, what can you say, man? You got to get out of the damn thing, and I can't hold it. You definitely can't hold it. And EHGO. And the price is sitting 4 cents under my dollar cost average. And I'm going to be getting rid of some very big sell orders here. And notice down here, there have been millions of shares accumulated just under my dollar cost average of $1.16. Look at all the shares that have been accumulated underneath my dollar cost average of 116. It's insane, folks. And now they're trying to close it out at my dollar cost average, 116. Two minutes till the market closes, folks. 2 minutes till the market closes. And the chumps are sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And the reason that I don't want to hold this is because it's closing near the low of the day. Now, granted, there's been millions and millions of shares accumulated at this price. For some reason, they've all wanted to just keep it here just under my dollar cost average, which is 115 a share. But for some reason, they've just wanted to keep it right underneath me, just barely underneath my dollar cost average all day. And I now have 1 minute to get out, and I'm going to. And I'm out of this thing. And they're sitting 1 penny under my dollar cost average. And the most shares they bought today is at 113.5. I'll hold 100 shares. I'm going to hold 100 shares. Look, it's at 118. I ended up making 580 on it. It's at 18. Now it's at 120. Dang. I ended up getting 120 at the close. Look at all that hoarding of shares today at my dollar cost average at $1.12. Wow. Well, I held on to VRAX and I held on to SLE. Look at the close on EHGO. Look at that thing launch at the close. EHGO. Now I want to look at SLE. I wish I would have sold all of that too. SLE. Let's look at it. SLE. Oh, well, look at that thing launch too right at the closing. SLE. What a surprise. SLE. What a surprise. Look at him run it down all day long, and then look at him accumulate, 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 and boom. Closed at 412. Ask now and after hours is 414. All right. Wow. EHGO. I think it locked me for trying for warrants for 2 weeks. I can check again. Either way, I don't have 20,000 to put in there. Well, guys and gals, what a day. What a day. Now I'm going to close out all these. I will leave EHGO open. IPST, what did it do today? Down 46%, man. I'm glad I sold that yesterday on a profit. Look at that thing. IPST all day long. Slaughtered. FGI, what did it do today? Down 5%. All right. GCTC. GCTK, I'm sorry. GCTK. Nothing going. All right. Well, let me refresh this screen. There we go. And let's get rid of this right here. Get rid of the commercial. There we are. Okay. Sean Joseph, hi Catfish. What do you the EHGO for tomorrow? I have no idea what it's going to do tomorrow. I know it was definitely manipulated down all day long and took a nice spike right at the end of the day. Take a look at SLE though, folks. Oh yeah. The one stock I held on to, SLE. And I held SLE 5,000 shares, and also I held VRAX 2,000. So there's SLE. Boom! Back to the 200 as soon as the market closed. And then VRAX. I held VRAX. Ah, yeah. Man, look at that VRAX. Herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked higher and jerked low, higher low, herked higher low, jerked up higher high, and then herked down, then jerked to a lower low, then herked and herked down. And then look at it this afternoon. Herky jerky all afternoon, and then boom, at the closing, took off at the close. VRAX. VRAX. Well, I tell you what, VRAX looks good. Leapfrogging off the 50, leapfrogging off the 50, leapfrogging not even near the 50, leapfrogging off the 50 again. And here's the deal. Here they were able to nut sack it on a veggie drop right there. And that was at 318. 318 a veggie, then up to the 50 day, then down to right here, up over the 50. It crossed over the 50. And look at the 50 day rise off of this 200 day average right there. See that? That is the critical point right there, folks. This is the definition of what I always say: consolidate, capitulate, and converge. There is the convergence right there. Look how tight everything got. The 50 day, the 45 day, the 200 day, the 10 and 5. Look at them converge. And I tell you, all three of those C words favor longs. And so sure enough, when the stock finally converged together, boom, then it comes down and bounces off the 50, which is this far from the 200. Boom. Then it comes down and bounces off the 50, which is now further from the 200. Boom. Then it comes down, bounces off the 50, which is even further off the 200. Boom. Every high higher. You see that? Man, that's a strong looking chart right there going into the close, people. No matter how much the market makers tried to defeat it down, look at all the buyers that just came in as soon as the market closed. Look at that green candlestick. The herk and jerk is real. Yes, I held SLE as well. Scubin says FRTT. I'll write it down for tomorrow. $8.20. FRTT. SCOOBIN McDubin. Thank you. And that is FRTT. Let's look at it. FRTT. Why? No news. Ford Technology shares are trading higher on 8/11 after the company announced it will acquire 50% of Logia USA. I don't see any news. Somebody knows something, though. All right, I got it. Closed at 96. After hours, high 119. All right, I got it. Thank you. Let's look at the 5-day chart on this. Okay. Well, look right here, folks. Right here is where the 10-day stopped. Right there, it's there now. Let me tell you something, folks. This 10-day, it stopped there once, and now it's eclipsed that. The next place of the 10-day resistance is right there. And then beyond that, the next place for the 10-day is going to be right here. And then beyond that, the next place for the 10-day is there. So if this 5 can come over this right now, then the next place for the 10-day is right there, right there. And then the next place for the 10-day is right here, right here. So if the 10-day goes up over this and over this, then the 10-day is going to come all the way up to this price right here. Right here. And that is right here where the 5-day came down and went up there. I mean the 5-day. So if this 5-day then eclipses this point, then it's going to go to right there. Right there, see? That's where it goes next. The next resistance for the 5-day is there. If it can break this, and that, then the next resistance for the 5-day is going to be all the way up here, right there, right there. If it can break over that, the next resistance for the 5-day is going to be right here, right there, right there. You can see right there how they stopped it once, because over here, look how they dropped it to that line and then it popped off that line. Look how they dropped it to that line and it popped. Look how they dropped it to that line and it popped up. And look here how they raised it to that line and then dropped it all the way down. So I'm telling you, if it goes over this line, then you're going to see a nice move. And the probably will go to about right. It looks like about right here. Looks like it goes to right about there. And that's because the 5-day came down here and stopped right on that line and then went right back up. And from that line of resistance, the next one is right there. See it? Right there, where it went up and stopped and pulled down. Then the next line of resistance is right there. Right there, my friend. Stopped right there and pulled down. Then it jumps real nice from that price to right here. That's right, right there. Right there, it's going to stop. So, watch this 5-day, the light blue line. It's the light blue line. Let's go to the 1-day chart now and look at it. Oh boy, see, so it just broke over this line. So the 5-day is now going to rise to this point right here. If it gets to there, you should sell this stock, all right? If the 5-day light blue line gets to this price, you should sell it. And right now, take a look at where the 5-day is. It's at a price of 119. 6 cents higher is where the price went to. 6 cents higher than where the 5-day is now. And I really missed that a little bit. Yeah. So right here, folks, the 5 days stopped right there. It stopped there, and when it did, the price was it hit 119, and the price was 120. 120 what? What was it? The price was 120, 125. So when the 5 days here, and this is 125, that happens to be 6 cents higher than where it stopped. So when the 5 day gets to here at 125, 6 cents higher is going to be 131. Your next sell should be at 131 a share. Understand how that works? Right here, you just saw resistance at this 5 day right there, and that's 119, and the price was at 125. That's 6 cents. So now, if this 5 day can go up here to 125, 6 cents will be 131. You should be selling at 131. All right? Now, ONFO, I made $36 on today. VRAX. Man, VRAX is climbing, folks. I'm telling you. VRAX. Let's have a look at it. Oh, yeah. VRAX, baby. Man, just look at that steadily rising 200, just rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. In the after hours, it jumped up to here, the 5 day, and they tried to bring it to here. Why there? Because right over here, this is where they tried to stop it from rising over. See that? They want that line. They want to hold that line. They want to hold that line. They want to hold that freaking line right there. They want to hold that line right there. No doubt about it. You can see today, when it got up to that line, they held that line. Now listen, it dropped like a mofo, but I want you to be aware how many times they tried to maintain this line right here. And that price happens to be at $3.10 a share. Just look, they tried to drop it to $3.10 there. They missed it by a little bit. Then when it went way, way up, they tried to bring it down to that line again. Then they tried to bring it down to that line again. You see what I'm saying? Then it went way up, way up, way up. And what did they bring it to? That line again. They actually took it here that time. Then it went up, up, and they stopped it at this line again. They stopped it here at that line again because they don't want it to go over that price. Then they pulled it back down here again. Then it comes up, 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 up. It starts rising, and when it goes up, what line do they stop it? That line. That line again. Then it goes over that line finally, right here. What time was this? 2:10 this afternoon. 2:10 this afternoon, they gave in to that line. 2:10. And then after it crossed it, look, the 50-day went over it too. The 50-day went over it. You got a triple crossover. The current price, the 10-day orange, and the red 50 crossing this. At what time was that? 2:30. 2:30. Folks, this thing broke away at 2:30. And this is the stock VRAX. But once it broke that line, what did they take it up to? Right here. And then they brought it back again to this line. This is the line they're in love with. This goes up to it again, and they stop it and pull it below it. There it breaks over it again at 2:30, and here it happened again. And this is the absolute convergence. This is where the 50 came down. This is where the 200 was. This is where the 45 was. and they converged that thing completely together there. And that was the end of it then, because then it wasn't going to look back. It wasn't going to go to that line again in the rest of the afternoon. Okay, it just wasn't going to revisit that line. But once they got the weak low volume, they got it there one more time. See, right there. And now, zoop, looks damn good to me. Oh, whoa. Hey, don't let it go over this line, shorts, or you're in freaking trouble. Telling you now, don't you dare let it go over that line right there. Let's go back and look how much that line there is important to them. And that line is at what price? 316. Let's carry this on across and see what it means. 316, this line. Okay, let's get on across with it. Oh, 316. Oh my gosh. Look at this, folks. Here's what this line means to them, 316. Holy smokes. Goodness gracious, folks. Look how critical this line is, 316. Look how they dropped it from up here at this line. This price was 365, folks. 365 right here. That line is 365. And look what they dropped it down to, ladies and gentlemen. This number. $316, folks. 365. And then 316 is where they stopped it right there. 365 to 316. Then it came up here and it hit this price, which was 365 again, and they took it down again to 316. The number's here. $316, folks. Right there. So hey, thank you, Jayhawk. Yes, John 3:16. So look at this. 365 to 316 right there. 365 again to 316 right there. 365 again to 316. 365 again to 316. Then they only let it go up to right here, which was 340. Yep, 340. 340. And then just look at that number, 316, folks. Golly. That number right there, folks, 316 right there. That is the number. It's critical to them, folks. 316 once, 316 twice, 316 3, 316 4, 316 5, 316 6 times, 316 resistance, 7, 316 again here, 8 times resistance, 316. And now it's breaking over 316 as we speak. Look at that, folks. It finally broke it. Look at that, 316 right there and down. 316 down, 316 down, 316 down, 316 and up. But you can see their bid number is trying to get that number again. Look at the bid up there. 316. 316. Well, I'm going to show you something right now, ladies and gentlemen, that you can see and you can all understand. Now that this price has broken 316, it's going to get to right here. And if it breaks over this level, it's gone. Okay? If it breaks that right there, it's gone. And that price is at 324. Because I got news for you. It never freaking stopped at 324 over here. You see that? It never stopped at 324 over here. So now that it's broken 316, if it goes over this to here, if it goes over that number, that's going to be where it really makes a move. Because it never, ever, the next line it's going to go here is where the 50-day is, or the 200, and that's there. Okay, so you can even see this number here. I'm going to drag it on across at 324. Let's take it on across here. This is how much the number 324 means to them. Oh, now you see it. Look at that number. 324, down to 324, down to 324, up to 365, down to 324 right there, up to 324 with the 5-day and it stopped, up to 324 and they stopped it again. Oh my gosh, folks, this is it. There's a big space between 324 and this number here, 316. And they fleeced it out by herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. So there's a gap here now, and the gap is going to go from 316 to this price, 324, folks. All right? Now, do they want it to break that line of resistance? No, they don't. But there's not going to be much they can do because this friggin' 50-day just planned out and then rising. You can see that clearly. Look at the 50-day average. Look at it sink a little because they drove this down, and then look at it rise, and then look at it sink a little because they drove this down much, much higher than here, and look at it sink a little. And then look at it plateau down till they got to the Vaggie in the after hours. But you better look now, because now this 50 and 45, they're over. This thing is gone, and it's going up here, folks. It's going to go all the way up. Like I said, it's going to go all the way up, like I just called. And this is VRAX. VRAX. Thank you, Jayhawk. You called this out today. And look at it now. Goodness gracious. There's nowhere for it to stop over this line. No way. No way it's going to stop. Look at it go, folks. The next point of resistance, in fact, is right here. The next point of resistance is going to be right here at this price. And that price is at 321, and it just shot over that. Holy smokes. And then the next price is here. And this price is at, what price is this at? 322. 322 right here. Oh my gosh, folks, if this thing breaks 322, what does it go to next? 322, the next line of resistance from 322 is right here, 324. And from there, it goes to right here, ladies and gentlemen, right there. That's the line of resistance, 326. If it breaks over 326, it's got to get over that. That's probably 327. And then if it goes over 327, well, then she goes right on up. God, dogs, from 327, man, it's not going to stop till it gets right here on the 200 day where the 200 was. And that price is at 330, okay? 330, 330. And you can see plenty of resistance there. 330 resistance to the rise and then drop. 330 resistance and drop. 330 to the drop and pop. 330 to the drop and pop. 330 to the drop and move. Man, that's the next line, folks. 330. And from 330, then it moves right on up to this price. And that price is 335. Breaks over that, and it goes to this price right here. And that price is 336. Then it goes to here, and if it breaks that 5-day, breaks this price, which is going to be 337, I'm sure. 336 and a half, 337. Then it goes to here, 340. All right, so that's what's going to happen. Look at that, VRAX. And now I want to come over here to trade VRAX. And I see now I'm up $154 on it, Jayhawk. And what do you know? The price is, the bid is 323, the ask is 325. The bid is here and the ask is up here. The bid is now 322 and the ask is 330. And the other one I want to look at now in the after hours is the other one I held. Man, look at that thing. Look at that thing. Wow. Nice. VRAX. Man, I'm so glad to see it go over this number right here. Man, I am glad to see it cross 322. Man, I'm glad to see that happen. And look, now the 10 days at the 322 mark. Nice. All right. Now the only other one I held on to was SLE. Let's look at it in the after hours. SLE is the only other one I held on to. SLE. There it is. And goodness gracious, look at that. Herky, jerky, herky, jerky, herky, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk. Jerking up to over this line, jerking down to the 50, which just keeps rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. SLE, folks, SLE. SLE. Closed at 412. Ask is now 414. And it already went up to what price? Yep, 414. It already hit it once, and here it hit 411. It hit 411. All right. 413 high in the after hours and 411 right there. And look at it just bouncing off the 50 again. Bounced nicely off the 50 there, bouncing off the 50 again. I like it, folks. SLE. Bid is 406, ask is 414. SLE. All right. Go, SLE. Go, baby, go. Well, let's turn this light on. Let's call it a day. I would like to thank all of you for being here with me today. I hope that you learned something today about the stock market and about charts. My daddy Charles kicked me out. I know I haven't been on here a lot lately, a lot today. For the last couple days, I've been having to use my phone to trade. All right. Well, I want to thank you for your 100% commitment to this channel, Jayhawk. And don't worry, when you call out stocks, you're providing, I'm deciding. Same thing for you, R. Richie B. You're doing great. Don't you worry. You keep providing, I'll keep deciding, okay? And R. Richie B, I already showed people today, even though you've had a couple of down ones here, man, you've made us a lot of money. So we're not complaining. We make the decisions here. All right? And I hope everybody has a pleasant evening. I hope you all sleep well. Get some good rest. Let's go, R. Richie B, yeah. Mr. Mexi Brown, you know it's true. Jayhawk, that's right. VRAX, good. Let's go look at it one more time. Goodness gracious. Look at that, folks. Thank you, Wendy. Look at that VRAX, folks. Man, we're getting at a threshold here. And I'm here to tell you, if it goes over this line of 340, man, does it got a pop ahead of it. It's going to go to this price. And that price is 348. Right here, folks. This is where it's going to go to, right here. Right there. I'm telling you, it's going to go to 348. Right there. 348. You can clearly see, ladies and gentlemen, look here. Look at that resistance line right there. At that price, 340. Folks, I'm telling you, it just broke over that. It's going to go to 348 now. From 340, it's going to go to 348. And when it breaks 348, it's going to jump up to this price. Right here is where it's going, to right there. See how they dropped this down to right there and then it bounced? Well, that's where it's going next, and that's going to be 350. I'm pretty sure. Right there. And that price is 351. All right? Now, if it breaks over this 351, then it goes to it breaks 351. If it goes over 351, then it's going to come up to this number here. I mean, there's a lot. You can see right here, right there's a lot of resistance there. All right? And there's been a lot there, folks, at that number there. And then from that number, it jumps to all the way up to right about, look at that resistance there too. There's a lot here. Right there, right there. Breaks over that, jumps to this line. Breaks over that, jumps to that line right there. Right there. Okay? Now, if it breaks over that, then it's going to move all the way up to right there. Right here. It's going to jump to there. And that price is 377. If it breaks 377, it's going to go to this point right here. And that price is at 385. And if it breaks this price from 385, it's going to hit this 388, folks. And what do you know that they would stop it at 388, Savannah? Once, twice, three times, 388, folks. You better have sell orders there. Okay? Put your sell orders in now. 384, 385, 386, 387, 388. All right? And this is on the stock VRAX. And right now, look at that, Jayhawk. I'm up 612. Woohoo! VRAX. Goodness gracious. Now let's take a look at EHGO just for kicks and grins before we get out of here. EHGO. Oh, look at that thing move up. And then look at them converge it here over the 50. Folks, this is a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average right here. The current price went over, and then the 50 went over. And now they're trying to converge. And folks, this is a rising 200, a rising 50, and this is going to bounce off here. This is EHGO. Closed at 121, and now the bid is 124, ask 125. And I guarantee you, with this all converging right here in the rising 200 and the rising 50 day, this 5's going to get shoved right off. And man, oh man, folks, when it gets over this line right here, folks, this is a critical line. And they know it. They know it. When it crosses here, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks that, it's off to the races. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you right now, folks, this is a critical line for them because they know if it gets over this line and that price is at where is it? That price is at 125. I'm telling you, they know if it goes over 125, the next resistance is going to be here at 136. And if it breaks 136, it's all the way back up to here, 212. Thank you, Catfish. Have a good night. It's at 950 now. Which one is at 950? Mr. Mexi Brown. Oh, BULL. Okay. BULL. All right, I see it. They just had earnings. The estimate was 005, and they got 12. Wow. Estimate 005, and they got actual 12. Wow. Huge beat. High of 960 at 4. High 960 at 4:19 p.m. All right. Thank you. And after they took it to 960, they dropped it back to 926. So they dropped it 34 cents. Down 0.34 to 926. And then from there, 926, they took it back up to 957. All right, I see it. I'm watching it. Okay. And man, look at that 50-day rising with the 45-day up above it. The 200 rising. We'll watch this one tomorrow for sure. BULL. Thank you. Good call out there. Well, that's it, folks. I've had my fun. This software I'm using here is Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. Charles Schwab. So we got two stocks to watch tomorrow that were called out late this evening. FRTT, which saw a close at 96 cents and went up after hours high, $1.19. FRTT. Let's go see where it is now. Oh my gosh, off $1.19, it hit 125. Then after hours high was 125. And then they took it down from 125 to right now 104, down 21 cents to 104. All right, got it. All right, to the tank, may y'all have a blessed night too, and may you enjoy your families. Yes. Yes, thank you, Gary Edwards. The tank thanks and blesses you, Mr. Mexi. That's right. Fun, fun, fun. Fun, fun, fun. But my daddy took my keyboard away. Jayhawk. Ah, that's so funny. I got you, my friend. Well, don't worry. Hopefully you'll get you another keyboard. Kurt says thanks. You're welcome very much. All right, everybody. I'm going to get on out of here now. And the last thing I'm going to look at is the two stocks that I held. And that is the two stocks that I held are VRAX, which I'm sitting on 2,080 shares. Holding 2,080. And let's take one look at it on the chart now. VRAX. Let's take a quick look at it. See what it's doing in after hours now. VRAX. VRAX. This is the one FRTT. But let's look at VRAX. Oh, look at that, Jayhawk. Man, look at that thing go. And it went right to the line I told you it would if it broke over this, right to there. Woo! Oh, my goodness, VRAX. And look at that 50-day rising there. Smoking, man. Look at the 200-day rising. Look at that 50-day rising. Man, you knew this was going to happen. Look at this thing, herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk, herk and jerk, herk and jerk, herk. And then what did they do? They said, holy crap, this thing is going higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs. Let's get everyone out of it. Let's get everyone out. And so they did. They took it down to this price, 281. You know what, folks? You heard me start buying there heavy duty. You know why I started buying there at 281? Because of my buy-sell sheet. And right here on that, it says right here to buy right down here. Buy 82, 83. That's why I stuck with it, and I started buying there. I could have given up and thrown in the towel, but I kept buying there because I knew that was one of the favorite numbers they like to run things down to. Sure enough, they ran it down there to 281, and look at it now in the after hours up here, 348. And by the way, my dollar cost average on VRAX is right here, 315. My average price is 315. And right now I'm up $466 on this stock since I opened the position. Woo! Nice. Now, the other one I held, and I don't know whether I should have or not, but we're going to look now at another one that I held, which is SLE. SLE. And my God, what an annihilation of this stock today. SLE. Look at them. Look at the manipulation of this thing. It's the same as VRAX. In the pre-market with this stock, it was It was all over, man, in the pre-market. Look at him, herk and jerk it. Jerk it up, herk it down, jerk it up, herk it down, jerk it up, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk, jerk. Look at that thing. Herk it down, jerk it way up, herk it way down, jerk it up, herk it way down, jerk it up, herk it. And then all day long, fleece it out, just take everyone out of it because they knew that it was herking and jerking big time. And look at them take everyone out. And what price did they hit for the bottom? Oh my gosh, 389. Savannah, their favorite number, 388. And once again today, when it hit 388, I told everyone on the channel, check this out. 388. I went to my buy sell sheet and it says here, buy back where? 88, 89, 84, 88, 89. And so instead of throwing in the towel, I threw my money in and started filling the tank at 388. I even, guys, you even heard me say, I think I'm going to short it here. And I said, but wait a minute, this is a number 388 where I usually buy. So I said, all right, I'm just going to buy this dang thing. And by the way, it was right here when I started buying it. And then they drove it down to this price, 382. And I went, well, my God, folks, look here. Look at this number on my buy sell sheet. And the number is 82. Buy back 82, 83. So I went in even more. So I started buying it when it was there at 388. I got way more at 382. And look what it did afterwards. And that stock is SLE. SLE. We'll see what it does tomorrow. But man, did they move this thing all over the place today. And they made it go way, way down. And they got everyone out of it, folks. They got them all out of it. All right, that's it. I'm going to be done now. You guys have a great night, okay? And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 7:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is what I always wish for all of you, that you have great success in all your financial endeavors. I pray for you, everyone, that you guys have great health and are in great physical condition, because that's really the most important thing of all. And then last but not least, I pray for you that you are all surrounded with love, because each and every one of you definitely deserves that, don't you? And you know you do. Yep, I'm a prayer machine, Gary says. There you go. Catfish, you had a great night, sir. We'll see you in the morning. Sure enough, Jayhawk, thank you. All right, I got you guys. We'll see you tomorrow, 7:48 a.m. If something really takes off tonight, I'll come on at 7:44, and I'll let you know so you have a chance to sell it before 8 o'clock, all right? If one of these stocks really rockets here in the after hours and takes off, VRAX or SLE, I'll let you know. I'll let you know at 7:44. I'll come on with my late night fish logo. And in case you don't know what that is, I'll show it to you right now so you'll know what to look for, okay? You'll know what to look for. If I come on late tonight, you'll look for this right here, all right? If I come on at 7:44 tonight, look for that right there, that thumbnail. After hour hot stock searching, okay? I'll be on tonight at 7:44 with that thumbnail if one of these stocks or any of them takes off, okay? Gotcha. All right, you guys, like I said, God bless each and every one of you. Catfish Tyler, over and out. We'll see you tomorrow.